New year, fresh start, time to recreate myself. What will I find when I walk down this path? New friends, new goals, new challenges to be met. I will meet them and I am going to succeed. New year, fresh start, it's time for self-discovery.
Episode 1. The First Day of School. And just like that, Noah Cruz found himself at the start of another new beginning. Just like it had countless times before, a wild and vibrant tension radiated within his core. Noah loved new beginnings because they allowed him the opportunity to start fresh and savor a brief respite from the shadows of his past. He grinned widely as he drew in another deep breath. His gray eyes scanned over the elegant white sign that hung above the large coal-black iron gates. Arceados Academy. This was going to be a great adventure.
Get back here, you nasty bitch! I'm gonna rip your fucking eyes out!
Fuck off, you dumbass! Honestly, you think you can even compare with me? Please! With your grades, you'll be lucky to even graduate.
That's it, bitch! I'm ripping your fucking arms off! Then we'll see who's going to graduate! Ah!
Noah gazed around, and yet he didn't see who was yelling at one another. Several other students stood around, though, and they gazed up into the sky. He followed their line of sight. A pair of students flew through the air, perhaps 20 or 30 feet above the ground. Both of the young women wore Arceados Academy uniforms. Aqua-colored plaid skirts, black knee-high socks, white short-sleeved blouses, and black vests. One of the girls had a pair of giant demon wings, and her eyes shimmered with violent streams of orange energy. The other student was bathed in a lavender aura of magical power, and she zipped behind the demon student with ease. Bright lavender balls of crackling arcana surrounded her balled fists. Every few seconds, the mage blood student shot out several beams toward the demon. The demon student just zipped around the beams and laughed maniacally. An older male voice called out, and Noah and many of the other students watching the fight turned their attention to him. The man wore a black suit, an aqua-colored tie, and a pair of worn black loafers. This had to be one of the other teachers. The male teacher pointed at the pair of girls.
What do you two think you're doing? This school year hasn't even officially started yet. How can you be fighting already? If you two don't stop this instant, you're gonna get detention. Do you hear me?
Noah chuckled as he watched the male teacher chase after the pair of fighting students. Well, at the very least, this new beginning was more memorable than previous ones. Teaching here was going to be a great adventure, or at the very least, an amusing adventure. Noah had never taught before, and yet here he was, a brand new teacher at one of the most prominent and sophisticated high schools in existence. Not only was it popular with the mage blood populations of this country, but it was also fairly popular among the other races too. According to the pamphlet that Miss Votheis provided him upon his acceptance of the position, many of the student body was from Helos, the home dimension of the devils and the demons. A small tinge of unease flickered within him, but it wasn't due to any sort of hatred or racial bias. No, the unease was simply a byproduct of the lingering echoes of what once was. The nervousness returned, and so Noah licked his dry lips and glanced down at his attire. He wore a light gray suit jacket, matching slacks, a white shirt, an aqua-colored plaid tie, a black belt, and a pair of black shoes. A silver ring with barely noticeable engravings hugged his right finger, and a simple golden studded earring was in his lower left earlobe. Noah had short black hair, cool brown eyes, and coffee-colored skin. He carried a briefcase with him in his left hand. He looked like a teacher. That was a start, right?
You got this. Just relax. It's nothing to worry about. You've been through way worse.
After another reassuring breath, Noah stepped past the front threshold and onto the school grounds. A buzzing energy blanketed across his skin for only a second, and then it was gone. Miss Vothuis had mentioned that part too during their orientation meeting. As she had described, the school grounds were protected by light warding spells. Some of the students who had watched the fight moments before started migrating toward the front entrance of the school, while others stayed where they were and talked amongst themselves. The female students wore the same uniform style as the two combatants, while the men wore aqua-colored plaid slacks, long-sleeved coats, white shirts, and aqua-colored plaid ties. A few of the students noticed Noah, but they quickly dipped back into their own conversations with their peers. Palpable excitement and anxiety saturated the air, and snippets of student conversations found their way into Noah's ears. Noah entered through the main doors and then studied the sign nailed to the wall. The sign said the following: Classrooms A1 through A6 to the left, Main office to the right, Auditorium to the right, Gymnasium to the left, Classrooms A7 through A12 to the right. All visitors and first-time arrivals head to the main office immediately. Students clustered all throughout the halls, forming moderate-sized groups ranging from as small as 2 to as many as 9. And they were positioned in such a way that only a narrow, clear path existed between them. A dull and steady roar of combined conversations wrapped around his side, and he maneuvered down the right corridor. Many students had already made their way to their homeroom classes, and each of the doorways were opened and inviting to any who should come across. Noah came to a T intersection, and the new hallway led to more classrooms. A water fountain jutted from the wall about 100 feet down the new hallway. As soon as Noah saw it, a powerful thirst clenched his throat. With a calm stride, he made his way towards it. He was about to bend down to partake of the fountain, but then something odd caught his eye. A single student stood surrounded by a cluster of others. The student in the middle had both of his hands balled, and he continuously switched his gazes between his peers. While the surrounding students had dark smirks on their faces, the student in the middle scowled. Noah approached them.
Filthy demon, son of a bitch. Why don't you go back to Hellos?
Yeah, no one wants you here, you freak. Hey, is there a problem here?
All at once, all of the students turned to regard Noah. The deep and collective hardness in the surrounding students' eyes fell away as soon as they saw Noah.
No, sir. We don't have a problem. We were just about to go to our homeroom.
The students stepped away from the one who stood in the middle, but more than one bumped him with their shoulders. He simply stood there until they had all departed, and his eyes fell slightly downcast. Both of his fists were still balled, and they shook ever so slightly with tinges of rage. Noah knew right away that this was a demon student. Like any other demon, devil, or non-human student, the young man had assumed a human form to better fit in with the population. Most people couldn't spot demons, devils, and the like by eye, but Noah could. He was a reasonably attractive young man by teenage standards, and his light brown eyes reflected the frustration that no doubt lorded in his soul.
Are you all right?
The young man bit his lip for a moment and then nodded.
Yes, sir.
He turned to go, but then stopped and peeked over his shoulder. His attention wasn't locked on Noah, though, but just in the empty space beside Noah.
I didn't ask for your help. No offense, sir.
The young man moved away from Noah in the same direction as the group of bullies had. Noah watched the young man go, but then let out a brief sigh. It wasn't easy being a Haloshan student, especially when purist mageblood movements cried out for racial purity and exclusion from races coming from other realms. Purist mageblood families would pollute the minds of their children, and that taint would start to spread at schools like this one. Granted, Arceados Academy was much more progressive than other schools Noah had heard about, but it wasn't totally free from ethnocentrism. Arceados Academy still maintained an excellent reputation, which is why so many Haloshans and otherworldly families sent their children here. Noah smiled, and a degree of warmth whispered in his mind. He walked back down the hallway and toward the main office. The main office had a long wraparound counter that looped around the front of the area. Several administrative assistants sat at various desks behind the counter, and at the moment they were all on the phones. Several doors with glass windows stood along the edges of the main office chamber. Toward the very back of the office stood an elegant door, and hanging above the door was an elaborate light brown lacquered wooden sign. The words, "Headmistress," was etched into the wood. One of the administrative assistants hung up the phone and peered at Noah.
Can I help you?
Hi. Today's my first day, and I just...
Oh, there you are, Mr. Cruz. I was starting to think you had gotten lost.
A dark-skinned woman dressed in a light gray skirt, matching suit jacket, and a light pink blouse approached him. Her dark brown eyes resembled polished chocolate-colored jewels. When the woman smiled, a great and invigorating brilliance awoke in Noah's chest. Her black hair consisted of thick, dark braids. A powerful and strange aura of devilic power beamed from the woman's body. Miss Demi Vathais, executive assistant to the headmistress, approached Noah and extended her hand. Noah gripped it tightly, and she gave him a firm shake.
Welcome to Arceados Academy officially. I am so glad you're going to be a part of our team. I just know the students are going to benefit from your knowledge.
Thank you. I really appreciate this great opportunity, and I promise I won't let you down.
Demi turned to one of the administrative assistants and grinned.
Can you please get me Mr. Cruz's teaching schedule for the semester?
The administrative assistant complied and then gave Noah a copy of his teaching schedule. He glanced down at it and reviewed it. A-Day. First period, Demonic Language 1, Class C5, 8 a.m. to 9:15. Second period, Demonic Language 2, Class B2, 9:20 a.m. to 10:35 a.m. Third period, Arcanite Foundations, Class A10, 10:40 to 11:55 a.m. Fourth period, Planning Hour / Lunch Duty, 12 p.m. through 1 p.m. Fifth period, Devilic Language 3, Class A2, 1:05 p.m. to 2:20 p.m. Sixth period, Devilic Language 1, Class C7, 2:25 p.m. through 3:40 p.m. Seventh period, Devilic Language 2, Class B8, 3:45 p.m. through 5 p.m. B-Day, Demonic Language 2, Class B1, 8 a.m. through 9:15 a.m. Second period, Demonic Language 1, Class C12, 9:20 a.m. through 10:35 a.m. Third period, Devilic Language 1, Class C9, 10:40 a.m. through 11:55 a.m. Fourth period, Planning Hour / Lunch Duty, 12 p.m. through 1 p.m. Fifth period, Arcanite Foundations, Class A5, 1:05 p.m. through 2:20 p.m. Sixth period, Demonic Language 3, Class A4, 2:20 p.m. through 3:40 p.m. Seventh period, Devilic Language 2, Class B12, 3:45 p.m. through 5 p.m.
Do you have any questions or concerns about your schedule?
No, looks great to me. I see that you decided to front-load me with a lot of Hellos language classes.
For a brief moment, Demi's gaze fell slightly, and the warmth from her smile diminished a little.
Yeah. Most Mageblood teachers don't know demonic or devilic well enough to teach it to Mageblood students, much less demonic or devilic students.
She chuckled a little and then met his eye contact.
I guess you could say that I was blessed to find you.
Noah laughed a little too, if for nothing else but the irony.
How about I show you where the teacher's offices are, huh? I'm sure you want to get settled into your desk before going to your first class.
That sounds great.
When Noah had tried navigating through the halls before, he had been forced to squeeze past unyielding groups of students. Though many noticed him and recognized his status as a teacher, very few allowed him greater space. As Miss Votheis strolled down the halls, each and every student stepped out of the way and beamed smiles at her. Miss Votheis smiled warmly in response, but then kept moving at a brisk pace. They climbed to the stairwell and went to the second floor, which was designated the B floor. The teachers' offices were located toward the middle of the floor and had 2 double-door entrances. Large white signs that read, "Teachers' Offices," were above both sets of doors. Miss Votheis opened one door and then gestured for Noah to step inside first. The teachers' offices were actually one large room with 4 waist-high cubicle walls running down the room parallel to one another. 10 wooden desks and chairs lined each side of the wall, which meant each row had 20 teachers' desks on it. Each desk had a waist-high wall between them as well, to perhaps give the teachers some privacy. There were a ton of other teachers within the room. Some of them were at their desks reviewing lesson plans, while others stood about in small groups, much like the students in the hallways on the A floor. They spoke just as animatedly as the students did too. Noah smiled, and a sudden warmth flickered within him. Miss Votheis led Noah to the back of the second row, to an empty desk second from the end.
Here we are.
She gestured toward the desk and then stepped up to the male teacher who sat at the very end of the row.
Mr. O'Malley, I'd like to introduce you to Mr. Cruz. He's our new Hellos language instructor, and he's also going to dabble in a little Arcanite foundations as well.
The man shifted around in his chair, noticed Noah, and then stood up. When he did, the man towered over Noah by at least 1.5 feet. He had a broad chest, a pair of thick, corded muscles, and trunk-like thighs and calves. Rather than wear a suit and slacks like most of the other male teachers, Mr. O'Malley wore a pair of black knee-length nylon shorts, some athletic shoes, and a tight white shirt. A whistle hung from the man's neck. Mr. O'Malley had a short brown buzzed hairstyle, but a super thick set of eyebrows. His nose was quite large, and nose hairs curled out from his wide nostrils. He had a pair of shimmering green eyes, and the widest, almost most welcoming smile he had ever seen. The most welcoming smile had been rightfully earned by Miss Votheis, but Mr. O'Malley was a close runner-up. Mr. O'Malley extended a hand toward Noah, and when Noah gripped his hands, sausage fingers curled around his own.
Great to meet you. Glad to see another rooster in this hen house, if you know what I mean. You can call me Gregor.
Miss Votheis stepped back and then pivoted around to leave.
Well, if you excuse me, I have a meeting with the headmistress during first period. If you need anything, please don't hesitate to ask.
Gregor sat down in his desk, but he stared up at Noah. Even sitting down, the man came up to Noah's chest.
You're going to like it here, Mr. Cruz. It's a great work environment. The pay is pretty decent, and there's never a dull moment.
Never a dull moment.
The walls of the building shook, and the air rippled intensely. Somewhere, something exploded.
Whoa! What was that?
Gregor fumbled with some paperwork on his desk. His eyes glazed over slightly.
Oh, it's probably another student fight. Don't worry, the Student Hall Monitor Association will take care of it.
Noah pulled out his own chair and sat in it, but he still gazed at Gregor over the top of the cubicle wall. Holy hellos, this guy was huge!
That sounded serious. And you're leaving it to a bunch of hall monitors?
For a brief moment, Gregor arched an intrigued, raised eyebrow at Noah. His large lips curled upward, and then a massive smirk creased his broad face.
Is this your first time being at the magical school? You must not be familiar with the SHMA.
The SHMA? Oh, I get it. And, yeah, this is my first experience with a school like Arceados Academy. I attended a different kind of school growing up.
Oh, yeah? Well, the SHMA are made up of 3rd and 4th year students who have mastered a great deal of spells, techniques, yada yada. Think of them as a free police force. Usually, we teachers don't have to step in unless it's really serious.
Does it ever get that serious?
Nah. Not in the 5 years since I've taught here. Or in my 4 years of attending Arceados.
So, what do you teach?
Isn't it obvious? I am a walking cliché.
Well, since you're obviously an ogre-bred man, I'd say you'd be some kind of coach?
Gregor laughed out loud again, and he slapped Noah on the shoulders. Immense of concussive force rippled into him, and yet Noah just grinned awkwardly.
Ogre bread. Ha! I wish. I like you, Mr. Cruz. You're alright. Nope. Just a regular old mage blood. And yeah, I teach physical education and I am also the head Essence Ball coach.
You can call me Noah. I guess I'll leave my lunch here and head off to my first class.
Wait for a moment.
Gregor's voice lowered to a whisper, and he clandestinely peered about at the other teachers around them. Noah did as well, and by the looks of it, no one glanced their way.
Have you ever taught demonic or devilic students?
The moisture in Noah's throat dried up, and he beamed an awkward sort of grin at the larger man.
Well, no.
Listen, I'm not racist, but those kinds of students can be a little more of a handful than regular old mage bloods. Sometimes it's not even their fault, but still, usually whenever there's trouble, one of them is involved.
A thick sheen of filth had started to coat the inside of Noah's stomach and throat. His skin crawled, and a great sense of vulnerability poked into every inch of his body. Nothing good ever came from conversations that started with, "I'm not racist, but..."
If there are any disruptions, regardless of who it is, you need to crack the whip and be strict across the board. If you're too nice to demons and devils, but perceivably overly hard on the regular mage bloods, then the purists are going to cause a lot of issues for you. Inversely, if you're too lenient on the mage bloods and super strict on the demons and the devils, then you're going to have Kazuna Miyoshi on your ass. And trust me, that's not what you want.
Who's Kazuna Miyoshi? Is she an outspoken student?
No, worse. She's an outspoken teacher. If she thinks you're mistreating any of the Helosian students, especially the mnemonic ones, she'll mess you up.
Thanks for the warning, but I don't intend on mistreating any of my students or playing favorites. I'm sure I won't have any issue with Miss Miyoshi or these purists.
You poor fool. Miss Miyoshi is the kind of, person who's going to have issue with you no matter what. Unless you're a demon. Wait, are you a demon?
No, I'm not.
Gregor's facial muscles relaxed a little, and he let out another awkward chuckle. He collected his papers on his desk, rose, and then started to head toward the doorway leading out to the hallways.
Well, good luck, and welcome to Arceados Academy. I'm sure you're going to be a great addition to the team.
As soon as Noah left the offices, he brushed aside his discomfort. He climbed the set of stairs to the 3rd floor, the C floor, and then approached his first classroom. Noah's heart trembled a little bit, and he placed his hand on the surface of C5's sliding door. This was it, the really real start to his teaching career. Despite the fact that he had done so many other things in his life, this particular adventure seemed a little more intimidating than the others. Surely he would be fine, right? He slid the door open and stepped inside. Seconds before, the entire room had been dominated by energy-filled conversations from the various groups of students. However, as soon as Noah stepped inside, everyone stopped and then regarded him at once. A sudden silence fell over the students, and then they drifted to their respective seats. The weight of their attention pushed against Noah's senses. There were 25 students inside the room, seated in 5 rows spanning the room. Noah smiled at all of them, and only a few of the students returned his polite gesture. He walked over to the desk located at the front of the room and placed his briefcase on it. A whiteboard spanned the wall behind him.
Drakisil, von Dugen, Misko, Tuingla, Escorta, Noah Cruz. Exteas, Abamos, Siente, Sechkar Yon.
More than half of the students gave Noah slightly squeamish and uncertain expressions, while the remainder appeared unbothered by his statement.
For those of you who don't know demonic, I said, "Good morning, class. My name is Mr. Noah Cruz, and this class is Demonic 1.
Noah opened one of the desk drawers and gazed inside. There were several wet erase markers of different colors inside the drawer, and rather than take the black one, Noah took the green-colored marker. He started writing on the board. As he did so, he silently marveled at the script of the words. The demonic written language was composed of elegant and sharp lines that flowed together to form a singular, intricate line. Once the sentence was etched upon the board, he turned around to regard the students once more.
Some of you already know what this says, but I'm going to assume that most of you don't. And even if you know what it says, you probably don't know its real significance or why it was said. By the end of the semester, you'll all know why this phrase is so significant.
A soft murmur rippled through the class.
Please take out your textbooks and turn to Chapter 1. Greetings, class. My name is Mr. Noah Cruz, and this is Arcanite Foundations.
Good morning, Mr. Cruz.
As Noah glanced over the faces of the students, a sudden spark of recognition flickered in his mind's eye. He had seen 3 of the students sitting toward the back of the class earlier that morning, crowded around a lone demon student. His eyes met with theirs, and yet they showed no sign of unease or shame. In fact, they stared at him just as blankly and dispassionately as the others did.
So, let me start off with a simple question. Where does a person's magical energy come from?
For a brief moment, none of the students reacted to his inquiry, and then a student on the right side of the room raised her hand. She was a bright-eyed young woman with an eager smile, big poofy brown hair, and a discernible delight melting from her. She had green eyes. The young woman sat towards the back of the row closest to the window, second seat from the back.
A person's magic comes from the melding of their soul energy and their mind.
Noah grinned at her and then opened his mouth to give her praise on her answer. However, before he could do so, a warbled, disembodied voice trembled in the air above the class. It had a muted quality to it, almost like distant thunder.
Demon slut.
Whoa! That is unacceptable, and that will not be tolerated in my class.
The students weren't looking at him, however, but instead at the demon student who had answered the question. She whirled around to look at the class, specifically at the cluster of mage-blood students toward the back of the room. Streams of emerald green energy flowed from her eyes, and her face had become flushed with crimson.
Who said that?
One of the students who had confronted the young male demon student that morning leaned forward in his seat. A greasy douchebag smile creased his face. He had short brown hair, cut in a crew cut style. When he smiled, the Mageblood's teeth beamed with unnatural whiteness, and it was obvious that his skin had been magically enhanced to be blemish and wrinkle-free. The student was tall, lanky, and had a huge Adam's apple bulging out from his throat.
Don't get your panties in a bunch, honey. It was a joke.
The demon student took a step closer to him.
Honey, I got your honey right here.
A vibrant sphere of green magical energy encapsulated her left hand, and the light around the sphere darkened and was swallowed by its radiance. Magic flowed into Noah's throat, and his vocal cords vibrated with enhanced vigor.
Enough!
Tremors from Noah's voice brutally savaged the air. All of the students locked gazes on him. The walls, ceilings, floors, and desks shook in unease as the voice passed over them. Each and every one of the students sank in their desks, perhaps hoping to find some seclusion from the very scary voice Noah had just unveiled. With the exception of the demon student. She cowered where she stood, and both her rage and visible magic energy disappeared instantly. The prickish smugness on the purest Mageblood student's face had also been swept away beneath a mask of concern. Amidst the concern, elements of dark resentment started to burn softly. A wave of sheepishness fell over Noah, for he had not intended on using magic to amplify his voice. He simply wanted to get the student's attention. Noah glared at the purest student who spoke.
I won't tolerate such disrespect in this class. If it happens again, then I'll discover who the culprits are through my own magic, and you will be dealt with severely. Racism, sexism, and shaming are unacceptable.
Noah turned to the demon student who was standing, and he gave her a slight bow. That gesture caused several of the students to give out ever so slight gasps.
Young lady, I'm sorry for what was said, and I promise that it will not happen again. Your answer was intelligent and insightful. Well done.
Thank you, sir.
And what is your name, miss?
Nosa Bacento.
From somewhere in the room, a female student said something loud enough for everyone to hear, but not so clearly enough for Noah to identify her.
Demon lover.
When Noah gazed at the Mageblood students, they all gave him the same blank,
I'm not ratting out my friend,
sort of expressions.
Let's continue, shall we? Who can tell me one of the 9 laws of magic?
This time, a much longer silence lingered before someone answered Noah's question. Noah stretched his arms a little and he walked around the perimeter of the school. Miss Vothuis explained to him during his orientation that every teacher had to do a lunch duty twice a week in order to assist with keeping things safe. The Student Hall Monitor Association, or SHMA, also patrolled the grounds, making sure that students followed the rules and such. The SHMA students wore black armbands around their upper arms, around their biceps specifically. As he started his lunch duty session, Noah noticed several mousy-looking SHMA members giving offending students who were twice their size the business. To be honest, it was actually quite amusing to watch. Noah rounded the corner of a building and noticed a large group of students standing behind a cluster of trees. He approached cautiously and stealthily. A wild silence gripped the crowd, and they watched 2 smaller groups in the middle of the circle. The 2 group sizes were 11 Magebloods in one group, and 8 demons and devils in the other. The purest Mageblood student from his Arcanite Foundations class stood at the head of the 11, while the demon student named Nosa Bacento stood with another female student, who was the apparent leader of the 8. The female student leader had her arm draped around Nosa's waist, casually. The demon student leader had long black hair that had been tied into a braided ponytail, the end of which nearly touched the ground. She had brown eyes, and she was an inch shorter than Miss Bacento was. Just like in class, the greasy douchebag smile spread on the purest male Mageblood student's face. Someone in the crowd said,
"Teacher."
For a moment, the students whipped their heads to verify who the teacher was. However, their interest was lost as most had not met Noah officially yet. Once more, the crowd focused on the two groups. The female leader of the group of 8 spoke.
I'm not gonna tell you again, Phaedron. Say sorry or else.
Or you'll do what? There are 11 of us and only 8 of you pathetic, hellos, ash trash pieces of shit. You think a teacher's gonna stop us from putting you in your places?
Come on, Christy. Let's just let it go.
Let it go? Hellos, no! These self-absorbed Mageblood pricks can't get away with disrespecting you like that! It's fucking bullshit!
Several of the other demon students gave their agreements. Noah stepped out into the open space closer to the students, and he held his arms out wide. The students in the crowds whispered and buzzed with anticipation. Dread-soaked hate saturated the air.
That's enough! No one's going to be fighting anyone!
The student named Phaedron never took his eyes off the demon group. His smile grew even more wicked.
With all due respect, sir, demon-loving teachers should stay out of Mageblood business, unless they want to get hurt. We wouldn't want that to happen now, would we?
Christy's body became bathed in a violet, fiery aura.
I don't give a fuck about him! You had your chance! Let's go!
No! Stop! No!
Once more, Noah's vocal cords vibrated with profound magical energy. However, unlike last time, heightened teenage angst polluted the air like miasma. The two groups charged at one another. Magical auras surrounded students. Arcane orbs of energy swirled around balled fists, and spells began to manifest in various forms. Arcane bolts and rays zipped about, barely missing both the combatants and the onlookers. The students in the crowd screamed, but more so out of surprise and delight, rather than actual fear. They cheered and yelled as they either ducked lower or casted protection spells for themselves. One demon student launched a wide tongue of fire at a Mageblood student, but the Mageblood student conjured a floating sphere of water to extinguish the fire as it came closer. Several Mageblood students summoned energy whips, and they proceeded to attack a couple of the demons and devils. Christy and Phaedron were locked in a sort of reverse tug-of-war with beams of magical energy, trying to push into one another. While Miss Magento had been a reluctant participant before, her eyes glowed with energy, and she blasted at several of the other Magebloods. More often than not, the arcane bolts, rays, and magical attacks collided with energy shields or other kinds of barriers. Explosions rocked the air. Noah screamed for them to stop again, but no one paid him any mind. The students in the crowd cheered even more excitedly, and they drowned out his voice. A devil student had grown twice her size, and she punched at several of the Magebloods who surrounded her. She connected with one of them, and the Mageblood went flying over the crowd of observers. Two Magebloods had conjured glowing magical weapons, a sword and an axe, and they were bashing against an arcane bubble of one of the demon students. Cracks had formed up and down the bubble, and the demon student cowered. Noah's insides sloshed with acid tension. He glanced about, but he only saw the dancing and gyrating forms of the students in the crowd. The bubble broke fiercely, and one of the Mageblood students slashed at the demon student. A massive wound had been opened up on his side, and he fell to the ground. The other student stepped up over the quivering demon, and he raised his weapon high. Noah summoned his magic, his real magic, and his hands glowed in an eerie silver-colored illumination. The chaotic excitement of the observers died away instantly, and Noah's voice carried loudly. The words danced out past his lips. Noah slammed both palms flat on the ground, and then willed his spell into existence. Dozens of silver chains burst from the ground where the students fought. each with shackles at the ends of them. The shackles shot forth, latching onto the students' wrists, necks, ankles, waists, and any other body part. As soon as the shackles closed, the chains pulled tightly back into the earth, locking the captured student in place. Within seconds, each and every one of the 18 combatants had been restrained tightly. On average, each student had about 4 shackles gripping them. The chains themselves glowed with a constant silvery light. No one said anything, and all eyes were on Noah.
I told you to stop.
Get out of the way, SHMA coming through. Out of the way or you'll get detention.
The students rapidly moved out of the way, and 4 older-looking students stomped up to where all the fighting had been taking place. They wore the standard-issued black armbands. As if they were part of a hive mind, all 4 students had rage-filled eyes, tight-lined mouths, and balled fists. There were 3 female students and 1 male student. When they got to the circle, they stopped and regarded the cluster of chained students.
Who casted this spell?
I did.
Immediately, the fire from the SHMA members' faces faded, and they relaxed ever so slightly. Though they were not angry anymore, they still maintained themselves with the rigidity that would have made military sergeants proud.
Oh, well, thank you, sir, for stepping in. We apologize we didn't get here sooner. Would you mind releasing your spell?
Noah nodded and then snapped his finger. The chains evaporated and turned into mist, and just like that, the students were free. The male SHMA student went to the injured demon student, while 2 of the other female SHMA members started berating the others who engaged in the fight. A look of absolute mortification creased Miss Bagento's face.
We'll take it from here, sir.
Noah nodded again and then walked away from the sight of the fight. The students in the crowd gave Noah a wide berth, and not a one uttered a sound.
Thank you for waiting. The headmistress will see you now.
Swirling despair sloshed around in the pits of Noah's stomach. He rose from one of the main office waiting chairs. Reluctantly, Noah met Miss Vautheis's gaze. Though she had warm, vibrant eyes, Noah knew this wasn't going to be a good talk. For the remainder of Noah's afternoon classes, an unspoken shyness had taken hold of the students. It was only when Noah forced them to answer that the students engaged with him at all. And the way that the students looked at him, it was unsettling to say the least. Noah stepped past Miss Vautheis, and as he did, she patted his shoulder.
Hey, don't look so worried. She isn't going to kill you.
Noah swallowed hard. He tried to laugh back, but it came out as a warbled whimper. Miss Vautheis gave off another slight giggle, perhaps to share her bubbliness with him. He entered the headmistress's office. The office had multiple large windows that let in the fading sunlight. Dusk was quickly approaching, especially since it was about 5:30 p.m. Headmistress Emily Darboux sat behind a large, dark wooden desk, and she had her fingers laced upon the desk. Headmistress Darboux sat in a large, high-back, red leather chair, and judging from where the top of the headmistress's head rested on the chair, she was no doubt a tall woman. She had light, white-colored skin, as if she were some kind of golem made of cream. A pair of dark brown eyes centered on him. She had a wide pair of lips that no doubt created wonderfully large smiles when she was pleased. At the moment, Headmistress Darboux was not pleased. Her short dark brown hair matched her eye color.
Please take a seat, Mr. Cruz.
A pair of chairs rested in front of her desk. Noah sat down in one of them.
Mr. Cruz, please help me understand why you had to use magic on our students.
Savage silence blasted between them for a few seconds, and Noah's heart raced. His answer leapt from his lips.
2 groups of students were fighting, and there weren't any SHMA members to step in. The combat started to get ugly, and so I did what I had to stop them.
Headmistress Darbo peered at him for a long moment. But then she let out a little sniff through her nose.
Do you know why we have policies that require the schma to be the first line of defense?
To allow for the students to have greater responsibility in school administration?
No.
The headmistress averted her eyes, and she allowed her gaze to delve into the space between all things.
It is one matter to have school-approved students policing other students in specific and controlled methods. It's another matter entirely when a teacher uses a powerful spell of unknown origins to discipline students, even if it is to restrain them.
Noah's throat burned with desert-like dryness.
I have already received multiple complaints from some of the parents of the Mageblood students whom you restrained. Not only that, but I have also heard that many of the demon students included in this afternoon's altercation are unnerved by you.
Unnerved?
Headmistress Darbo narrowed her eyes and she leaned in closer.
What language did you speak your spell in?
Excuse me?
The corners of Headmistress Darbo's mouth formed the barest hint of a smile.
The language you used. None of the other students recognized it. It wasn't Arcanite, and it certainly wasn't one of the two Helosian languages. I was under the assumption you casted spells in Arcanite, but apparently that's not the case.
Ma'am, if you recall from my resume, I speak 12 languages, and I've studied magic in all of those tongues. Everything happened so fast, and a student was cut open, so I just cast the first relevant spell that came to mind. I don't remember what language I might have used.
Headmistress Darbo's eyes narrowed a little more, and she sat back in her leather chair. She drew in a deep breath.
My assistant, Miss Vautheis, assured me that you would be a wonderful asset to our school. Your knowledge of the Helosian languages are quite impressive. However, I still cannot ignore the grievances of some of our Mageblood parents.
Noah's insides throbbed with nauseated acid, and he pressed the back of his tongue to the roof of his mouth, in case he had to hurl. Of all the things he had overcome in his life, why all of a sudden did this experience make him the most anxious?
Under normal circumstances, you would be terminated.
But these aren't normal circumstances?
A bright smile spread across Headmistress Darbo's face.
No, these are not. You saved lives today, and because of that, you will be spared termination. The student who was injured was a demon student. Had you not acted when you did, then he would have been killed by the pair of Mageblood students. Under some rigorous questioning, both students admitted they were trying to kill the demon student. They've both been expelled.
But Headmistress, all of the students were trying to kill one another. In fact, one of the students sent forth a stream of fire to roast another.
While that may appear to be the case, the students, aside from the pair previously mentioned, were not actually trying to kill one another, but simply assert dominance. It is to my understanding that you had not attended a school like Arceados Academy in your youth. Is that correct?
That is correct, ma'am.
Fights such as these are commonplace at schools like Arceados Academy. We, as both educators and individuals who went through similar experiences, recognize them as an inevitability. We do our best to minimize the damage and devastation that is often born out of teenage angst. After each incident, we carefully analyze intent. Those two Mageblood students wanted to kill, and so they are no longer welcome at Arceados Academy.
I see. So is the demon student okay?
Yes, he is. I admire your interest in his well-being, as well as your efforts to stand up against the unfortunate culture of racism we have here.
Thank you, ma'am.
I have always found such distaste with the purist mindset. Despite my best efforts, it is still an ever-present thorn in my side.
The headmistress paused and leaned over her desk again.
You are not from Helos, are you?
No, ma'am.
Then I am quite curious as to why you're so well-versed in the Helosian tongues.
Well, I've also mastered the languages of the Fae, the Dejani, the Kami. The Armethians and Giant speak as well. I've always loved languages, words, and script. There's great power in words, both spoken and written.
So, you are a linguist, then? Nothing more? Huh, I think not. There are more mysteries hidden within the folds of your soul, but I am content with discovering them on another day.
She gestured to the door of her office.
I assume you will be returning tomorrow?
Yes, ma'am. I would like that very much.
Good. Welcome to Arceados Academy.
Episode 2. An Unexpected Hero.
Well, that could have certainly been worse.
With a casual stroll, Noah passed through the front gates of Arceados Academy. Despite the brief flight of panic and discomfort, his first day had actually been quite pleasant. The students he had come in contact with brimmed with an infectious sense of energy and wild wonder for an infinite string of possibilities laid before them. Noah grinned as he walked down the sidewalk. He stopped, though, when he noticed a man across the street. The man wore a black trench coat, a wide-brimmed black hat, and a pair of dark sunglasses. He stood in the mouth of an alleyway between two buildings, and moments before, the man had been staring at the school. As Noah noticed him, though, the man pivoted and ran deeper into the alley. Noah stared after him for a moment, but then started walking again. His blood had chilled considerably, and he found himself gripping the handle of his briefcase tighter. Could that man have been looking for him? Surely not. Noah had been extremely careful, and there was no reason other than the minor incident with the students earlier that would even hint at what Noah dare not say. Perhaps that was it. Perhaps that man was a hired muscle working for one of the purest mageblood families. Then again, the stranger could have been stalking someone else. Noah's spine wiggled inside his skin, and the notion that one of the innocent students was being targeted brought about grim imagery. He would simply have to let Miss Vothuis know about the man tomorrow. When Miss Vothuis hired him for the teaching position, she had recommended getting an apartment near the school. While this was a great idea, the last thing Noah wanted was to be close to anyone who might grow too suspicious of him or his roommate Samuel. Many of the apartments and houses close to the school were upscale and populated by wealthy mageblood families. Such neighborhoods didn't really suit either Noah or Samuel. Or rather, stuffy frou-frou magebloods and their stuck-up communities didn't suit Samuel. By no means was their current apartment bad. It just wasn't up to Samuel's standards. However, since Samuel got to choose the accommodations the last time, it was only fair for the Sly Fox to grin and bear Noah's selection. Arceados Academy was located in the small city of Laughlin, and by many accounts, it was one of the country's best-kept secrets. One reason for its unfamiliarity on the national stage was due to the large population of unique individuals who lived here. According to the pamphlet that Miss Vothuis had given him during his orientation, a powerful ritual had been enacted centuries ago that affected normal, non-magical humans who lived in, passed through, or visited Laughlin. Any knowledge gained about the magical races, spells, and/or Arceados Academy itself dissolved from the normal humans' minds like melting snow. The ritual used for Arceados Academy's protection and secrecy wasn't exclusive to Laughlin. Miss Vothuis said that there were cities all over the world with similar arcane setups. Laughlin itself had a population of about 50,000 people, and it was nestled 20 miles away from the nearest mountain range, and 40 miles away from the closest major city. Aside from the supernatural races and families, Laughlin was like any other small city/big town one might find. All in all, it was a nice, slow-paced city, which was a nice change compared to where Noah and Samuel used to live. On his walk to work that morning, Noah had passed by an empty playground. As the fading sunlight slowly retracted from the land, about a dozen children jumped and jostled on the various playground equipments. Their parents sat on benches and either idly watched their children or they played on their phones. Several blocks down from the lively park stood a collection of several tall apartment buildings. Each of the buildings had about 10 floors, were made from dull red brick, and had dozens and dozens of wide-set windows across the sides. Even from this distance, Noah felt the subtle traces of Heliotian auras rippling on the air. These 4 apartment buildings had formed into a semi-famous neighborhood affectionately referred to as Little Hellos. As the name suggested, most of the tenants who lived in those buildings were Heliotians, which meant devils or demons. Noah's apartment was a mile away from Little Hellos, toward the edge of town. His building was a 2-story structure with 10 units on each floor. Most of the apartments were vacant. And in fact, Noah and Samuel didn't have neighbors on either side of them or in the unit below them. All of the apartments had exterior doors. Railroad tracks ran beside the apartment buildings, perhaps 1,000 feet away. The only train that passed by his place were long-distance passenger trains, making their way past the little sleepy town of Laughlin. Rent was fairly inexpensive, all things considered. Noah climbed the rusty stairs leading toward the 2nd floor, and he made his way to the apartment door. He opened it and then stepped inside.
Honey, I'm home.
Motherfucker, what'd I tell you about all that honey shit? If we have to go over this shit again, I'm gonna break my paw from your ass.
Noah closed the front door as a medium dog-sized fox sauntered out of one of the bedrooms. The fox had a bright orange coat with a considerable white patch of fur just under his chin, and the patch covered the front of his chest as well. A pair of large ears perked off of the vulpine's skull, and the fox's rich brown eyes studied Noah with more than a bit of curiosity. His bushy tail whipped about with slight agitation.
Now see what you going and done, man? You pissed off my tail. What you gotta say for yourself? And why you late? I've been waiting for my dinner, man.
Noah moved over to one of the 2 couches that rested in the main room of the apartment, and he plopped down on it. A small, circular coffee table stood between the couches. Dozens of books lined the bookshelf against the far wall. A flat-screen television hung on the wall in such a way that it could be viewed from anywhere in the room. Fox fur covered the couch that Noah wasn't sitting on.
Yeah, sorry about that. I had to meet with the headmistress after school.
Why? Why did you get in trouble? It was only your first day. What the hell did you do?
I mean, it wasn't a big deal. I used some of my magic to break up a fight.
Samuel hopped up on the other couch, his couch, and then he started to make himself comfortable.
You risk getting discovered to stop a fight. Are you fucking stupid? How many people were in the fight?
Well, I think 11 on one side and maybe 9 or so on the other. I don't remember exactly. It all happened so fast.
The fox smiled and then barked out a quick laugh. His tail slapped against the arm of the couch in an excited fashion.
Oh, shit. That wasn't a fight. That was a battle. That makes more sense. Still, you need to watch it with the magic. I still think you teaching at that school is a bad idea.
The pay is pretty good, and I get my weekends off, theoretically.
But is it worth getting found? You playing a dangerous game. I wouldn't care as much if it was just your bitch ass that was at risk, but it's not. This involves me too, motherfucker. You need to act more carefully for both our asses.
I'm being careful.
Says the dumbass motherfucker who used magic to stop a fight. So how did you stop the fight exactly?
Noah averted his eyes, but he couldn't hide his growing smile. A warbled giggle slipped past his lips.
Tick-tock, motherfucker. Give me an answer.
Well, I used my magic to conjure a bunch of chains and shackles, latch onto the students, and then I restrained and pinned them in place.
For a long moment, Samuel just stared at Noah, with all the judgment and weight the universe could muster. Noah had to fight the urge not to bust out laughing hysterically.
What?
So help me understand. You used some kinky BDSM type shit on some students. And they didn't fire and arrest your nasty ass?
It wasn't kinky.
You conjured a bunch of chains and shackles to latch onto students. And then you restrained and pinned them in place.
His tail smacked against the couch again.
And you just gonna play it off like it isn't some repressed type shit. Really, bitch?
Noah couldn't help it. He simply had to bend over and holler with continuous laughter. All the while, Samuel just sat on the other couch with the most intense, judgy eyes. When Noah regained his composure, he beamed at Samuel.
I didn't mean for it to be that way.
You a motherfucking artificer. You can make anything you want, and you only limited by your own imagination. I've been rolling with you for decades, and I've seen some crazy ass shit you created on the fly. Most of it has been fucking beautiful, so it's clear that you know your stuff. Help me understand why you needed chains and shackles.
It was the first thing that popped into my head.
And you know why that is.
Why?
Samuel hopped off of the couch, but he looked at Noah.
It's cause you're a motherfucking freak. I keep telling you that you need to get some ass, ASAP.
The fox casually moved to one of the bedrooms. His bedroom, to be exact.
And where are you going?
Where does it look like, motherfucker? I'ma go lie down while you make dinner. You better hurry up, cause I'm hungry.
Noah simply chuckled. Noah shivered a little as the brisk morning air tickled his exposed skin. Classes at Arceados Academy began at 8 a.m. sharp, and to ensure that he had plenty of time, Noah left his apartment by 6 a.m. Latham's streets were pretty empty at that time of day, which gave the city a kind of solemn ambiance that gently seduced Noah's restless soul. This place was peaceful, unexciting, and intoxicatingly comforting. To be honest, Noah could totally see himself settling down and spending the rest of his days in a place just like this. Noah drew in a deep breath, and the minty chill of the air invigorated his lungs.
Today will be better. No one's really going to care about yesterday, and they'll be more focused on whatever the next thing is.
Noah walked past the 4 looming buildings that made up Little Hellos. Only a few lights were in the many windows. Yesterday, he had left closer to 6:45, and the Hellotian community had been much more alert, with many more lights in the windows. It was funny what a difference a 45 minutes actually made. Noah strolled down a hill and glanced across the street toward a small mom-and-pop diner that he had seen yesterday. It wasn't opened for business at the moment, but yesterday when it was quite busy. Most of the patrons he had seen there were students from the school. The diner was called Cho's Counter, and it had a large white sign with blue lettering above its door. Too bad that place wasn't opened. With all the rushing and excitement that morning, Noah hadn't had the chance to make himself breakfast. Thank the light he actually got to have a cup of coffee. As Noah rounded a corner, someone collided into him with significant force. He fell to the ground, and it took a moment for him to sit back up. Noah wasn't hurt or anything, but he certainly felt a vibrant bubble of embarrassment ripple inside him. A young woman dressed in an Arceados Academy student uniform sat up beside him on the street. At the moment, she held her head with her hand, and a slight pained expression painted her face. The young woman wore a bright blue hijab that obscured her hair and neck. She had a set of wide, sparkling green eyes and well-trimmed black eyebrows. The young woman also wore the required uniform as well. Noah's heart lurched inside his chest, and he opened his mouth to speak.
Are you all right, miss?
The young woman sat up a little straighter and then gazed at Noah.
Oh goodness, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to knock you over. Are you okay?
Noah got to his feet and extended a hand down to the student. Despite his offer, she stood up on her own and straightened and wiped off her skirt.
I'm fine. Are you all right, miss?
Oh, I'm fine. I'm just a little clumsy sometimes.
You're a student at Arceados Academy, right? I can tell by your uniform.
The student paused for a moment and then glanced at Noah with apparent intrigue. It wasn't like the apprehensive stares that Noah had received from some of the other students yesterday, but bit more curious and pleasantly innocent.
Are you a teacher there, by chance?
Yes, my name is Mr. Cruz.
The student gave him a small bow.
It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Cruz. My name is Kachina El Amin.
Kachina bent down and collected her dropped briefcase and sack lunch. Her briefcase was a small, thin, black leather accessory that no doubt carried assignments and such.
Please excuse me. I have to get to school soon, because I'm on the opening ceremony committee. Have a wonderful day, Mr. Cruz.
Kachina started running down the sidewalk that led toward the school. Noah followed in the same direction, albeit at a slower, more relaxed pace. When Noah finally arrived at the school, he took note of how quiet and serene the hallways were. Unlike yesterday, very few students had arrived yet. The air lacked the urgency of wonder, the dread of angst, or the hustle and bustle of excited youths. Noah entered the teacher's offices and started walking toward his desk. As soon as he entered, though, a great and foreboding quiet fell over the other teachers. They all looked at him with wide eyes. Eyes that cringed in the face of, yet secretly hungered for something bad to happen. However, one teacher in particular looked a lot different than the rest. Rather than have sympathetic eyes, her irises vibrated with absolute fiery rage. She was a young woman with long, dark brown hair that was almost black. Her violet-colored eyes marked her as something otherworldly, as did the magical aura of her spirit. She was a demon. The woman wore a long-sleeved white blouse, a bright red skirt, and a pair of heels. A wicked snarl had been carved into her face. As soon as Noah entered the offices, she started vigorously moving toward him. She met Noah at his desk. The woman spoke as Noah placed his briefcase on the flat of his desk. Gregor, who was sitting at his desk, turned all the way around so his back was facing both Noah and the woman.
Hey, you! You're the new teacher, aren't you?
Yes, I'm Noah.
The woman balled her fists and took a strong step toward Noah. Her eyes started glowing with a faint, dark black and red hue.
Oh, so then you're the one who used magic on some of our demon students. That is unacceptable!
Her voice rose several octaves, and the entire teacher's office grew even more saturated with uneasy anticipation and grim excitement. The demon teacher poked him in the chest, hard.
I had better not ever hear about you doing that shit again. Otherwise, you and I are going to have problems.
I already had this discussion with Headmistress Dart.
The demon teacher's eyes hardened, and she bared her teeth at him.
Great! You dealt with her, and now
you're dealing with me.
If I didn't cast my spell, one of the students would have been dead. I don't know if you know this, but 2 of the Mage Bloods...
Oh, I'm fully aware of that. I plan to address that bullshit with the families of those little pricks this afternoon. The fact that you saved one of my students is the only thing that's keeping me from demanding your immediate dismissal. There's something I want to ask you.
Oh? And what's that?
The demon teacher's eyes grew harder and more piercing.
What language did you cast your spells in?
A greasy, acidic wetness had splashed all over Noah's heart. Every time it beat within him, the disgusting sensation grew more powerful.
Why does that matter?
It matters because no one seems to know what language you've spoken. It's unsettling to the students involved, the greater population of the student body, and frankly, some of the teachers, myself included.
I speak 12 different languages, and I can cast spells in all of them, if I really wanted to.
Maybe so, but I have it on good authority that that language you used isn't one of the 8 primary languages used by the general magic-using population. The student in your class, Nosa Bagento, is an honor student, and she knows all 8 of them. If you retaliate on her, I promise they'll never find your body.
I'll tell you the same thing I told Headmistress Darbo. I don't remember the language I used. It all happened so fast.
For a long moment, the demon teacher glared into his eyes. Noah's soul squirmed a little, but he didn't break eye contact with her.
Next time, let the SHMA members handle it. There are few situations where teachers need to use spells that powerful against the student body.
The demon teacher walked past Noah, and as she did, she drove her shoulder into his. The young woman was much stronger than she looked, and Noah nearly lost his footing. As she moved farther away, Noah could have sworn she let out a victorious, amused chuckle. Gregor pivoted his chair around, stood up beside Noah, and watched the demon teacher leave the offices. The larger man patted Noah on the shoulder.
Congratulations, you just met Kazuna Miyoshi.
Noah exited the teacher's offices and then moved through the throng of students. It was such a subtle thing at first, and to be honest, he didn't notice it until he made it to the doorway of his class. The students had gradually stopped their conversations as they noticed him, and they stared at him with wide, concerned eyes. When Noah turned to regard those looking at him, the students quickly averted their gazes and tried to pretend that they were deep in conversation. A seedy, slick film had formed in the base of his stomach, and it gave off volts of anxious energy. When he stepped into his classroom, the students froze where they sat or stood and gaped at him. Some of the students had wider expressions than others.
Good morning, class. I trust that everyone is having a good day?
No one said anything, and those who were standing up gravitated to their seats. The air was heavy, and the pressure radiating from the students stabbed into Noah's pores like invisible arrows. His dry throat crackled as he built up the spit in the back of his throat and then swallowed it. Even though this had been their first official meeting, it seemed that Noah's notoriety had made its way around the student body.
My name is Noah Cruz, and this is Demonic Language 2. Since this isn't a beginner class, I'd like to see where you all are at.
He took out a dry erase marker from the desk and started writing on the board in Demonic.
You have until the end of class to compose a brief rough draft about your future goals in Demonic only.
A brief moment passed, and then the students silently got out their papers and pens. Noah sat down at the desk in the front of the class, and he observed the students as they worked. More than a few of them peeked up at him with agitated and cautious expressions. As soon as they noticed Noah looking at them, they plunged back into their papers. A loud explosion rocked the classroom walls, followed by a crash and smashing of glass and stone. The crash originated from outside. Noah moved to the window, as did all of the other students. For a brief moment, the tension between them was forgotten, and they were all spectators. Their room, B1, was on the second floor, and the commotion was on the ground floor. 5 students stood in the yard between the buildings, and 4 of them surrounded a single student in the middle. Each of the 4 students had glowing hands, eyes, and other signs of charged magic. The student in the center was none other than the young man Noah had seen on the first day. The demon male student wore a mask of anger, and thin orange lines of magical power scattered across his cheeks and temples. Noah winced. A large hole stood ajar in the side of the building, right across from Noah's class window, only a story below. The teacher of the first floor's class screamed out for help, and the other students started to filter out so they could get a better view. Noah's mind raced, and he opened the window.
Oh shit, he's gonna do something.
This is gonna be awesome!
Noah's blood chilled, and he stopped himself. A breeze blew in from the window and tousled his short black hair. He swallowed hard. From the corner of Noah's eye, he caught the entirety of his class. Rather than look outside, they gaped at him with hungry expressions.
Look! The SHMA just showed up.
A dozen students wearing black armbands charged into the area, some from the hole in the wall, some from the windows of other classes, and a few appearing out of thin air.
Restrain them!
The SHMA members waved their hands and mouthed words that Noah obviously couldn't hear. Intricate magical circles of energy formed underneath each of the 5 students, and hovering magenta-colored balls popped into existence around them too. Lines connected each of the balls, and the lines warped around the bodies of the 5 students. Suddenly, a female student wearing a bright blue hijab stepped forward and screamed out,
Please, it's not his fault. He was just protecting me.
Several of the SHMA members approached her and they spoke briefly. A moment later, one of them snapped their fingers, and the fighting students trapped within the magical circles faded into nothingness. The other SHMA members started ushering the students back into the gaping hole.
Okay, let's get back to work, everyone.
He went back to the desk, but he left the window open.
Oh, Mr. Cruz, over here! Please, follow me.
Noah just entered the large gymnasium, along with the hundreds of other students, when Miss Vaughtheis waved him down. Fold-out chairs had been set out for the student body to sit in, and a large section of the rows closer to the makeshift stage had been specially marked off with light blue streamers. Miss Vaughtheis walked up to Noah, and a bright grin covered her face.
We're gonna have you up on stage with us.
With us?
Yeah, the headmistress plans to introduce you to the entire student body. You know, since you're the new linguistics teacher, and also so she can make a formal statement about your valiant actions on yesterday.
Wild tensions exploded in his stomach, and the events that unfolded that morning replayed in his mind. How many other teachers and students harbored the same level of discomfort as the loud-ass demon teacher, Miss Kazuna Miyoshi? Was what he did really that bad? Well, obviously it was if the headmistress planned on making a statement about it. Headmistress Darbo did say that more than a few Mageblood families were upset, and clearly the Heliotian students were anxious about the unknown nature of his spell. This was a fine mess he had put himself into, that was for sure. Miss Vaughtheis led Noah up to and up the stairs leading toward the makeshift stage. She gestured toward one of the 3 chairs positioned just left of the podium. Specifically, she directed him to sit in the middle seat. Miss Vaughtheis sat to the right of him, and the other chair remained unoccupied for the moment. More students filtered into the gym and they took their seats. The youngest-looking students collected in the seats marked off by the streamers, while the older and more seasoned ones sat at the very back. The teachers stood around the perimeter of the gym like wardens in a prison. Numerous conversations radiated among the crowd, but they all died down. Headmistress Darbo stepped into the gym. She stayed at the door, and she gave the students a cool, crisp stare. The conversations died almost instantly, and everyone regarded her. Once it was completely silent, the headmistress walked over to the stairs leading up to the makeshift stage. Her heels clip-clopped against the wood of the gym floor, and in the absence of all other noise, they were deafening. The headmistress moved with all the grace and poise one might expect from an empress. To Noah's surprise, even the first years remained quiet in the presence of the esteemed administrator. Headmistress Darbo waltzed over to the empty seat, sat down, and watched the crowd of students. Not once did her irises ever divert, especially not to look at Noah, who openly looked at her. After a moment, she nodded toward a young female student who stood by the stage stairs. The young woman had bleached blonde hair, dark tan skin, and a pair of sparkling blue eyes. She practically bounced when she climbed up the stairs and took her place behind the podium.
Greetings, student body of Arceados Academy. I'm so excited to be standing before you today. We're going to have a great year. My name is...
A pair of students caught Noah's attention. The male demon student who had been picked on the first day and who got in the fight today sat within the section marked off for the first years. His face was contorted with rage and frustration, and he let his eyes fall downcast. The second student sat a couple of rows behind him, and she looked at the first with sorrowful eyes. It was the young woman, Christina Nichols. His attention whipped to his left as Headmistress Darboux rose from her seat and approached the podium. A sense of unyielding stiffness and alertness fell over the student body, even with the more experienced upper-class students.
For those of you who are returning, let me congratulate you on the start of another year of growth, maturation, and development. Let me also remind you that this is a haven for learning, not a battleground to hash out old hatreds and new vexations. As with the start of every year at Arceados Academy, we have had a few instances of poor behavior. It is imperative that you set a good example for those who have just started their journeys here. For those who have knowingly disrupted the serenity and sanctity of our school after hearing this same warning from previous years, punishments have been and will continue to be swift, severe, but fair.
The headmistress shifted her gaze to where the first-year students were seated.
Now that has been addressed, please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Headmistress Emily Darboux. Welcome to Arceados Academy. We are most pleased to have you join us.
Many of the first-year students, including both Christina Nichols and the male demon students, smiled.
Now, as many of you know, there was an incident where a teacher had to intervene to stop a rather vicious brawl between students. As with most schools within the arcane educational system, the Student Hall Monitor Association, or SHMA for short, usually addresses and administers to any outbreaks of boorish behavior. In the absence of SHMA members, our faculty members are permitted to act, if necessary, to prevent serious and fatal consequences. Please be confident in the fact that we, as faculty and administrators, have your best interests at heart and are here to protect and guide you.
All at once, hundreds of pairs of eyes shifted to Noah.
Yes, this is that teacher.
The headmistress gestured for Noah to stand, and so he did.
This is Mr. Noah Cruz, and he is Arceados Academy's newest linguist teacher. Please assist me in welcoming him to our institution. He will be a valuable member of our faculty.
Headmistress Darboux started off with giving Noah a weak clap, and Miss Vothuis offset that with a more vigorous and loud sort of applause. Only a small minority of the student body actually complied and gave him a welcome. As soon as the applause died completely, the headmistress gestured for him to sit back down. She began speaking about other various aspects of the school's policies, procedures, and etc. before his butt had even hit the flat of his chair. While many observed her with interest, many students gave Noah hard, calculating gazes. The assembly ended, and the students were dismissed to their afternoon classes. Noah rose to leave the stage, but the headmistress held up a hand.
Mr. Cruz, would you mind staying for a moment? I have a request.
Wild static anxiety buzzed within Noah's stomach, as if it contained a massive and angry storm cloud. The air was hot and stagnant, and the fading sunlight flowed into the nearly empty classroom through the windows. Shades of orange blanketed over Noah and the male demon student from earlier. He sat in one of the desks in the middle of the room while Noah sat at the teacher's desk. The young man just kept staring at Noah angrily, which only intensified the unease that blossomed within him. Detention had started 20 minutes prior, and neither he nor the young man had said anything. Rather than risk another altercation, the Mageblood students who had been involved in the fight were serving detention with another teacher in another part of the school. It was to Noah's understanding that Miss Miyoshi had strongly volunteered to oversee their experience. For the Mageblood's safety, she was denied that request.
Do I make you nervous, sir?
What? No, not really. I just hate awkward situations.
Why is this awkward for you? Would it be any less weird if I were a Mageblood?
You being a demon student has nothing to do with the awkwardness. It's awkward because you're clearly mad at me for something. I just don't know what.
The young man averted his eyes.
It's not something you did. It's the way you react to me.
What do you mean?
The young man didn't look at Noah, and yet his eyes grew harder. His fists balled on the table, and he frowned.
Come on. If you have something you'd like to say it. You won't get in trouble. What is said will remain between us.
Slowly, the young man drifted his attention up to Noah and locked gazes with him.
I mean it.
You're a racist.
1,000 invisible needles stabbed into Noah's skin all over his body. Rage, born of white-hot will, started to rise up in Noah's insides. And yet he kept it down and concealed. Noah Cruz was many things, but racist was not one of them. The notion of being connected to that kind of hate caused horrid ripples to resonate within him, though.
Why do you say that?
You're obviously not used to being around demons, but I'm used to being around your kind. I noticed the look you've given me, both yesterday when we met and when I came for detention. I've seen it 1,000,000 times from other Magebloods. Your scorn and disapproval are easy to spot. Just because you're not outright persecuting me or other demons doesn't mean that you're not just as terrible or judgmental as those bastards I got in a fight with earlier.
Did you fight them because they were picking on you? No. There was a girl you were protecting, wasn't there? She came out after the SHMA members showed up. Is she a demon too?
No, she isn't. But that doesn't matter to me. Those guys wouldn't stop harassing her, so I did something to stop them when the teacher wouldn't.
A small smile spread across Noah's face.
That was really brave of you. I'm impressed.
I don't care about your approval. Kachina is really nice, and she doesn't deserve to be tormented by stupid asshole Magebloods like you.
Like me. And what did I do to earn the title of asshole?
The young man stood up and pointed at Noah.
You used a powerful spell against demons to restrain them. That was overboard and it was uncalled for. Everybody's talking about it.
I used the spell on everyone in the fight, not just the demon students. I'm really sorry that Magebloods have been so cruel to you and your kind. They aren't all bad though, and most are actually great people.
That's bullshit and you're...
The young man's eyes widened.
What's the matter?
The young man sat back down in his seat. The rage and ire that he had been maintaining died away, and he simply gaped at Noah with a renewed sense of wonder.
They?
At first, Noah just stared at the young man, but then recognition swirled about his mind like a tornado. He felt his own eyes widen, and that sparked something within the young demon boy's eyes. He sat forward in his seat. Where once rage existed, only curiosity reigned.
Are you not a mage?
Noah held up a hand and spoke somewhat quickly.
This isn't something we're going to discuss. You mentioned before that the girl's racial identity doesn't matter to you. Did you mean it?
The young man nodded.
With that same regard, is it right to assume that my racial identity doesn't matter either?
The only people I don't like are Magebloods.
Is that because they are racist to you? Or is there a specific reason that you loathe them?
Isn't that reason enough? If someone shows anger and hatred to me, then don't I have a right to be angry and hate them back?
Thinking that way perpetuates an endless cycle of animosity and rage. Someone has to stop the cycle, or it will continue spreading throughout the generations.
Why does it have to be me? Why do I have to be the bigger person?
Why not you?
The young man just sat there, and he averted his eyes again. His mouth formed a contested frown. After a few seconds, though, he looked back up at Noah.
Well... How come you still showed me the same kinds of looks that racist magebloods usually show demons? Just because you're not mageblood doesn't mean you're not an anti-demonite.
For one, if I was an anti-demonite, why would I be so versed in demonic? For two, this is between you and I, right?
It took a moment for the young man to nod.
I'll admit, I am often a little nervous around demons and devils. Once upon a time, I had to fight against a great number of them. Demons and devils are quite formidable. I don't want to get into it because it doesn't matter now. I fought magebloods, djinns, dragons, and many other things in my lifetime. And I am often nervous around many different sorts of folks.
The young man's eyes grew wider, and his mouth fell ajar slightly.
Remember, this is between us. What's your name?
Seto. Seto Gaizo.
Well, I'm Mr. Cruz, and I'm not your enemy.
Noah stood up and gestured toward the door of the classroom.
How about this? Since you got detention for doing something noble, let's just end the day early.
Are you serious?
Yes, but remember, what we said here is between us. Okay?
Seto nodded and collected his things.
Thank you.
Seto exited the classroom first, but he stopped in the hallway. Noah stepped out behind him. Kachina Al-Amin had been sitting against the wall outside of the classroom, but she jumped to her feet when Seto came out.
Kachina, what are you still doing here?
Kachina's shoulders hunched up a little and a goofy kind of grin covered her face. She hadn't even reacted to Noah's emergence from the room. Likewise, Seto gazed upon her with a sense of fascination. His eyes sparkled a little more brightly, and his cheeks reddened a little. Kachina fumbled with her fingers.
I wanted to wait with you. Since, you got in trouble because of me.
It wasn't your fault. I chose to fight those bastards. Those mageblood purist pricks think they can just do whatever they want without anyone doing anything back? Well, they're wrong. The next time, they won't get off so lucky.
A sudden grim realization blossomed within Noah's mind, and it sent sick vibrations throughout his body.
I don't want you to get hurt, though.
I'm a proud demon. I'm not scared of a bunch of weak-ass magebloods. Don't worry about me. It's gotten pretty late. Can I walk you home?
That would be great.
And just like that, the pair of students strode away. Noah watched them for a moment longer before he wandered away on his own. Unnerving tension zapped into his thoughts. There would be a next time for Seto, and it might come sooner rather than later. Episode 3. The Tools They Need.
I'm home.
Samuel opened his sleepy eyes, let out a long yawn, and then focused his attention onto Noah. His vulpine face carried the same sarcastic, cooler-than-thou expression he usually displayed. From the looks of it, Samuel had been curled up into a ball on his couch.
Damn. What time is it?
The fox stood up, stretched, and twisted his body about. Little pops sprung up from his idle joints.
Why are you so fucking late? I fell asleep waiting for your inconsiderate ass.
I had detention. Sorry.
Detention? What'd you do today? Damn, motherfucker. What'd I tell you about keeping a low profile?
Noah laughed a little, and Samuel even guffawed as he hopped from the couch.
I wasn't the one in trouble this time. I had to proctor detention for a student.
Then why do you look troubled? I recognize that look anywhere. You've been thinking about something. Spill it. What's up?
Noah moved toward the kitchen.
I'll start dinner, and then we can talk about it while we're eating.
Samuel let out another prolonged yawn.
All right, hurry up, though. I can feel my stomach starting to wake up, too.
It took a little more than 45 minutes to finish with preparing dinner, especially since Noah had to prepare 2 meals. Samuel sat before a plate of seared salmon, pork chunks, and some mashed potatoes, while Noah placed a bowl full of salad and other veggies in front of his place at the small coffee table. Noah had also seared some tofu, Brussels sprouts, radishes, turnips, and asparagus, and placed it all on a bed of romaine lettuce.
So, tell me more about this detention.
Samuel bent down and started picking up some of the pork chunks with his teeth.
Well, as I mentioned, I had to proctor detention for a student. A single demon student.
The fox chewed a mouthful of delicious food and then swallowed. His black tongue wrapped around the edges of his lips.
Oh yeah? What'd the kid do? Vandalize the school or something? And why the hell were you asked to do it? Is it because you're the new guy?
Actually, the demon student got into a fight with 4 other Mageblood students. I'm not sure what happened to them, but I assume since they were older, they got a more severe punishment.
One demon kid fought against 4 mage bloods. That motherfucker has some balls. Still, he may get his ass beat later on.
That's what I'm afraid of. He's a nice kid. Actually, he fought them to save one of his female peers.
Another demon?
Actually, I think she's a Jinn student.
Noah stuffed a mass of green leafy food into his mouth. After he chewed and swallowed, he continued.
She had a magical aura similar to the Sheikah of Donabe.
A sudden and warm grin smeared across Samuel's face. When combined with his vulpine features, he looked almost menacing.
You mean Iska? Damn, I miss her.
Oh, yeah. You two were lovers once. I forgot. Ugh, it's still weird to me.
Why, motherfucker? Don't forget I can shapeshift when I damn well please.
I've not forgotten. But I can't help but wonder if you two ever...
Okay, 1, the fact that you're imagining your best friend and the hot-ass genie lady going at it when I look like this means you're a fucking freak.
Samuel bent down and bit into the salmon. He chewed it delightfully and then swallowed.
And 2, Iska was a fucking freak too.
Anyway, I feel bad for the student because I know that the Magebloods are going to go after him when there aren't teachers or SHMA members around. Once that does happen, I'm concerned that things are going to become deadly. As great as Arceados Academy is, it's plagued with racism and elitism.
Welcome to the goddamn world. That shit exists everywhere. And so this demon kid better learn to have thicker skin. Otherwise, he's gonna drown in his frustration. Still, you're probably right about him getting attacked again. Okay. Even though you're a teacher, it doesn't mean you should do what I know you're thinking about doing. I'm warning you, bitch. Don't fucking do it. It's a slippery slope, and you're about to slide head first like a fucking dumbass. Seriously.
Noah grinned.
Don't smirk at me, motherfucker.
Samuel stood up on all fours.
It's a stupid-ass idea. Don't.
But what if I do it secretly and make him promise not to tell where he got it?
And how the fuck are you gonna do that? He's a fucking teenager. He's gonna talk. That's what they do. If even one of them finds out you're here, you're gonna be a very popular person. Last I checked, you didn't want that, dumbass.
You know how I am. I can't just sit by and do nothing.
Man, this is Camp Dona all over again. Why the fuck do you always have to play the motherfucking hero?
He scarfed down the last of the salmon and chewed and swallowed it rapidly.
Do whatever you want to, man. You dumbass bitch. You always do anyway, hell.
Samuel walked away from the table and moved toward the bedroom. He stopped in the doorway and looked back over his vulpine shoulder.
When this shit goes badly for you, and it will, motherfucker, I get to choose the next place we live, bitch.
Noah grinned, channeled magic into his lips, and began speaking arcane phrases. A savage weight pressed in on Noah's mind as he walked on the sidewalk, just as he had the past 2 mornings. Despite Samuel's strong warning, Noah had made it. It was going to help, or at the very least, it was going to give young Seto Gaizo a fighting chance. The more he thought about it, the more intense the conflict waged within him. On one hand, giving it to Seto would be providing him the tool he needed to keep himself and those he cared for safe. On the other hand, was he going too far? Again? Perhaps teaching was the wrong profession for him. Noah desperately wanted to help, but his solutions often deviated from what a normal teacher would do. Noah Cruz was anything but normal, nor could he ever be, even though he tried really hard. The breeze was cooler than it had been the previous couple of mornings. How soon would it be before autumn took hold of the land, heralding the coming of a crisp winter? Noah loved autumn the best. The colors of the changing leaves always ignited his soul with vibrance, and the auras of the closing chapters caressed his appreciation of and longing for a brilliant spring. Something caught his eye, and he stopped at the mouth of an alleyway. Any sparkle of splendor related to the morning snapped away, and a cold, metallic shiver danced up his spine. A group of young people huddled in the alley, with their backs turned to him. They wore the Arceados Academy uniforms. He couldn't hear anything, and yet a flimsy ribbon of dread wavered in him. Noah walked down the alley with confident strides. Much to his dismay, he found Seto and Kachina in the middle of the group. Aggressive snarls covered the other 6 students' faces, and one of the offenders had been the mouthy mageblood from his Arcanite Foundations class, whose name was Phaedron. There were 5 other mageblood thugs with Phaedron.
What's going on here?
All at once, the students turned to regard him. The mageblood students narrowed their eyes in brutal contempt. A sense of relief washed over Kachina's face, and she smiled at him. Seto just glared at the surrounding bullies.
We're not in school, so you don't really have jurisdiction here, demon lover. You also don't have protection either. I suggest you walk away before you get hurt.
It was an accident, but the old Noah stepped forth and took control. A deadly seriousness coated his words, and the air itself chilled even colder in the expanse of the alley. His voice resonated with intense power, and his body began glowing with a faint, silvery light.
That would be the last mistake you ever make, boy.
Noah snapped back into focus and realized what he said and what he was doing. The silver shimmering stopped, but he maintained his hard stare at the mageblood bullies. Aside from Phaedron, the other mageblood students gaped at him with confused horror. In the moment of Noah's aggression, a small peak of what he once was rippled in the air. It was such a small display of power, and not enough to bypass the obscuring nature of his magic ring, but enough to draw the students' attention. Phaedron's jaw was clenched so tightly, and small seeds of rage still existed in his eyes. The seeds were buried beneath a sea of frightened tension. Even Kachina and Seto cowered a little. They huddled together like rabbits, and they were both watching him exclusively.
I suggest you all run on to school. Now!
Without saying another word, the 6 mageblood students, including Phaedron, walked past Noah and out of the alley. They averted their eyes from him as they did so. When Seto and Kachina made a motion to do the same, Noah held up his hand and gestured for them to wait. They did so, but they still cowered a little. Once they were alone, Noah asked,
Are you two okay? Did they hurt you?
For a moment, Kachina glanced at him critically, but then she licked her lips nervously.
That power you displayed, it was It's so intense. I've never felt a power like that, especially not from a mage blood. Where did you learn magic like that?
Noah simply let out an amused sort of chuckle and then rubbed the back of his head.
I learned some pretty powerful arcane secrets when I went to graduate school. That's why you should go to college.
We're fine. They were talking a lot of crap, but I would have kicked all of their asses if they tried hurting Kachina.
Well, I'm glad you came when you did, Mr. Cruz. They had us outnumbered, and they were intent on really hurting Seto. I'm not great at using my magic for tense situations like this, and so I probably would have been more of a burden than anything.
Seto turned to her and placed a hand on her shoulder.
I don't want you to get involved, okay? Those guys could really hurt you.
And why shouldn't I get involved? Because I'm a girl? Are you saying I'm a delicate flower that needs to be guarded?
She poked Seto in the chest a couple of times.
Are you saying I'm powerless and weak?
I'm not saying that.
Kachina poked him again.
Maybe it's you who needs to be protected. Have you ever thought about that? I don't like confrontation, and I try to avoid it when I can. Usually it's fine because I've become quite good at just blowing people off when they annoy me. I can't stand it when people try to hurt my friends, though. I won't stand by and let you fight my battles for me, nor will I watch you fight alone.
She locked gazes with Seto.
Never discount me again. Okay?
Okay. You're right. I'm really sorry.
Don't be sorry. Just have faith in me as a person and let me stand beside you.
Just then, Kachina and Seto noticed Noah watching them, an amused smirk on his face. In their exchange, they forgot he was there. A deep crimson covered both of their cheeks, and they averted their eyes away from him, and from one another.
Okay. 1, you two are adorable. And 2, perhaps there's something I can do to help.
Seto frowned for a moment, and then let out a brief, heavy sigh.
Thanks for the offer, but that's not something I want. I'm a strong
He paused and peeked at Kachina.
Strong person, and I need to fight my own battles without having a teacher constantly keep leaping into the fray to save the day.
Kachina grinned wider.
I agree with you, and I'm not offering to continuously come to your aid. What I am offering you is a chance to close the gap between you and students who have had more arcane practice under their belts. By all accounts, it's a tool. Would you be willing to accept a tool?
A tool? I guess that would be okay.
Before I give this to you, you have to promise me that you're not going to tell anyone where you got it. Okay? And I also recommend only using it when you need it.
Okay, I won't tell anyone.
Neither will I.
Noah took off his suit jacket, which caused the students to peer oddly at him. Seto's expression became a little more apprehensive when Noah started rolling up one of his shirt sleeves.
What are you doing?
It's not what it looks like. I stored the tool on my arm until I could give it to you.
On your arm? What kind of tool is this?
Noah rolled up the sleeve of one of his arms. A silver tattoo sparkled on the inside of his forearm, in the shape of a sword. Noah touched it and said,
Sablo, I summon you.
A silvery nimbus of light swirled around Noah's hand, and a bright ball of energy appeared within the space between his grip. Rods of light stretched from either end of the ball. The rod on the bottom extended about a foot, while the rod on the top grew between 3 to 4 feet in length. The shape of the energy swirled, warped, and then flattened. When the light faded, Noah held an ornate broadsword with an elaborate thin guard and a circular pommel. Seto's eyes widened.
Whoa! You can't be serious! That's not a tool! That's a weapon!
A weapon is a tool, one that can be used for destruction or protection.
He gestured the hilt of the sword towards Seto.
This is Sablo, a magic broadsword that will help you protect the ones you care for.
Where did you get it?
I made it. Last night, actually.
He wiggled the sword a little at Seto.
Will you accept this gift?
For a brief moment, Seto studied the blade in Noah's hands, and then locked gazes with him.
Are you sure?
Yes. A thought long and hard about this last night after I constructed Sablo, and I still feel resolute in my choice to give it to you.
Seto reached out and grasped the blade's hilt. As soon as he held it, a silvery aura covered Seto's body. A small glyph appeared on his forearm, and Seto gazed at it wonderingly.
Whoa, what's going on?
Don't worry. Sablo is integrating with your body, and when it's not in use, it will look like a silver tattoo. If you don't like it on your forearm, you can always will it somewhere else.
Will it somewhere else? That's crazy!
I've never seen magic like that. You mentioned the broadsword is magical, yeah?
Yes, Sablo is magical. While it is active, Seto will be able to sense everything around him with greater clarity, and he'll have way better reaction time and speed.
What? Really?
Yes, but there is one stipulation with Sablo. Sablo is a bane against evil creatures. The blade will burn those who have evil in their hearts, and it will not allow itself to perform acts of cruelty, slaughter, or darkness.
Seto turned the blade several times and examined it.
The fact that you can hold it shows that you're not an evil person.
Of course I'm not. Just because I'm a demon doesn't mean I'm evil.
I never said it did. I know all too well that evil can come in all forms and races. I'm glad that you're not evil. Should you ever do any horrid acts with it, even once, the blade will return to me.
So, how do I dismiss it?
Just will it away.
Seto frowned, but then he closed his eyes and visually concentrated. Sablo glowed brightly for a moment and then disappeared.
Wow, that's so cool! Thank you, but are you sure?
Yes. Just remember that this needs to remain a secret between us.
Mr. Cruz, I don't suppose you have another magical tool for me to have, do you? I hate to ask, but I don't want Seto to fight alone.
Noah regarded her for a moment, and a slight tinge of discomfort flared within him. It wasn't due to her request, but something else entirely. The amount of moral ravaging he had fought through the night before had been gritty, and that was just arming one student. He had never considered arming a second.
I don't have another weapon, I'm afraid.
Kachina's shoulders sank a little.
I suppose I could make one really quick, though.
Really quick?
Have you ever used a sword before?
No, but I was on the archery team in middle school.
Archery, huh? That could work. Seto, do me a favor and watch the mouth of the alley, okay?
Noah moved to the back of the alley, and as he walked, he gathered his magic power into his lips. Seto kept his back to the mouth of the alley, but he locked his attention on Noah. Kachina did the same. The reluctance Noah had battled with returned for another brief bout, but Noah waved it away. He was already too deep into the muck to back out now. Kachina's heart was pure, and she wanted to protect Seto just as fiercely as he wanted to protect her. Such virtue had to be honored. Noah spoke in his native tongue, and his spell took the form of a flowing silver ribbon of written script that slithered from his lips into the open air in front of him. The illuminated words spun through the air and collected together to make a long, stretched-out symbol. Noah spoke more words, and another shape started to form beside the first. Intense silver light burned within the alleyway, and both Kachina and Seto squinted at the intensity. Noah didn't have to, especially since the magic was his own. When the magic faded, a longbow made from white wood and a leather quiver with a woven strap hung in the air. Kachina gasped as Noah gestured to it.
Go on, take it. I think I'll call the bow Zapiel. The quiver doesn't really need a name, but it will serve as a repository for Zapiel.
Kachina gripped the bow and quiver, and she became engulfed in silver light momentarily.
So what does her weapon do?
Well, first of all, whenever she draws an arrow from the quiver, it becomes an arrow of light. The arrow of light will be disastrous to those who are evil. Not only that, but the quiver immediately restocks its arrows. The bow will allow you to have eagle eyes, as it were. You'll be able to see the maximum distance of the bow, which, in the case of Zapiel, is 500 yards.
500? Most longbows can't even shoot that far.
Zapiel isn't like normal bows, obviously. Also, although the structure of the bow appears to be made of wood, it's not normal wood either. It's made from holy ash, a sacred and powerful wood that can stand up to most metals. If you have to use the bow in melee combat, it will serve you as a short staff of sorts. Oh yeah, and just like Sablo, it can't be used for evil. Otherwise, it will come back to me.
Kachina bowed deeply.
Thank you. I will honor your most gracious of gifts. So, to dismiss Zapiel, do I will it in the form of a tattoo? Does it have to be a tattoo?
Well, no. It could be anything, really. A piece of jewelry would work just as well.
Kachina grinned widely, and then she closed her eyes. Zapiel flashed brightly. When the illumination ceased, Kachina had a new addition on her face. A small, plain-looking golden hoop looped around her right nostril. She regarded Seto.
What do you think?
Seto simply smiled and blushed a little. Noah checked his watch.
You all should rush to school. I'll hang back a bit so it doesn't look peculiar like we're walking together.
Right. Thank you again, Mr. Cruz. You're way cooler than I thought you'd be.
I agree with him.
Noah watched them walk out of the mouth of the alley, and his heart grew denser in weight. Had he made the right decision? Or would it be something that would bring great strife in the future?
Okay. So let me get this straight. You not only armed one high school student with an epic level weapon of war, but two? You're absolutely crazy. You know that, right? It's like you're begging to be found.
Noah lowered his gaze as he pressed himself against the back of the couch.
You're letting your sympathy get the best of you, you dumbass.
Samuel flicked his tail against the empty couch cushion beside him as he sat upright on his couch.
Do you really think that those kids aren't going to tell people where they got their new toys?
I'm sure they won't.
Man, really? Are you? Do you know them well?
Noah glared a little.
Well, do you?
No.
So you can't be sure. You're just gonna go out on a limb on blind faith then.
They aren't evil, otherwise the weapons would have burned them.
That's not a complete failsafe, and you know it.
Samuel hopped off of the couch and moved to stand beside Noah.
Listen, it's great that they aren't evil, but we both know that horrible actions and intentions aren't strictly isolated to those who openly consider themselves villains.
Noah averted his eyes and let out a heavy sigh.
Now, I'm not trying to be a bastard, but this isn't the first time you let your heart fuck up our living situations. It isn't the fifth time either. You and I have been rolling with one another for a long ass time. And there have been other instances where the weapons you pass out have come back to you in the wake of fucked up tragedies. You know as well as I, sometimes that a person's temperament can change in an instant.
I'm fairly certain that Seto would have been killed had I not armed him.
Bitch, he still might be killed. You mentioned there were 6 of these motherfuckers trying to put the beat down on Demon Boy and Genie Girl, right? You may have just given them false hope and courage, and they might act stupid in a situation when they should have just run.
It's better to fight and die on your feet than cower in the shadows, waiting for your enemies to find you.
2 things. 1, neither of those students are warriors like you. Look at me. I was the baddest, most intense motherfucker I knew until we met. And not even I have done half the shit that you have. A weapon in your hands is completely different than a weapon in a novice's. Those 2 students aren't battle trained like you, dumbass. And 2, if you really feel it's better to stand your ground, then what the fuck have we been doing for the last 75 years?
It's different with me.
Noah reached into his shirt and pulled out a silver chain that had been hanging around his neck. A single gilded golden key hung on the chain like a pendant.
If they found this, then it would be the beginning of the end. For all worlds.
Samuel let out a loud sniff through his nostrils.
Yeah, you're right. You can't let them get access to it. Anyway, I will say this much about you. Despite my protests, you have my respect. It takes balls to stand your ground and try and improve the world around you. I just wish you didn't have to risk exposing us to the wrong motherfuckers. Again. We're lucky as fuck that they haven't caught our trail.
Noah reached out and ruffled the top of Samuel's head.
That's why I keep you around. You're a magical lucky oh shit.
Samuel's sharp teeth barely missed gripping onto Noah's hand.
Motherfucker, I'll remove your fingers if you ever do that shit to me again. I'm not your fucking pet.
Right. Sorry.
Samuel moved toward his bedroom.
I hope it works out for them and for us.
Me too.
A wicked thirst gripped at Noah's throat with unrelenting anger, and so he moved toward one of the water fountains in the hallway. As soon as the sweetly chilled water ran down his parched throat, a sense of immense relief sprung up in him. He rose from the fountain, but heard bits of conversation from some nearby students.
Are you serious? How did they lose? Weren't there like 8 of them?
Noah averted his gaze from the small cluster of students who congregated a few feet away from him. He pretended to check his briefcase while he drowned out all other sounds, aside from the group of students.
I wasn't there, but Betty was. She told me everything.
Well, get on with it then.
Okay, so check it. Some upper-level mage students were bragging about how they were going to jump the mouthy demon first year who got them in trouble. Betty and some others from class went to go watch the fight. It was supposed to be brutal since they was going to be an ambush. Well, that demon first year has been hanging around with another first year, the hood-wearing girl. They were walking home when the mage bloods attacked.
Oh, man, that's crazy. What happened?
I'm getting to that if you'd shut up. Anyway, both the first year and the hooded girl summoned these weapons and started fighting back. It was crazy. The mage bloods didn't stand a chance.
Really?
Yeah, the demon first year...
Noah moved away from the group, and he smiled broadly. As it turned out, he had made the right decision after all. Episode 4: Rivalry. Essence Ball. Apparently, this was the major sporting event at Arceados Academy, and schools like it. As Noah had not participated in schools such as these, the concept of Essence Ball was lost on him. When he asked what Essence Ball was, Miss Vodhai said it was like if soccer, dodgeball, and gladiatorial sports had a three-way and had a magical baby as a result. She couldn't explain any more that morning, as she had little time and a ton of obligations to handle before the students started their first classes. Gregor had also already went to his first class when Noah had arrived, so he couldn't ask the head coach either. The more that Noah thought about Miss Vodheis's description, the more confused and amused he became. What the hellos was that even supposed to mean? Before they parted ways, Miss Vodheis told him that rather than have a second period class, there would be a massive pep rally to pump up the students for their first major game. His first class of the morning went as expected, and thankfully, without any odd incident. At the start of the second period class, Noah took his place and awaited for the bell to ring.
Okay, may I please have your attention? We're not going to be having our test over demonic children's stories like we had planned.
A collective cheer rippled through the class.
Instead, we're going to have a pep rally for an upcoming Essence Ball.
Before he could finish, a wildfire of excitement and passion overtook the students. They cheered out loudly and waved their hands about. Similar declarations resonated from other rooms, as the other classes had been told about the rally as well. The students in Noah's room turned to one another, and they started having little conversations about the upcoming game, teams, and a lot of other strange concepts that Noah was unfamiliar with.
All right, if you would please proceed to the gym, we're going to have it there.
The students rose from their seats and flowed into the hallway like a river breaking through a dam. Noah followed them, but stood in the doorway rather than attempt to mingle in with the hundreds of students, rapidly moving toward their destination. Another teacher had the same idea, and she stood within the doorway of the classroom, across from Noah's. The woman had tan skin, golden wheat-colored hair, and a pair of steel blue eyes. She wore a white lab coat over what appeared to be a crimson dress. The woman's heels matched the color of the dress. Noah walked up to her once the last of the students had slipped past them.
So, I guess that Essence Ball is a pretty big deal, huh?
Before Noah had walked up to her, the woman hadn't even noticed him. Now that he spoke to her, she regarded him strangely, with a critical stare, arms crossed over her chest, and she even stepped back a little bit from him.
A pretty big deal. Are you trying to be cute with me, or are you just really not aware? Do you seriously not know about Essence Ball? Were you homeschooled or something?
Well, kind of. Essence Ball isn't a thing where I'm from. Hi, I'm Noah Cruz.
Noah extended a hand toward her. For a long moment, the woman just studied his hand, as if it were some sort of bizarre specimen. She gently took his hand, though.
Ah, I see. Well, Essence Ball has been around for like 150 years, and to students like ours, it's a pretty big deal. My name is Isa Montebella. We should get going.
She took her hand back and then trailed after the last few students. When Noah followed her, Miss Montebella glanced back at him for only a second before increasing her pace. Noah didn't, and he allowed the distance between them to increase. A small degree of unease flickered inside him, and he watched her disappear around a corner. Had he said something that offended her? Was he being too flirty unintentionally? He certainly wasn't trying to make anyone uncomfortable. Noah's stomach vibrated wearily at the notion of such a possibility. Noah entered the gym. Much like the welcome ceremony, the makeshift stage had been set up while the students sat in fold-out chairs before it. Deafening blends of conversation wove together and assaulted Noah's ears. It wasn't all that unpleasant, and actually he grinned when he saw the anticipation for whatever was going to happen during the rally. The teachers from the other classes stood around the perimeter of the chairs against the wall. The teacher whom Noah had just met, Miss Montebella, stood on the far side of the gym, and she watched the student body with bored, unenthused eyes. Miss Miyoshi stood several feet away from the entrance. Her arms were crossed. Her mouth had formed a scowl. She watched the crowd of students, as fiercely as any predatory bird or ravenous jungle cat. Headmistress Darbo, Miss Vaughtheis, and Mr. O'Malley sat on the 3 chairs beside the podium on the stage. Miss Vaughtheis stood up and got behind the podium. A great hush fell over the student body. She smiled broadly.
Hey everybody! Are you guys ready for some Essence Ball?
Incredible roars of glee shattered the silence that had pervaded moments before. Some students rose to their feet and waved their arms about, while others simply clapped while seated.
All right, settle down, settle down. Please, allow me to introduce to you your Essence Ball head coach, Mr. O'Malley!
Mr. O'Malley stood up and the crowd cheered again. Those who had known the Essence Ball coach from years before jumped to their feet and waved about with the same degree of energy one might expect from concert goers. Many of the first-year students became infected with that delight, and they also jumped to their feet. All at once, the students hushed once Mr. O'Malley raised a clenched fist above his head, a sort of rallying battle gesture.
Hey everybody! So this is going to be a great year! For the seasoned students, you all know all too well how great we are at Essence Ball.
A loud burst of cheer erupted from the student body.
For the new students, You may think you've come to understand school spirit for Essence Ball, but you've never been infused by Arceados Academy's school spirit.
Another thunderous roar broke through the air, albeit a little longer than the first one.
Our rivals are the Jokers from St. Gabriel's Academy.
A loud boo filled the expanse of the gymnasium. Even Miss Miyoshi contributed her voice along with the students.
They beat us last year for our first game of the season. But this year, they are going down!
Mr. O'Malley waved his arms about aggressively, and the students all jumped to their feet and started howling jeers, whoops, hollers, and other forms of extreme jubilation. Noah covered his ears, but he couldn't help but relish in the students' infectious spirit.
Our practices for the varsity, junior varsity, and first-year teams are starting tonight. Unfortunately, Mrs. Dialgo is out for next few of months due to maternity leave, so we'll be having a volunteer assistant coach step in. I've not found the right person yet, but you don't worry, they are going to be awesome.
Headmistress Darbo stood up, and the crowd instantly fell silent. She grinned widely, which sent sudden chills throughout Noah's spirit.
Oh, don't you worry, Mr. O'Malley. I have the perfect teacher to assist you in mind.
Her eyes swept across the gym. Was it Noah's imagination, or was she looking directly at... Of course she was.
All right, everybody, form up. We'll have a practice skirmish between junior varsity and the freshman team. Varsity players number off evens and odds. Evens go with the freshmen, and odds go with the junior varsity team. Game starts in 5. We play to 3 points.
Mr. O'Malley turned to Noah as the large cluster of students split into 2 sizable groups.
If you want to sit on the sidelines and watch for a while, that would be fine. It's an easy game to pick up. And all it really requires is just making sure students don't get too rough.
Right. From what I've heard, Essence Ball sounds like an interesting game.
Oh, it is. Where I had my career-ending injury. I was on one of the pro teams.
Noah moved over to one of the bleachers as Mr. O'Malley began casting a spell. The air rippled with energy, and suddenly, the gym floor transformed and expanded. While the space between the bleachers remained the same from Noah's perspective, the playing field became a unique and isolated zone all its own. The ground became barren, rocky, and craggy, and large mountain mesas rose up, creating massive obstacles. A pair of magical screens appeared over the playing ground, each displaying 2 different teams. From the looks of it, the area of the playing ground had become miles long, with a large river running through the center of it, and mesas on either side. 2 brilliant shimmering portals stood at each end of the playing field. The longer that Noah watched the playing field, the more gnarled and warped his spirit became. The spell that Gregor had enacted encapsulated the students in a sort of pocket dimension completely separate from the gym, the school, and the world.
What in the actual hellos is this game?
To someone not familiar with it, I'm sure it looks really confusing.
Noah blinked for a moment, and he looked in the direction from where the voice had come from. Miss Vottheis walked across the floor toward him. She sat beside him on the bleachers.
Miss Vottheis, what are you doing here?
Oh, Demi. You can call me Demi when the students aren't around.
She gestured to the playing field.
At the moment, they're in their own dimensional space, so, for the most part, you and I are alone.
All right. Demi. So what are you doing here?
Are you kidding? I come to all the Essence Ball practices. I really love this sport. I played in high school and college. You may not realize it, but before Mage Bloods got a hold of it, Essence Ball was strictly a Halosian sport played by demons and devils only.
Huh. I didn't know that. So you didn't go pro.
Oh, no. I was good. but nothing like Gregor. He was just incredible.
So what happened? He mentioned he had a career-ending injury.
Demi frowned and lowered her gaze for a moment.
A rival player got way too rough during a game and forcibly slammed Gregor to the ground from the top of a 3,000-foot tower.
I'm sorry. What? A 3,000-foot tower? How did he survive?
He didn't. He had to be resurrected using powerful and expensive spells. Even then, his body was a mess, and he spent 5 years in physical therapy and rehabilitation. It's a miracle that he's as fit as he is now.
Warmth returned to her face with the dawning of a smile.
His love of the game was so intense that he still dedicates his life to it, even if he can't ever play in the field again as a real player. Arceados Academy is very lucky to have him here.
Noah studied the 2 magic screens displaying the teams. Each of the teams stood in huddles in front of one of the 2 portals on either side of the field. Even though the distance didn't look great from where Noah sat, within the pocket dimension, it appeared to be separated by at least a mile. The terrain of the field had been miniaturized, and so everything fit within the confines of the gym floor. Teeny tiny little versions of the students stood on the terrain before the smaller versions of the gateways. The 2 student teams moved out of their huddles, and they started to take preparatory stances together, ready to sprint.
I'm confused. There isn't anything that tall in the arena at the moment.
Oh, well, that's because the terrains are always random. Sometimes students play in isolated, natural environments like this one, and other times they play in ruins or abandoned cities. Maybe I should explain the point of Essence Ball.
She pointed to one of the magic screens.
Do you see the 2 shimmering gateways and how each team is standing in front of it?
Yeah. I'm guessing they are goal portals of some kind, right?
Right. Once the game actually starts, the teams will leave one of their players to guard the goal, while the others venture off to get the Essence Ball. The point of the game is to get the Essence Ball to the other team's goal while preventing them from getting it into yours.
That sounds simple. Who has the ball first?
That's the fun part. The Essence Ball is hidden on the terrain somewhere, and after each goal is scored, it teleports to a new spot. First team to 10 points wins.
Oh. Wow.
Oh, it gets better. Okay, so notice how each of the students is wearing a special armband on one of their arms? That armband does 5 things. Firstly, it completely cuts off their magical powers, so the game is totally fair regardless of a player's race and innate abilities. Secondly, it allows for players to conjure forth blast spheres.
Blast spheres?
Yes! Blast spheres are magical projectiles that can be hurled at enemy players. If a player gets hit by a blast sphere, they are brutally killed in a violent fashion via explosion. Hence the name, Blast Sphere.
Noah's eyes widened, and his mouth fell ajar.
Don't worry. While wearing the armband and playing in the pocket dimension, players usually can't permanently die in the game. Players who are eliminated have to sit out until a goal is made by either team. Once a goal is made, they respawn by their goal.
So then, what happened with Gregor in the fall?
Well, that's because the rival player removed Gregor's armband and then threw him from the top of the tower.
Oh.
Wow. The next thing the armbands do is allow the players to actually pick up the Essence Ball. While players have possession of the Essence Ball, they can't summon the blast spheres. Their teammates have to protect the ball holder while they make their way to the goals. The last thing the armbands do is empower the players to drastically increase stamina, speed, and they can jump long distances. Still, to be good at Essence Ball, you gotta be in shape.
A whistle blew from somewhere, although it sounded ethereal and otherworldly.
Hey, where is Gregor? I don't see him on the screens or on the map.
Oh, he's a referee for this game. You can't see him, nor can the students. Usually, real Essence Ball games will have 4 or 5 referees who are on the field, making sure players are playing with the rules, nothing too dangerous happens, and to mitigate against any unforeseen issues. Referees are usually invisible except to themselves or to the other referees.
Ah, that's really neat. Are coaches usually referees?
No, usually it's not allowed for official Essence Ball games, but it's okay for practice though.
The students started moving on the field, and the magic screens started showing images of different players. One of the freshman players wore a distinct blue hijab. Noah grinned. He glanced over at Demi, and just as he was about to say something, the words died on his tongue. Noah glanced past her, at the figure standing in the doorway to the gym. A person dressed in a black cloak. Even from that distance, the man's snarl could be seen as easily as the color of his clothes. Noah's eyes narrowed. A sudden curiosity flared within Demi's eyes, and so she turned to follow his line of sight.
Who's that?
I don't know. And that's a problem.
In an instant, Demi hopped to her feet and she moved swiftly toward the man. Noah's gut twisted, and he gave the practice game a brief, forlorn glance before chasing after Demi. The mysterious figure retreated back into the hallways and the gym doors slammed in his wake. That only seemed to enhance the growing anxiety within him. Demi ran faster too, with fists balled no doubt. The air contorted with a strange maleficence, and every nerve ending in Noah's body zapped with desperate alertness. Demi burst through the doors with considerable force, knocking them open.
Hey! Stop right there!
By the time Noah exited the gym, Demi was at the far end of the hallway. Her past experiences as an Essence Ball player obviously served her well. The air grew tenser the further Noah had moved, and a sudden tickling perked up his senses. His magical senses. Vile acid pooled at the bottom of Noah's stomach. In an instant, Noah summoned some of his magic and filtered it into his body. Not enough to draw attention, but certainly enough to be prepared for what might be lingering in the shadows. Demi flew around the corner, and seconds later, so did Noah. The mysterious figure had sprinted up the stairs, heading toward the second floor.
Stop right there!
She disappeared up the stairwell. Noah was now only a dozen steps behind her. A sort of latent buzzing greeted Noah as he stepped onto the second floor. It took a few moments for Noah to recognize the pattern of that buzzing, and it made the air crackle on the edge of hearing. Something was summoned. Demi stood in the middle of the hallway, and she stared at a figure who stood at the far end of the hallway. Noah studied the person. The individual wasn't wearing a black cloak.
Who are you? You better answer me, otherwise you're going to have some real trouble.
The figure stood with their back to Demi and Noah in the long, dark, lonely corridor. A slight odor drifted on the air, one that made the synapses in Noah's brain throb with recollection. It was such a familiar fragrance, and seconds later, he identified it. Several more figures stepped out of the classrooms beside the first individual, but their exact features were also obscured by the shadows. A noise thumped behind them, and Demi glanced behind Noah. Noah's palms became more moist, and he took a reassuring breath.
How many of them are back there?
6.
And added to the 4 in front of us, it seems like we have a little bit of a problem.
Who are they? Why are they here?
More like who were they? You do realize none of these things were the person we followed, right?
Demi clenched her fists tightly. A subtle hum emerged from her body, and Demi's pupils illuminated with a bright orange radiance. Noah swallowed hard and peeked at her from the sides of his eyes. His insides swelled a little, which usually happened when someone from other dimensions, especially Hellos, transformed and revealed more of their truer nature. A pair of reddish-blackish horns emerged from Demi's forehead. Her stature and muscles increased in size, and several sharp fangs peeked out past her lips. When Demi was finished unleashing more of her power, she was a good 2 feet taller than Noah. Her fingertips had morphed into jagged claws.
I'll take the 6 in the back. Can you handle the 4 in the front?
He stepped forward and approached the 4 ominous figures.
Yeah, no sweat. Maybe when I finish with mine, I'll help you with your group.
Thankfully, despite the gravity of the situation, Demi smirked at him with a toothy grin. In her current state, it looked damn right malicious.
If anything, Mr. Cruz, I'm going to finish first.
Demi pivoted and sprinted down the hall with her hands held open and poised for mauling. Noah focused on the figures ahead of him. The light was poor, and yet he still noticed their grisly features. Bloated dark gray flesh, disheveled rags for clothing, and wide blank stares. They moved closer to him with sagging postures, starving eyes, and drool dripping off of their lips. Faint vibrations of energy rippled on the air, most likely coming from the creatures' chests. For these creatures, the energy within their chests acted like batteries. One of the monsters stepped forward and pointed a decaying finger at Noah. It gurgled angrily at him, and then the three others sang out in refrain to the first one's call. From behind Noah, the sounds of squishy bodies slamming onto the floor caught his attention. Noah grinned as he held out his hand in front of him. His spirit danced wildly as the hunger from his anticipation soared to new heights. It had been a long time since Noah had the opportunity to summon his faithful partner, but now seemed as good a time as any. An area on his right forearm tingled with hot arcane power. It could not be seen because of his buttoned-up, long-sleeved shirt, but his silver-lined tattoo glowed with life. A silver light burst into life in his right palm, and two shafts of light emerged from either side. The hallway became bathed in beautiful illumination, and the creatures squinted and blocked their eyes from the intensity. When the brilliance in the hallway faded, Noah held a silver spear. Although it wasn't just any spear, it was EA, the Light Piercer. How long had it been since Noah and EA waltzed with one another? 10 years? 20? Regardless, EA's sleek haft sent long-forgotten trembles up through Noah's fingers. Noah closed his eyes, and someone else opened them. He crouched down and then sprinted toward the four creatures. Silent and lethal focus gripped his movements. The first creature lunged at him, but he simply shifted, dodged, and then stabbed the tip of EA into the monster's chests, right where the magical core resonated. Its eyes widened for a moment before its limbs fell limp. Noah pulled EA free, and then twirled his spear around him with all of his strength. The other monsters fell back, being struck by both ends of the spear. Slowly, the three remaining monsters got to their feet and then growled at Noah. They shuffled closer to him, but Noah kept them back with a series of swift thrusts, stabs, and jabs. EA's point dug into their faces, arms, legs, and even stomachs. It was only when Noah pierced the center of their chests that the monsters finally fell dead. He felled one of the monsters, and then backstepped away from the other two. Noah glanced down at the hallway at Demi. Veins of energy trailed down her skin, and the veins casted light in the corridor. She had managed to tear one of the creatures completely in half, but the upper torso still crawled closer to Demi as she moved around. She punched the monsters to the ground over and over, but they kept getting up. At the moment, she tangled with 4 of them, while the 5th was nothing more than a half-thread of sorts. The 6th lay on the ground with its chest completely smashed in. It laid still with blank eyes.
The chest! Their arcane batteries are in the center of their chests! You have to smash, pierce, or tear there!
For a brief moment, Demi gave him a curious look. Noah didn't miss that she noticed his spear. She only looked at him for a moment longer before she kicked one of the monsters in the face. It fell back, and then she punched it in the chest with so much force that it slammed into the wall with a tremendous thud. Before it had a chance to recover, Demi dug her hand into its chest and pulled out a hunk of rotten flesh. The monster fell still moments later. Noah ducked under the flailing limbs of one of the other monsters, and he twirled about again. The swift ends of the shaft knocked the pair of monsters around Noah and to the ground. EA zipped forward and punctured through another one of the monster's skulls. Noah pulled it out and then leaned back as its friend swiped a dirty fingernail grab at his face. EA's tip drove into the monster's chest, and then it fell limp on the spear. The monster whom Noah had stabbed in the head grabbed him by the arm before he had a chance to pull EA free. However, a massive devilic hand burst through the monster's chest, right where the battery was. Demi's black ichor-covered claws were but a couple of inches from Noah's face. In an instant, Noah dismissed EA, and the dead monster impaled on its tip fell to the ground before him. Demi freed her hand, and a fiery aura of energy coated her entire body. All of the shadows retreated back into nothingness, and Noah squinted and blocked his eyes from Demi's light. The fiery aura burned away all of the muck, gore, and filth from Demi's body. Once she was clean, her devilic features descended back into her body. She resumed her mage blood appearance.
Okay, firstly, I told you I would finish first. And secondly, what in the hellos was that?
Noah gave her an awkward smile.
Do you mean the monsters?
Demi crossed her arms over her chest, tilted her head, and then gave Noah a hard stare.
No, I mean you. Since when can you fight? I thought your specialty was languages, but you summoned a spear and you were fighting as if you'd done it before and... What are you? Like, really, what are you? You're not just a linguist.
Oh, well. I'm also kind of a artificer of sorts. I can make things.
Like silver chains to restrain fighting students?
Demi walked over to where the 4 bodies Noah had slain lay. She bent down and studied the expert holes pierced into the corpses.
Oh no, you're not also kind of an artificer. You are an artificer, aren't you? Languages are just a small facet of what you do, but the chain spell you used on the students wasn't something simple just anyone can do. And that spear, I felt its energy from down the hall. It wasn't just a simple weapon. It almost reminded me of...
Like what?
Demi didn't look at him at first, but instead she stared off into the darkness of the hallway. Her body had grown a little rigid. After a moment, she stood up and glanced at Noah.
No, it's nothing. If you were anything like that, I'd be able to feel it. However, I'm a little surprised. It's been a long time since I encountered an artificer. To be honest, I've never met a mage blood one before. You mage bloods are full of surprises.
Noah let out an awkward chuckle. A violent hum had awoken in his soul, and he desperately just tried to quell its unease.
Would you be able to teach others how to do that? You know, make things?
Noah winced a little, and he averted his eyes away from her.
You know what? You're right. This isn't the time for this sort of discussion. I'm going to call the headmistress right now. She needs to be made aware of what happened. Would you mind waiting with me, in case there are any other surprises laying about?
Sure.
Demi pulled out a cell phone and moved down the hall a little ways. Moments later, she said,
Hello, headmistress. We have a problem.
Noah knelt down and examined one of the broken clumps of undead flesh that decorated the hallway floor. This creature had not been a zombie, nor had it been a golem either. It was something different and twisted with a sort of sloppy maleficence. Bitter unease rocked Noah from the inside as he regarded the small spear wounds he and EA had inflicted. Sickly mist formed in his stomach, and it spread nausea within him. Looking back, Noah mentally kicked himself in the astral balls, and in turn he writhed in painful shame. Why did he summon EA? Why didn't he summon a generic weapon and just engage the creatures that way? A simple answer came to mind. He didn't have another weapon ready and tattooed on him for immediate use. The monsters would not have waited for him to use the words of creation to create a new weapon. And even if they did, doing so would have planted even more suspicious seeds within Demi's mind. Unlike Seto and Kachina, Demi was a mature devil with a keen mind and perhaps a long memory. In that same vein of thought, summoning the silver shackles and chains would have created an even more awkward situation than the one he found himself in now. Despite his claims, Noah could only cast real spells in his native tongue. Fighting barehanded would have been foolish as well. Noah was strong and a battle-trained warrior, but those monsters were designed to fight warriors. The hallways were deathly quiet too. Whoever the person in black cloak was, they had gotten away. When Noah had first entered the second floor, he felt the trace echoes of summoning magic. Could these monsters have been summoned prior to the figure sneaking down to the gym? Perhaps. After all, summoning such creatures into existence on school property would have taken time, and Demi had trailed after the man with immense athletic speed.
Maybe we should make a sweep of the school to make sure more of the creatures aren't here.
Demi turned to regard him, and she was still on the phone. She nodded.
Mr. Cruz suggests that we should sweep the school to see if there are any more here. Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Demi hung up the phone and then looked at Noah.
Headmistress Darbo is on her way here, and she'll help us search the premises. Until she gets here, we're to head back to the gym to protect the students, just in case.
Right. Sounds good to me.
Noah and Demi moved back through the corridors of Arceados Academy. A grim and potent silence had befallen the halls, and every open classroom door gave the pair slight pauses. Noah and Demi peeked into the classrooms and breathed sighs of relief upon finding them empty. When they got to the first floor, they stopped. A figure stood in the hallway, and her piercing eyes met with Demi's, and then Noah's. At first, magic crackled into Noah's palm, but he dismissed it as soon as he recognized the woman. Demi grinned widely. Headmistress Darbo wore a dark blue dress, matching heels, and even her glass frames matched her ensemble. Demi moved toward the headmistress, but Noah held out an arm in front of her.
What is it?
How do we know you're the real headmistress? Demi just called you.
Demi merely giggled, but the headmistress simply scoffed.
Miss Vartheis, did you and Mr. Cruz find any other unwelcome guests on your way back?
No, ma'am.
A wave of sheepish heat flared in Noah's cheeks as he licked his lips and lowered his gaze from the pair of women. The headmistress waved her fingers. Her eyes glowed with a spiraling dark blue energy, and a massive wave of the same colored magic blasted out in all directions. When the wave struck Noah, his body tingled briefly.
Aside from the students and Mr. O'Malley in the gym, the school is empty. Come, show me where you both were attacked.
Demi nodded and walked down the hallway. The headmistress trailed behind her a single step, and when she passed by Noah, she didn't even spare him a glance. She moved with elegant and commanding posture and grace, like an empress on inspection. Noah sighed, and his cheeks grew even hotter. They climbed the stairs to the second floor and found an empty, untouched corridor.
What the hellos? This is where we fought the monsters. There were bodies and chunks lying everywhere.
Headmistress Darbo walked the length of the hallway but said nothing. She casually glanced at the floors, ceilings, and walls with a passive interest. Demi stood still and she watched the headmistress with a pleading expression. Noah remained silent, uncertain of what he could say to make their claim more believable. He had already made an ass of himself before his big boss. Doing so again was not desirable in the least. The headmistress gently clasped her hands behind her back. Her steps were as commanding as a dancer's. The clip-clop of her heels on the floor in the empty hallway grated on Noah's nerves only slightly. When Headmistress Darbo got to the end of the hallway, she turned and walked back to Noah and Demi, and then past them. Her eyes scanned the section of the school as well, and once she got to the end of the hallway, she marched back.
There's nothing here now. Not even a trace of a presence other than ours.
But they were here.
Headmistress Darbo locked gazes with him. Her words were as sharp as tacks on the back of Noah's neck.
I didn't say they were never here, did I, Mr. Cruz?
Noah swallowed hard a little. His stomach swirled about like an anxious tornado.
No, ma'am.
Miss Vodheis, would you please be so kind as to allow me to view what you saw?
Yes, ma'am.
Demi gave the headmistress a large smile and then closed her eyes. The headmistress reached out and placed her index and middle finger on the center of Demi's forehead. Once more, the headmistress's eyes glowed with a dark blue light. The effect only lasted a few moments before the headmistress took her hand away. This time, when she locked gazes with Noah, her eyes were more critical, more curious, and more dangerous.
Mr. Cruz, you did very well against the creatures. I am quite surprised that you are so handy with a weapon. It was my understanding that you were simply a linguist.
Noah smirked a little, and he squirmed under the tremendous density of her attention.
Well, what can I say? I'm a person of many talents.
Indeed you are. It begs the question of where you learned such unique magical skills. You used a similar and unorthodox spell to restrain the students during their little spat as well. Are you truly an artificer, self-proclaimed or not? Would you be willing to teach an upper-level course based on your skills?
I am an artificer by training and a linguist by hobby. However, the contract I made with Arceados Academy is for my linguistic skills and expertise only, and I mean no disrespect. I'd rather not teach others my specific form of artificing. I hope that this will not jeopardize my employment here at Arceados Academy.
Of course it does not. You are already proving yourself to be an excellent addition to the school. You are skilled in your assigned area of instruction, you are willing to assist with extracurricular activities, you rush to aid your fellow teachers and staff.
She smiled, and yet her eyes grew wilder and more predatory.
And you arm our students with such wonderful tools.
Her mouth formed a small line under her nose.
Of knowledge.
A heavy moment of silence passed between both Noah and the headmistress, and Demi frowned a little.
Headmistress? Am I missing something, ma'am?
The headmistress didn't break eye contact with Noah.
No, Miss Vodheis, you haven't missed anything. Come, let us go and watch the rest of the Essence Ball practice, shall we?
She didn't move.
After you, Mr. Cruz.
Noah nodded and scuttled past Headmistress Darbo toward the staircase leading toward the first floor. Even though he didn't look back, Noah heard the dominant clip-clops of the headmistress's heels right behind him. Episode 5. The Festival. Noah walked into the classroom, but stopped as soon as he saw his students. Not a single student acknowledged him. They clustered together in small groups at various places in the room. No one was on their cell phone, goofing off. No one was having idle chatter. No one was off task. Instead, they were all engaged and busy. Why couldn't they be this diligent when there was actual classwork to do? Despite this, Noah grinned to himself as he set his briefcase on the teacher's desk at the front.
Greetings, class. Is everyone excited about the school festival?
Only a few students glanced up at him, but they quickly returned to their tasks.
Right then.
Noah sat down at the desk and watched the various groups interact. One of the student groups worked on either laptops or cell phones, and they directed information at other students who furiously wrote down things on either notebook paper or laptops. Another student group knelt down or sat beside a large, flat piece of paper, and they drew figure outlines and other such shapes. A third group, the one closest to the teacher's desk, spoke to one another, and the topics of conversation related to outfits and costumes. Noah rose from his seat and approached the third student group.
So, tell me what your class project is.
One of the students looked up at him and smiled.
Well, since there are mostly demons in this class, we'll be doing a history presentation about the most influential demon figures since the Bright War.
A sudden, chilling, spiky ball thrashed Noah's spine, rolling up and down it with unseen pressure. He didn't let his unease show on his face, though, and he beamed a smile, albeit a fake one, at the students.
Oh, that's cool.
Noah pointed to the collection of notes that sat at the center of the third group's area.
So I overheard you all talking about costumes and such.
Yeah, our group is talking about who's going to dress up, what they're going to look like to portray the historical figures, and how to make the best outfits.
That group over there is designing a banner that's going to display some of the most important figures. We voted on the top 5 for the banner. The last group is doing research on the figures that makes sure we all get the details right.
Excellent. I have to say, this is an interesting project. It's way more interesting than some of the other classes I've presided over.
About 80% of the class glanced up at Noah, and their collective smiles and delight warmed the room considerably.
Meh. You're just saying that because you're our teacher.
No, really. You are all choosing an ambitious project idea, and it's going to be great to see you all square off against your peers.
Noah moved over to the banner and glanced down at it. 6 figures had been sketched out and outlined. All of the students who worked on the artwork were demons.
So, if you don't mind me asking, who are the figures? Am I allowed to know?
A bright-eyed demon girl nodded and regarded him in a most polite manner.
Of course, sir.
She pointed to the individuals and said their names and descriptions.
That one is Dalgodin, the current king and the greatest demon warrior during the Bright War. This one is Dobijamaru, the dreaded Blight Witch. The third is Moses Jesuastis, the prophet of Twilight. The fourth is Queen Shaniva, Dalgodin's beloved partner and high priestess. And the fifth is Jacoby Hawako, the first demon to be elected to a Senate seat in the National Congress.
Noah pointed to the 6th figure.
And who's the 6th?
The girl's delight fell away for a moment. Over a dozen students' heads shot up from what they were doing, and they glared in the direction of the poster. About a dozen more stiffened and watched the others with grim anticipation. Was it Noah's imagination? Or did the temperature in the room spike with invisible bubbles of heat? One of the girls, a demon student to be exact, wandered over to the banner. As soon as she saw the 6th character sketch, she scowled at the other demon student who was obviously responsible for the artwork.
We voted not to include him.
A male demon student working on another figure on the banner stood up, and his face contorted in fury-enticed discomfort.
It would be stupid not to include him. He's one of the most influential people on Hellos today!
Another male demon student from across the room stood up so violently that he knocked over his desk.
But this is a historical project about the most influential demons in Hellos history, not in current affairs. And we voted not to include him. Majority rules.
Hey now, you don't need to scream.
Well, let's vote again. We should include him. Victor Donaldson's going to be the next king.
One of the male demon students stood up and pointed to the female demon student who just spoke.
Treason! Do you want to die? 'Cause saying shit like that is gonna get you killed.
Hey!
All of the demonic students started yelling at once, while the students who were magebloods, devils, or something else just sat incredibly still, with their eyes averted from the demons. Once more, Noah yelled loudly, trying to get their attention. It failed. Magic pooled in his throat, but before he could roar with an amplified voice, a screechy, ragey female voice cut through all of the conversation. It had magic amplifying its volume, and even Noah winced a little under its thunder. Kazuna Miyoshi stood in the doorway to Noah's class with both hands on her hips. Her eyes were bathed in Hello's fire, and her mouth formed a wolf-like snarl.
Shut up!
The entire class fell silent, and everyone watched Miss Miyoshi with petrified eyes. Even Noah felt unnaturally unnerved by the smaller, angrier demon teacher. Miss Miyoshi pointed at Noah.
What the hell else is going on in here? Why did you let them get that out of control?
I tried to quiet them, but they got so out of...
No excuse. You're disrupting other classes, including mine. That's unacceptable. Do better.
She pointed at one of the demon students.
What's the problem? Explain. Now.
Noah licked his lips a little and then clenched his jaw. He averted his eyes for fear of igniting another vicious tirade from Miss Miyoshi. It hadn't been his fault. He really tried to wrangle the students back into civility. The student who was selected by Miss Miyoshi swallowed hard.
We were just having a disagreement over who should be included on the banner.
The banner?
She waltzed over to it and studied each of the figures sketched out. She even briefly said their names, as if it were obvious who they were supposed to be. However, she paused once she got to the sixth individual. Her eyes narrowed.
And who is that supposed to be?
A student who was drawing on the banner minutes before averted his eyes as he said,
Victor Donaldson.
Miss Miyoshi's eyes narrowed and she slowly formed her hands into fists.
Is this why you were all fighting?
No one said anything. Miss Miyoshi turned a cruel eye on Noah.
Is this why they were fighting?
Yeah.
A dozen students sent hate-filled glances at him.
Someone said something about him being the next king, and then...
And with the speed of the wind, Miss Miyoshi whirled back around and glared at the demons in the class.
Are you all fucking serious? You're bringing up that bullshit here?
The demons lowered their gazes in shame. Even though the devil students were not involved, they also lowered their eyes in solidarity, or so it would seem. The Magebloods, on the other hand, openly gawked with hungry, excited eyes, but closed mouths. Now was not the time to show any sign of amusement. Noah simply remained still, and he hoped that Miss Miyoshi forgot he existed.
Don't you dare embarrass us, or I swear by every inch of Hellos, I'll make you all regret it. I don't care if you're pro-Yao Godin or pro-Donaldson, you keep that political bullshit to yourselves! The school festival is not a battleground for your political ideologies!
After a moment, she turned to Noah.
If they give you any more issues, you come get me. Troublemakers will be dealt with.
Miss Miyoshi left the room, and for the rest of the class hour, not a single student, or even Noah himself, broke the silence.
Hey there.
Demi came over and leaned on Noah's desk in the teacher's office.
So, how are your classes going today?
Okay, I guess.
I heard that Miss Miyoshi had to intervene in one of your classes.
Oh, you heard about that, huh?
Everyone heard about that. Hellos, everyone heard it. At least the initial shut up.
Demi reached out and gave Noah's shoulder a little squeeze.
Hey, are you doing okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
But are you really? Look, it's totally normal and acceptable if you're feeling bad about it. You'll have to just forgive Kazuna. She can be very intense when it comes to demons. Hey, so what happened?
I don't want anyone to get in trouble.
Oh, no one is getting in trouble, especially if what I heard happened actually happened. I just want to hear it from you first.
Well, it started off with the other students arguing about who to include on a banner, and they all started fighting after that.
Uh-huh. Were there any names that were thrown out especially?
Victor Donaldson was mentioned.
Oh, well, that figures.
So who is Victor Donaldson. I'm not familiar with the name.
Oh, yeah. Well, then that shrinks the pool considerably. Oh well, I lost.
You lost?
No. It's not important, I promise. But there is this massive betting pool among the other teachers, mainly about what you are. I bet that you are a demon who is really good at concealing your true nature. But if you don't even know who Victor Donaldson is, then there's no way you could be from Hellos. I know you're not a devil.
Wait, are you being serious, or are you just messing with me?
I'm totally not messing with you. Most of the teachers believe you're just a mage blood, but there are others who aren't so convinced.
Her eyes widened, and they flared with childish joy.
Oh, don't tell anyone you know about the pool. It's supposed to be a secret.
A deep and profound sickness festered in Noah's heart.
Well, of course I'm a mage blood. What else would I be?
Demi smirked.
Uh-huh. Sure. Anyway, to answer your first question, Victor Donaldson is a demon aristocrat, politician, and a warrior. Although he's not even past his 100 and teens yet, he currently has a seat in the demonic senate, and he's very much a pro-war kind of guy.
Pro-war? Is the demonic kingdom at war with anyone at the moment?
Demi narrowed her eyes for a moment.
Yeah, you're definitely not from Hellos. Otherwise, he'd have known that the Bright War never actually ended. There's been a long-standing ceasefire between Hellos and Heavenos for about 150 years now.
A ceasefire? Wow. I didn't know such a thing could be formed between both dimensions. I mean, I've heard stories about how intense the Bright War was.
Ugh, you have no idea how bad it really was. I, for one, am glad the ceasefire happened, and I hope the war never restarts. Victor Donaldson, on the other hand, belongs in the camp of people who want to restart it and even bring the war to the angels.
That would be the worst thing ever to happen.
Yeah. There has been this growing political movement that's been building and building for the last 10 years, and Victor Donaldson is one of the key players of that movement.
Well, hold on. If Victor Donaldson is causing such political strife, why is he allowed to operate? Is he hiding somewhere secret in Hellos?
Oh, not at all. Actually, quite the opposite. Victor Donaldson is one of King Yagodon's chief advisors in his army. Besides, Victor Donaldson hasn't done anything wrong, really, other than have a different political view than King Yagodon.
Demi poked Noah in the shoulder.
Whoa, you're being more vicious than the King of the Demons.
Well, I didn't mean that I...
Oh, relax, I'm just messing with you. But yeah, the whole situation is rough because the Demon Kingdom is split into two factions. One who supports King Yagodon in maintaining the ceasefire, and the one who supports Victor Donaldson and wants war.
One student mentioned that Victor Donaldson is going to be the next king.
Oh no, really? That's a whole other issue right there. See, some of the more radical demons under the Donaldson banner want to overthrow King Yagodon. But, the only reason that Donaldson isn't killed right off because of that is because he publicly denies a desire to do so.
Wow. And that radicalism is even present here at Arceados?
Yes. The students hear it from their families, friends, and loved ones. It's only natural that they become socialized to the political extremes, too.
A bell rang.
Oh, I guess the next classes will begin soon. I'll talk to you later, okay?
Thanks for checking up on me, by the way.
Well, that's my job. Besides, I care about you as a person.
She winked at Noah before she waltzed off. Noah just watched her go. Brilliant oranges and yellows stretched across the sky behind the looming buildings surrounding Arceados Academy. A wild energy saturated the air, and every time Noah took in a breath, his insides tingled with a hint of electricity. As nervous as he had been for the first meeting with his students, this seemed way more monumentous. Noah stood out front of the school doors, and he smiled wildly. A large crowd moved toward him, filled with both Academy students and their families. Many of the younger and newer students beamed with infectious anticipation, while some of the more seasoned students donned masks of apathy. Most of the latter group still had barely noticeable sparkles of delight as well, although it was probably uncool to reveal such emotions when their younger classmates were so close. Noah bowed, greeted students and their families, and gestured for them to enter through the front doors. While most of the students appeared somewhat familiar, most of them became indistinguishable amidst the living river rushing past him. A young woman wearing a blue hijab moved up to him, followed by two older adults. The woman to Kachina's right wore a sparkling purple hijab to obscure her hair. The older woman's black eyebrows were finely sculpted and shaped to give her a pleasant appearance, and they hung over a pair of light blue eyes. She wore an elegant pantsuit with heels, and both her fingernails and her toenails matched her hijab. Even without heels, Kachina's female companion stood taller than Noah, and the heels made the difference between their heights even greater. The man to Kachina's left was short, perhaps no greater than 4 feet 5 inches tall. His torso was rounder, his hands and fingers were fatter, and his cheeks bunched out as if the man were actually a chipmunk, with nuts in his mouth. A thick dark brown beard extended off of the man's chin, and a white turban with an amber-colored gem stitched just above the man's third eye rested on the man's head. He wore light sandy-colored robes, and his shoes appeared to be made from golden foil. The man grinned so widely that his eyes formed tiny squints. Kachina approached him and gestured toward them.
Mother, Father, this is the nice teacher I told you about.
She gave Noah a small bow and then waved her hand at her parents.
Mr. Cruz, these are my parents, Fatima and Farouk Al-Amin.
Fatima, the woman in the hijab, stepped forward and gave Noah a piercing, falcon-like stare. She gave him a small bow, and when she spoke, her voice resonated with a deeply rich alto tone.
It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Our beloved daughter has told us about you, although it is to my understanding that she is not in any of your classes, yes?
That is correct. I'm not lucky enough to have her in any of my classes yet, but maybe one day I will.
So how is it you met my daughter at all? She has a high regard for you, and she speaks of you fondly. My daughter is in several clubs. Are you the faculty sponsor for any of them?
Kachina's face blanched a little, and she winced. Before she could speak, though, a comical, higher-pitched tenor voice flowed past her father's lips.
Oh, I believe Kachina told us he helps with the Essence Ball?
Her father's eyes squinted toward Kachina.
Oh, isn't that right, oasis of my heart?
Yes, Father. Mr. Cruz helps with the Essence Ball. He helps Mr. O'Malley with the coaching.
Fatima regarded her daughter and then once more set her piercing attention on Noah.
Oh, so, I see. This admiration stems from great coaching and support. Then I suppose it would be safe to assume there isn't anything odd going on between you, yes?
Noah's eyes went wide, and his voice died in his throat. He opened his mouth to give off a defense, and yet only a surprised squeak popped past his lips.
Mother, I told you, it's nothing like that. Just because Parnian did it doesn't mean I will.
Her cheeks became bathed in crimson.
Mr. Cruz, please forgive my mother. She didn't mean anything by it.
Oh, I totally understand. And for the record, that would never happen. I'm not that kind of teacher.
Fatima tilted her head and gazed hard at Noah for a few moments longer. After a moment, she grinned a little.
Yes, perhaps you are telling the truth. Please forgive me, Mr. Cruz. Women of my family are incredibly irresistible, and my eldest daughter managed to seduce several of her teachers when she attended Arceados Academy. I just wanted to make sure that our little Kachina wasn't following the same route of debauchery.
You mean like when you went to this school?
Without breaking eye contact from Noah, Fatima's hand zipped through the air. The back of her hand slapped into Kachina's face so swiftly that it caught the poor young woman by surprise. A loud, smacking noise snapped through the air, and a few passing parents gave wry smiles. The students the other parents were with averted their eyes in solidarity. Kachina's eyes widened, although the slap didn't appear to have enough force to cause any real pain. Fatima bowed to Noah.
Please excuse us, Mr. Cruz. Our daughter was so eager to show us her class project that her father and I can barely contain our anticipation.
She moved through the entrance. Kachina followed her with her eyes slightly downcast, and her hand covered the spot where her mother's ringed hand connected with her lower lip. It was not bleeding. Farouk gently marched behind his daughter, and his squinted eyes stared ahead. The family disappeared inside moments later, and so Noah turned his attention back to the oncoming crowds. After a few minutes, another familiar face emerged amidst the sea of other students. Seto Gaizo strolled up to him, a somewhat apprehensive expression on his face. A pair of men followed him. As soon as Seto saw Noah, his eyes lit up.
Hey, Mr. Cruz.
Noah gave the oncoming trio a slight bow.
Good evening. And who are these two? Are they your parents?
One of the men, the taller of the two, grinned from ear to ear. The taller man had short brown hair, a pair of glasses resting in front of his dark brown eyes, and thick, full lips. He was built like a teddy bear with a large but cuddly stomach. His attire consisted of a pair of gray slacks, a pair of light brown shoes, a white buttoned-up shirt, and a gray sports jacket.
Why, yes, we are! It's wonderful that you assumed that on the front end. My name is Pat, and this is my husband, Jake.
Jake was much shorter than his husband, by at least 1.5 feet. He had bleached blonde hair that fell to his chin, a pair of lighter eyes, and a thick goatee on his chin. Jake also had a fluffier body type, but again, it appeared nice for snuggle times. He wore a black t-shirt that said Director on it, in bright pink puff paint, a pair of worn jeans, some black boots, and a really long white scarf around his neck that actually looped around several times.
Nice to meet you, Mr. Cruz, was it? So, what class does our son have you for, and how is he doing?
Oh, I don't actually have him in class. I've seen your son around, and he has always been quite pleasant. I am certain he's doing great in school.
Pat wrapped an arm around Seto's shoulder.
We're proud of our son despite his academic struggles.
Jake gently nudged his son from the other side.
Yeah, well, we all have our strong suits, and he'll find his one day.
Seto's face grew bright red.
Dad, jeez, let's go!
Seto wiggled out from one of his dad's arms and moved toward the front door of the school.
See you later, Mr. Cruz.
Pat and Jake lingered a moment longer and grinned at the back of their son.
He does his best, but the poor kid doesn't have a head for some of the more advanced arcane subjects. Lately, he's been really interested in swordplay, though.
Oh, yeah? That's interesting.
Pat locked gazes with Noah, and a discerning sparkle resonated in his irises.
Yeah, it was a crazy thing, too. One day, just out of the blue, he gets this sword. He wouldn't say where he got it, only that it was his. I caught him practicing on the roof of our apartment building.
Maybe he should join a club. They have a few combat clubs that would help him improve if that's what he's interested in.
Dads! Come on!
A wily smile covered Pat's face, and he followed Seto without saying another word. Jake followed a moment later, but he grinned at Noah as he passed. Noah turned his attention back to the crowd, although he didn't notice anyone else from his classes. One person moved through the crowd as best as they could, and the effort caused a stirring in Noah's stomach. He approached the student. It was a young female student, perhaps too young to be in high school. Her attire suggested that she attended another school, because although it looked like a school uniform, it had the wrong colors. She wore a bright green plaid and black dress, with a black suit jacket. The young girl sat in a magical floating chair that resembled what a wheelchair would look like, sans the wheels. A glowing magical orb in a sealed glass encasing was attached to the back of the chair. The girl's hand was on a small device, and it obviously controlled the chair. The bottom of the chair hovered 6 or 7 inches from the ground, which placed the girl's eye level with Noah's chest. She had tan skin, long golden wheat-colored hair, and soft, shimmering blue eyes.
Excuse me. May I help you, miss?
The young girl stopped her chair. Her eyes widened, and she frowned significantly.
Help me. I'm not in trouble, am I?
Oh, no, I just saw you trying to get through the crowd with your chair. That is amazing. I have never seen anything like it. I hope you don't mind me staring.
My chair? My sister made it for me because of my condition. I love it. Thank you for your concern, mister, but I'm all right. I'm just here to meet my sister.
Oh, is she a student here?
The girl giggled, but her body sat completely still in the chair. She opened her mouth to speak, but another older voice cut her off.
Doma, is this man bothering you?
Noah shifted in his stance to behold the speaker, and he stared right into Miss Montbella's eyes. A cold, piercing expression dominated them.
No, sister. He was asking if I needed help, and I was telling him about my chair.
Miss Montbella strode past Noah icily and placed her hand on the back of Doma's chair.
Come on. Let's go.
Am I in trouble?
Of course not, sweetheart. But what if I told you about talking to strange men?
That I shouldn't do it.
Right.
Together, Miss Montbella and her sister Doma moved inside. Noah just watched them go. He was about to resume greeting more students and their families, but Gregor stepped up to him. Gregor's mouth was curled and compressed into a barely suppressed smirk.
What's so funny?
Sorry, man. It just seems you're really good at pissing off the lady teachers.
Gregor gestured over his shoulder with his thumb.
Miss Montbella is very protective of our little sister. The poor thing is defenseless and vulnerable in that chair.
What happened to her? Doma mentioned she had a condition.
Gregor's eyes widened a little, and then he glanced around. The students and parents all gazed toward the school entrance, and the other teachers out front had their attentions on the incoming traffic. Gregor stepped closer to Noah and whispered into his ear.
Okay, so listen. Miss Montbella's sister is a carrier for the Montbella curse. And that's why she is like that.
The Montbella curse?
Gregor narrowed his eyes for a moment.
You don't know about it? Seriously? It's the result of one of the most devastating mage blood feuds in history. Every mage family knows about it. Or at least they should. I guess your family never talked about it then.
Noah just stared into Gregor's eyes as the silence sank in.
Right. Well, about 200 years ago, there was supposed to be this political marriage between the Montbellas and the Capudanes, which are two very prestigious mage blood families. Granted, the Capudanes were, and still are, the most powerful of the two. Something occurred, and it caused a massive blood feud that lasted 28 years.
Once more, Gregor scoped out their surroundings.
A son of the Montbellas was supposed to marry a daughter of the Capudanes. However, before the wedding took place, the Montbella son ran off with a demon girl. The Capudanes took great offense and retaliated with violence and magic.
Damn. And so how did the Montbella curse come about?
The matriarch of the Capudanes hunted down the son of the Montbellas and used him in a terrible ritual. I didn't know the specifics exactly, but a curse was placed on the genetic code of the Montbella family. And once a generation, several members of the family are burdened with magical paralysis and constant suffering. Miss Montbella's sister is cut off from using magic at all, and so she is a ward of her family.
What did the Montbellas do in return?
Nothing. The matriarch of the Capudanes threatened to do much worse if the Montbellas didn't stop the war. and sign a ceasefire. Incredibly distraught, the Montbellas gave up.
Noah averted his eyes for a moment.
So that little girl is suffering. That's terrible. Is there a cure? A means of dispelling the curse?
Hey, beats me, man. The Montbellas have been trying to find one since the curse was placed on them. At this point, the only ones who could lift the curse would be the Capulines, but they publicly refuse.
Gregor stepped back and then spoke normally.
Anyway, your shift as door greeter is done. I'm taking your spot. Feel free to go. Go and enjoy the exhibits. All while watching out for anything odd.
Right.
Noah moved toward the front doors as his mind buzzed with burden. A great roar of cheers and shouts blared into the crisp, cold night, coming from inside the school. No doubt the battle of classroom projects and exhibits had begun, and each student was determined to make their presence known. Noah smiled as he peered up at the dark black sky above him. Only the brightest stars shimmered through the ambient lights coming from the city. Most of the students, parents, and faculty were in the gym, where the student exhibits were being presented, so the roof of the main building was left to Noah. It was serene, being close to the excitement, while at the same time having the pleasure of silent contemplation. Arceados Academy was an interesting place, filled with so many different personalities, opportunities, and treasures. Noah grinned a little wider for only a moment before his delight cascaded beneath a mask of great concern. His eyes grew unfocused, and his mouth formed an ill-tasting frown. Noah scoffed and whispered into the emptiness of the roof.
Of all the things that could happen, why did it have to be intra-Helosian strife?
Noah considered the past few weeks with a new and unsettling lens of inspection, and yet he couldn't rightfully identify any signs that such demonic conflicts were rising. The issues between the current king and the potential would-be challenger had been masterfully concealed behind the backdrop, while the palpable conflicts between Helosian kind and Mageblood kind stole the focus of the world. Helosians, especially demons, were a proud people. It made sense as to why they wouldn't let outsiders know about their dirty laundry. Noah bit the insides of his lip, and he stepped closer to the edge of the roof. A cool night breeze brushed against his face, yet the immediate chilling touch failed to unbolster the rock-hard pulsating in his stomach. Maybe Samuel was right. Perhaps this was a clear sign that Noah needed to flee. If Helos itself started to churn in self-hate, how long would it take for other places to take notice? And if they turned their keen eyes on places like Arceados Academy, what would that mean for him? Tremors of inner anguish throbbed within him, and Noah scanned the dark horizon, as if to find his answers there. Should he run? Would it be fair to those who now relied on him? Images of Headmistress Darbo, Demi, Seto, and Kachina flashed in his mind's eye. Was it better to focus on his own survival and prosperity? If so, then he should run. But even as the notion flickered in his mind, acid coated his insides, and his soul twisted in repulsion. Even though that was the safer, more secure choice, was that the right choice? Noah framed the question differently.
Should I abandon my students? Or do I stand firm, even in the face of such peril and adversity?
Not even the wind dared to grace him with its wispy touch. Ever so slightly, the guilt-enriched burning eased off. An icy hand dragged its fingers on the now bare spots of his heart, and Noah shivered a little. Noah's time at Arceados Academy had been amusing, if nothing else. He scoffed a little and grinned. Okay, there was more than a few moments where his actions, advice, and presence alone created positive ripples in the school environment. Many students, even those from Hellos, greeted him with bright eyes and eager interest. Noah was needed here, and to abandon this post when so many people counted on him, well, that would be an awful thing indeed. Needed. Noah winced. Enormous pressure gathered at the mere utterance of that word, and his spirit shuddered a little under its looming shadow. His mind drew blank, and suddenly a stark image of a young girl paralyzed in a magical chair appeared. Noah's throat dried. He swallowed greedily. A raspy chuckle slithered from his lips, albeit with intended and subconscious effort. How easy would it be to fix her? Noah let the quandary linger in his mind, for he dared not conjure an answer. If he did, then the great and expansive universe would no doubt demand that action be taken. If Noah complied, then he would be discovered for sure. Was it worth it? Was the relieving of a single innocent girl's anguish worth attracting the unbroken attention of those Noah most feared? Well, fear perhaps was not the right word, not in the sense that the word encapsulated terror. Noah wasn't terrified at all. It was simply that he didn't wish to be found. Samuel would call him a fool, but the more he thought about it, the more he... Faint light broke apart the blanket of darkness that flooded the ground at the base of the main building. Noah stared down at the light, and a line of magical power floated in motion. His eyes adjusted a little, and the illuminated lines began to form something coherent. A figure stood before the lines that were quickly becoming a symbol, or some kind of sigil.
Arrogant little bastard, graffitiing a school during its festival. This generation certainly has balls.
While he had multiple ways of accomplishing the same task, Noah chose one that was the least distracting. He spoke in his native tongue and wove a spell around himself. A plethora of bright white bubbles of energy swirled around Noah's body, and he leapt off of the roof. The bubbles swirled faster around him, and rather than plummet fiercely, Noah glided down with sophisticated grace. The figure, who wore a black cloak and hood, stopped with making the symbol and gazed back at Noah. Noah yelled when he got closer to the ground where the figure stood.
Hey, you! Stop right there! Defacing school property is against the...
Noah reached out toward the figure, who was now running away.
Wait! Stop!
By the time that Noah had landed softly on the ground, the figure had departed.
Little bastard.
He regarded the symbol. At first, Noah just studied it. Clearly, this wasn't just a symbol or lazy, disgruntled message for the masses to see. The lines that the person had laid down were elegant, flowing, and Noah's eyes widened. It was an Arcanite sigil. No, it was more than that. Dread punched Noah's heart over and over, but the more he traced the lines with his eyes, the more he knew. This was a spell. Based on the small inflections, curves, and straight lines within the sigil, it wasn't a simple one either. Noah pulled out his cell phone, pressed the right contact name, and then hit call. After a moment, a delightful voice picked up.
Hey, Mr. Cruz, where are you? You're missing all the fun.
Miss Vodhuis, I think we have a problem.
What do you mean, a problem?
I noticed someone tracing a symbol on the side of one of the buildings. I'm fairly certain it was a spell of some kind.
A spell? You're saying you stopped someone from tracing a spell on one of the buildings?
A brief and expansive rush of air came over the receiver of the phone. As Noah spoke, it sounded like he was on a speaker.
Yes, and if my Arcanite is right, then by itself it's not as dangerous. However, I'm afraid that there might be more
The air fizzled right behind him, and all the hairs stood up on the back of his arms. Someone drew in breath, and the ground crunched under their feet. Noah's stomach dropped into his groin. and a winter-like seriousness took over him. Magic flowed into his right hand, and a moment later, he held Ie in his grasp. As he turned around, he poised the tip of the spear to surge forward. A hardness had taken refuge in Noah's eyes, but they softened when he met Headmistress Darbo's stern and unwavering glare.
Put that away before you hurt yourself, Mr. Cruz.
The headmistress walked past him right up to the symbol traced on the wall. Wiggling shame festered on Noah's gut, and he allowed Ie to disappear. He really had to start adding other weapons onto himself, just in case. Headmistress Darbo let out a hefty sniff through her nose.
You are correct in your assumption, Mr. Cruz. This is both a spell and a smaller part of something more diabolical. How did you come across this mysterious spell weaver?
Noah gave her a small smirk that failed to hide his discomfort.
I was, on the roof thinking and getting some fresh air.
The roof? Well, it was quite fortuitous that you were out here when you were.
She reached out toward him with complete authority in her gesture, and she held her hand out expectingly.
Your phone, Mr. Cruz.
I beg your pardon?
Your phone, Mr. Cruz. May I please have it? Miss Vaughtheis is still on the line, I presume.
Oh!
Noah glanced down at it, and sure enough, it was still on the call. As soon as Noah handed it over to Headmistress Darbo, she brought it to her ear.
Miss Vaughtheis, please recruit several other members of the faculty and discreetly search the entire premises for any additional sigils. Mr. Cruz and I will scour the exterior of the school. Meet me on the roof once your search is complete.
Headmistress Darbo handed Noah back his phone and then gestured back over his shoulder.
I will handle this sigil. Please start in that direction, and I will meet you on the other side of the building.
Yes, ma'am.
Noah started running away from where Headmistress Darbo stood. She had already turned her attention to the sigil, and she spoke in Arcanite. After 20 minutes of searching, Noah had identified 3 other sigils placed on the outsides of various buildings. Instead of waiting for Headmistress Darbo, Noah took it upon himself to deactivate the disastrous spells on his own. To his surprise, the headmistress was not at all displeased by his initiative. They waited on the roof for the other teachers to show up, but only Demi did.
Where are the other teachers who were searching?
Well, there was an incident in the gym, and so I sent them there to go help sort out the mess.
Noah's heart twisted a little, but he remained silent. The headmistress was not quiet, though.
What do you mean, an incident?
Demi let out an awkward chuckle, and it was the kind of chuckle where the joke wasn't funny, yet the person telling it hoped it would be passable.
One of the third-year class projects accidentally opened a dimensional rift into a pretty nasty place, and, well, some things got out.
Headmistress Darbo's eyes opened wide, and her cool, calm demeanor shattered. What remained was a mask of grave concern.
Oh, don't worry. No one got killed, and it's only a handful of people that got hurt. Some of the students, parents, and even teachers stepped up to fight off the creatures that got out.
Wow, that's crazy.
Yeah, what's crazier is that a pair of students were the first ones to start fighting.
She tilted her head and peered at Noah.
2 first years, actually. I think their names are Seto Gaizo and Kachina El Amin?
How many sigils did you find and deactivate?
Demi's eyes fell downcast a little.
9, ma'am. Based on the 9 that I found, it appears they were all going to work in conjunction with one another.
What did the ones you found do?
The ones inside were designed to create a massive implosion within the confines of their perimeter. It's strange, but the sigils all required an external force to be acted upon them before they activated. I assume the ones outside were designed to be that initial ignition.
The headmistress merely nodded.
Wait, did someone just try to destroy Arceados Academy?
It appears to be that way, Mr. Cruz. I wonder if it is because His Highness is here. If that were the case, then this bodes terribly for everyone.
His Highness?
Demi and Headmistress Darbo glanced at one another, and then the headmistress averted her eyes.
His Highness King Yaogodon is one of the honored guests at tonight's festival.
Noah couldn't help himself. His eyes opened as wide as they could, and every muscle and nerve in his body locked up. Was he visually shaking? Perhaps so. Demi touched his face and caressed his cheek with her fingers.
Hey. Don't freak out. Yes, he is the king of the demons, but you don't have to be afraid, okay? Calm down, Mr. Cruz.
Noah stepped back.
Sorry. I hope you don't think ill of me. It's just that.
You don't have to feel ashamed for your reaction. Neither Miss Vaughtheis nor I judge you. King Yalgodin is quite fearsome, after all. If someone tried to make an attempt on his life, then...
Noah found slight conviction, and he urged it out through his words.
The sigils on the exterior of the school were arcanite, not in the script of devils or the demons. What were the sigils on the inside composed of?
Headmistress Darbo regarded Noah for a moment, and then she looked to Demi.
They were arcanite as well.
I see what you are getting at, Mr. Cruz. The sigils used were arcanite spells rather than demonic or devilic magic. Still, that does not completely rule out a Helosian assassin. Helosians can still learn and cast arcanite spells. Or perhaps they conspired with Mageblood assassins to enact the spells.
But it also wasn't common knowledge that the king was going to be here. Not even I knew until an hour before the festival.
Yes, you were right, and it was to my understanding that His Highness only told a select few that he was going to make a surprise visit.
The headmistress let out a brief sigh before she stepped up to Noah.
Thank you, Mr. Cruz. Not only did you save the lives of our students, but you also saved the lives of their families as well. You have my utmost appreciation.
You're welcome, ma'am.
I am going to consult the Oracle Orb, and I will address what mysteries I discern during a faculty meeting tomorrow.
She tilted her head at Noah.
You have done us a great service. How about you take the rest of the evening off and head home? Miss Vaughtheis and I will wrap up the festival.
Noah simply nodded and left them on the roof. Unlike the last time, Noah used the stairs and exited the school through the front doors. As he walked home, a great many things came to mind. A demon civil war, Mageblood family feuds, a cursed little girl, a chance to help, sigils, death, otherworldly creatures, student heroes armed with his weapons. All of his thoughts disintegrated as one loud notion roared in Noah's mind, like an enraged dragon. King Yalgodin was here, tonight, and perhaps within 1,000 feet of him. How the hellos did Noah miss that? King Yalgodin was here, and suddenly, the prospect of running became all the more appealing. Episode 6: Precautions and Projects.
Well, let's go ahead and start the meeting, shall we?
Headmistress Darbo stood up. Her eyes were painted with an unsettling sheen, and her mouth formed a brutal scowl beneath her small nose. All at once, a quiet hush fell over the teachers' offices, and everyone locked gazes with their esteemed leader. Noah's heart swirled with a cyclone of prickly tension. As he gazed around the room at the other faculty members, several unique expressions kept appearing on his colleagues' faces. Some people, Miss Miyoshi for example, glared at Headmistress Darbo, although the headmistress didn't seem to mind. Other teachers, like Gregor, radiated with the same sort of unease that no doubt plagued the student body. Lastly, some of Noah's colleagues, as demonstrated by the mysterious Miss Montbella, appeared bored. Headmistress Darbo sighed ever so slightly.
As you all know, last night we held our annual school festival, and that there was an incident that occurred in the gym. What most of you don't know is there were actually 2 incidents last night.
A great stillness gripped the entire faculty, and even the less than interested faculty members perked up and gazed at the headmistress. Noah's chest grew tighter as the headmistress pointed at him.
Mr. Cruz was instrumental in stopping a plot that would have killed us all.
All of the other teachers regarded Noah critically, but then returned their attention to the headmistress when she started speaking again.
Mr. Cruz found someone placing an explosive sigil on the side of the school, and this sigil was linked to others positioned at key points around the facility.
Miss Miyoshi stood up.
Did you catch the perpetrator? Was this also connected to the attempt on my father's life?
Violent shivers slivered up Noah's spine, and he eyed Miss Miyoshi with growing gravity. Before he could pose a clarification question, Demi stood up.
Unfortunately, the assailant fled as Mr. Cruz came upon them. But we're not certain its two incidents are connected yet. However, I would like to point out that Mr. Cruz and I chased a strange person in the hallways a few weeks back as well.
Miss Miyoshi shifted to the side ever so slightly, and the gaze she beamed at Noah was far colder than a blizzard evening.
Maybe they were planning this attack for weeks. Frankly, I'm more than a little concerned that Mr. Cruz let this person go twice.
Noah winced, and his rational mind urged him to stop what he was about to say. And yet, his heart dominated his lips.
Actually, it might have been 3 times.
No one said anything, but every single teacher, including both the headmistress and Demi, watched Noah with grim, anticipating eyes. Miss Miyoshi was on the verge of exploding, and her hands had formed into fists. She opened her mouth to speak, perhaps to say something really scathing and threatening.
Let me explain. On my first day, there was a strange person dressed in a cloak who stood in an alleyway in front of the school's gate. When I tried to approach them, the person fled. I reported it, but the sigil incident may be separate from whatever happened in the gym, especially since the sigils were an arcanite.
Are you sure about that?
I am a master in reading, writing, and speaking arcanite, demonic, and devilic, as well as various other languages. I'm fairly certain.
Before Miss Miyoshi could respond back with a biting retort, as telegraphed by the literal fire starting to ignite around her fists, Headmistress Darbo asked a question.
Ms. Miyoshi, when did your father decide to visit the school festival?
The wrath in Miss Miyoshi's face diminished, and the magical fire around her hands snuffed out. She placed her hands behind her back and addressed the headmistress.
I would say that it was about 2 weeks ago.
And who knew that he was coming?
Well, only his closest aides. My mother, my siblings, and I.
That is what I had surmised.
Headmistress Darbo lowered her gaze for a moment, and then she swept over the faculty with her eyes.
Until we have further proof, I am going to assume that the incident outside the school's walls had nothing to do directly with your father.
Noah raised his hand.
I'm sorry, but maybe I'm confused? Is her father someone important? Like an ambassador or something?
And then the answer, the only real answer, slapped Noah in the center of his mind so hard that he couldn't move. His eyes opened wide, and his mouth just hung ajar. All eyes locked on him again.
What the hellos is your problem, you pathetic piece of shit? Yes, my father is the king of the demons. Do you have something against demons? 'Cause if you did...
That is quite enough, Miss Miyoshi.
Even though Miss Miyoshi clamped her mouth shut, her eyes radiated with an unholy bloodlust. She sat down and averted her attention from Noah. Headmistress Darbo lingered on him for a moment before she spoke again.
The incident within the gym has been revealed to be a plot on King Yalgodin's life. Luckily, several students and teachers jumped to the aid of the king and fought off the creatures that poured into our world. The students who were responsible for the attack have been expelled. Until further notice, I would like every one of you to keep your eyes and ears open for anything suspicious. Someone has ill intentions for our school and or the students within. I will not tolerate any threats to our students, so I am authorizing you to use deadly force against any perceived threats.
Noah drew in a deep breath, and his lungs were filled to the brim with angry butterflies, all flapping to get out. No one said anything to condemn the idea, and so the headmistress dismissed everyone to go to their classes. Teachers clustered around both the headmistress and Miss Vodheis after the meeting. At the same moment, Miss Miyoshi locked gazes with Noah. As she started to move toward him, Noah grabbed his things and rushed toward the door. Luckily, he managed to get out into the hallway before Miss Miyoshi could confront him. Unluckily, Miss Miyoshi caught him as he was trying to ascend the stairwell.
Hold it right there, demon hater.
Miss Miyoshi pushed him against the wall with surprising force, and she placed her own body against his so he couldn't escape. Her hot breath blasted on his neck.
I'm not a demon hater.
A couple of female students started to come up the stairs, but they stopped and studied both Noah and Miss Miyoshi.
Move along, ladies. Mr. Cruz and I have something to discuss.
The students giggled and then rushed past Noah and Miss Miyoshi. His cheeks grew hot, but only for a moment. Once he saw the red-hot rage in Miss Miyoshi's eyes, all delight faded. Miss Miyoshi poked him in the chest really hard.
If you're not a demon hater, then why did you react like that when you found out who my father was? Obviously you're not from Hellos. So are you one of those stupid-ass purist mage bloods?
I'm not a purist either. If I were, do you think I'd learn and master the Helosian languages?
Don't you get smart with me, asshole. I'll smack the smugness right off your fucking face! You bring up a good point. You're not like the dumbasses. But you're not like a typical mage blood either. You're fucking weird, and something is off about you. Now tell me what you are! Once I know, I can decide if you're going to be harmful or not for my students.
No. If you excuse me, I have to go to my first class. So do you.
Miss Miyoshi reared back her head a little, and an incredulous expression spread across her face.
Excuse me? You do not need to remind me about my classes. I've been a teacher for way longer than you.
She snarled ever so slightly, and then stepped away from him. Miss Miyoshi walked up the stairs a little, and then turned around and pointed at him.
Don't think this is over. I'm going to find out whatever you're hiding. You messed with the wrong woman.
Noah adjusted his shirt and flattened out any wrinkles.
I didn't even do anything. Jeez.
A small degree of satisfaction swept through Noah's core. The students herded into the cafeteria, and a combined hum of conversations flowed into one another like verbal streams flowing into a massive river. Today had been fairly uneventful, which was just the way he liked it. Considering the day prior, it was a blessing that the students weren't all riled up. Several other teachers also had lunch duty that day, and all but one of them gave Noah warm nods or waves. One of the faculty members, a certain Miss Issa Montbella, leaned against the far wall on the other side of the cafeteria. Her eyes bore into an open book she held in her hands. The book had a dark maroon-colored exterior and black lettering across its front and the spine. Nothing covered the back cover. Miss Montbella's attention remained unwavered, even when students called out to her to say hello. Noah crossed the floor and stood in front of her. She didn't acknowledge his presence, but flipped to the next page of the book. The lettering on the front cover and the spine of the book weren't in the common tongue, nor were they in Arcanite script. The symbols had sharp, short lines that formed strange geometric sigils. Well, to the untrained eye, they would have been strange. Noah opened his mouth to speak.
Go away.
Miss Montbella hadn't even looked up from the page she was transfixed by. Noah just smiled.
I was just going to say that it's interesting that you're reading a tome in ancient Denian.
Miss Montbella lowered the book, and she seemed to study Noah a little more scientifically.
You can read ancient Denian.
I'm a linguist. While I can speak and write in little more than 12 languages, I have studied and can read many more ancient scripts. So, you're researching ancient countercharms? Is this related to your family curse?
It's related to minding your own business.
She started to read once more, and when Noah didn't move off, her voice chilled a little more. Just as before, her attention was centered within the pages.
Is there something I can help you with, Mr. Cruz?
No. But maybe I can help you. I could help
No, thank you. I'm fine. Have a good day.
Noah nodded, walked away to the other side of the cafeteria, and finished his lunch shift there. The sharp whistle cut through the air, and 24 students stopped in place. Sweat glistened from their heads, and more than a few had ragged breaths. The stink of effort and desperation perfumed the air. Noah stood on the side of the gym floor, and he had his arms crossed. He watched the students as they went through their endurance drills. But every 30 seconds or so, Noah glanced at the exits and entrances to the gym. The headmistress had enacted powerful security spells, but it did little to curb the edge of Noah's heightened alertness. Coach O'Malley stood in the middle of the gym floor, and a dark glimmer flickered in his eyes. His hands rested on his hips, and his mouth formed a downward scowl. The whistle still jutted from his pressed lips. He spit it out, and the whistle fell against his chest, as it was connected to a lanyard.
Do you call that hustling? A bow-legged troll hag could move faster than you all, even when she's ankle-deep in swamp muck. Pick it up, otherwise you're going to get creamed. And if you do, mark my words, you're going to feel my wrath. Let's start the drills again from the top, starting at 1.
The student-athletes groaned in unison.
Okay, in that case we're going to start at -5. Want to go for -10?
This time, no one protested, and the students started running across the floors again. After about 8 minutes or so, Coach O'Malley blew the whistle again.
Take a 5-minute breather, and then we're going to start skirmish matches. Hey, Assistant Coach Cruz, please come here.
Noah sprinted over to Coach O'Malley.
I need a favor. I'm pretty sure I left the playbook in my desk in the teacher's offices. Can you please go and get it for me?
Sure thing. Are we going to practice some things for the skirmishes?
Nah, I'm still waiting to establish a good baseline foundation for the new players. The old heads could do with a refresher on the fundamentals. I want to take the playbook home, but I don't want to have to trudge up the offices after practice.
I'll be back soon.
Noah left the gym and moved through the dark corridors. The sun had already set, and the shadows spanned the interior of the school like haunting spiderwebs. His blood chilled a little, and he channeled a little magic into his palm as he moved about, just in case. Every time he passed an open doorway, he paused and looked inside. Eerie stillness glanced back at him. His dry lips grated at his attention, so he dragged his moist tongue against the hardness that had formed on his lips. Instantly, they softened, and as they did, the prickly tension in his heart softened a little too. Aside from the excitement going on in the gym, the school radiated with a solemn sense of emptiness. Under normal circumstances, the quiet and stillness would have been a comforting thing. Too bad that unusual and peculiar incidents had popped up recently. Noah opened the door to the teacher's offices and looked inside. No movement, no sound, nothing out of the ordinary. He moved across the floor over to where Coach O'Malley's desk sat. Resting on top of it was a thick 3-ringed notebook. The words, "Secret Playbook, Do Not Peek," written in blue permanent marker, sat on the front of the notebook.
Gee, I wonder what could be in here.
He picked up the notebook and then turned to head back out of the offices. A flicker of light caught his eye. Noah's core stiffened, and he held the playbook to his chest like a treasured child. The light hadn't come in from the room, but from across the way, from a window on the opposite side of the school. Could that have been a trick of the mind? His imagination manifesting his tensions? Noah stared at the spot again, all the while swallowing and moistening his dry throat. A few seconds later, a faint azure hue lit up the dark classroom window. It was on the same floor, on the opposite side of the school where it wrapped around. Noah's heart raced as he sprinted from the teacher's offices. Magic formed on the surface of his palm. Within the span of a single breath, Noah held EA lovingly. When Noah got to the hallway where the classroom was located, he stopped and then adopted a more stealthy approach. He snuck up to each classroom and peeked into them. Most of them had opened doors, all except for one particular door on the left side of the hallway. Noah swallowed hard as he moved more cautiously toward the door. He gripped the shaft of his spear tighter, and he placed his back against the wall. Another small blue flash made some of the glass on the classroom door shimmer for a moment. The air zapped with slight power. He drew in a deep breath and then slowly slid open the door. The room was dark, and a single person stood on the far side of the room. A magical something glimmered in the darkness, while other runes trailed around the spot on the table at its base. The figure looked up at Noah just as Noah extended his free hand and spoke in his native tongue. Silver shackles attached to chains reached out from the wall and grappled the person. Instantly, they were pulled against the wall with significant force. Noah turned on the light.
No! Damn it! No!
The glowing something cracked and then shattered into a million pieces. Noah's eyes adjusted to the sudden change in light as he placed EA's spear tip at the base of Miss Montbella's throat.
What the fuck?
What the fuck is right? Were you the person who tried to destroy the school? Is this another attempt at taking innocent student lives?
The anger that had once dominated Miss Montbella's face fell away, and tears outlined her eyes.
No. I swear this is just a big misunderstanding. Please let me go and I'll explain.
If you try to run, you'll fail.
I won't run, I swear. Just let me go.
Noah snapped his fingers, and the shackles and chains faded away. A heavy silence fell among both Noah and Miss Montbella. Noah lowered his spear, but he still held it in front of him. She stared at it as she rubbed her throat, where both the shackle and the spear had been directed.
Holy hellos, Mr. Cruz. What the actual fuck is your deal? Who runs around in an empty school at night with... Can you please put that down? I told you, I'm not going to run. Fucking hellos.
Noah narrowed his eyes and allowed the spear to fade away.
I'm here because I'm the assistant coach for Essence Ball. What are you doing here alone in the dark, Miss Montbella?
Did you tell anyone you found me?
Not yet.
Please don't. I know it looks bad, but I was not doing anything to hurt anyone.
So what were you doing?
I was making a magical artifact. It wasn't anything dangerous, I swear. The artifact was going to produce light and breathable air for miners who worked underground and such.
Why did it break as soon as I stopped you? I know quite a bit about artificing, and artifacts don't just break like that.
It broke because you turned on the light, and the material I was working with to make the artifact's core was light sensitive. You set me back by at least a week, and the client's deadline is fast approaching. You might not be able to make it in time.
You're seriously telling me that you were just artificing in here?
Yes.
You really expect me to believe that
That I was using school resources to create an artifact in which I could sell for my own personal gain? Yes.
Wait. What? Are you being serious with me right now?
Yes. And it's not like I'm not replenishing the resources out of the profit. Because I am. I'm just taking a large portion for my own goals.
Noah crossed his arms over his chest.
Wow. I'm a little surprised.
Oh. You can shove judgment up your ass. It's not like I'm just blowing all this extra money on stupid shit. I need it.
Oh? So I take it you regularly stay after school and make stuff. I take it Headmistress Darbo doesn't know about this?
No. And I'd appreciate it if she doesn't find out. This, Mr. Cruz, please, it's important.
But why? Why is it important?
The money I make from these special creations goes towards helping me earn enough to buy a magical ingredient in order to complete a special potion. And I need an ultra rare item. The thing is, only one person has that item, and the cost is stupid high.
Well, what does this potion do?
Miss Montbella's shoulders slumped a little.
If that book written in ancient Danean is right, the potion is supposed to lift curses. Powerful ones.
Powerful ones like the curse that affects your family.
I can't help the rest of my family, but I can help my sister. She doesn't deserve that wretched lifestyle. I've almost earned enough of the cost of the ingredient.
How much is the ingredient?
$1 million.
A white-hot panic flared in Noah's chest, and he felt his eyes open wide.
$1 million? That's outrageous. What is this ingredient that makes it so stupid expensive?
I'm sorry, but I don't want to tell you. The magical applications of this item are extensive, and I really don't want to risk a bidding war with someone over it. I hope you understand.
Noah just nodded.
That's why it is important that Headmistress Darbo doesn't find out what I'm doing. I'd be fired. And then I'd never be able to raise enough money for the item.
Miss Montbella held her arms to her chest and she stared at the surface of the desk, where the crumpled remains of the artifact lay. Her bottom lip quivered ever so slightly. Noah sighed for a moment, and then he held out his hands in front of him. He stared hard into the empty space of his palm.
What are you doing?
Noah spoke in his native tongue, and silver sigils flowed out from his barely parted lips. They swirled around, and the entire room became bathed in silver light. Miss Montbella just watched with open eyes. The magical words spun in circles together, and a form began to take shape. The shape glowed brighter for a moment, but then the light faded altogether. A silver orb with a series of grooves and holes carved into it sat in the open space above his palm. He walked over to Miss Montbella and offered it to her.
The activation word for this artifact is Europy. You can say the word again to stop it. Based upon your description, the orb will follow the activator, cast of light, produce clean air, and in the event of a cave-in, teleport up to 7 people to a safe location. Not to sound arrogant, but it is far superior than what you were trying to make. No offense.
How? How did you...
Let's just forget tonight, shall we? You'll forget where you got this one-of-a-kind artifact that you could easily sell for at least 200 grand, and I'll forget that you were doing something noble to save your sister. Is that fair? Please take this orb.
Miss Montbella swallowed hard, and then she grabbed the orb from him. She turned it over in her hands, and tears streaked her cheeks.
Are you serious?
Noah moved toward the door of the classroom.
I should go. Coach O'Malley will wonder why it's taking so long. Have a pleasant night, Miss Montbella.
Just as Noah had made it to the door, she called out.
Isa.
I'm sorry?
My name is Isa. If students aren't around you, you can call me Isa.
And my name is Noah.
Noah. Thank you for not telling Headmistress Darbo.
She held up the orb.
And for this.
You're welcome, Isa.
Noah left the classroom and moved down the dark corridor. Episode 7. The Big Game. A great hush fell over the gymnasium as the doors to the far side entrance opened up. On one side of the gym, the parents, teachers, and fellow students of Arceados Academy sat waiting on bleachers. The other side bleachers were still empty, but all that was about to change. Noah's spirit trembled as a palpable holy aura slid across his skin. Warm, barely present energy tickled at his nerves, and his soul ignited with a renewed passion. A female figure dressed in flowing white robes and a strange conical hat stepped into the gym, and behind her stood dozens and dozens of people. The woman's robes were brilliantly white, like fresh undisturbed snow in a meadow. A dazzling embroidered golden star covered her right breast, and the same symbol covered the front of her hat. The base of her conical hat had a golden crown woven into it. She grinned at the Arceados Academy side of the gym with conceited arrogance. The woman had dark black hair that was tied into 3 thick braids. One braid fell over the left shoulder, and the other 2 hung behind her. Her green eyes fell upon Noah for but a moment before her attention drifted elsewhere. While the woman radiated with unquestionable smugness, the people behind her all had blank facial expressions with cautious, scorn-filled eyes. The woman walked toward the center of the floor where Headmistress Darbo and Demi waited. A couple of well-dressed attendants trailed the woman's steps. The dozens who had followed the woman turned into over 100, and quiet and solemn students, parents, and presumably teachers filled the other side of the gym to the brim. Noah leaned over to talk to Issa, who stood near him. Over the last few days, since he had agreed to keep her secret, Issa had been quite warm with him. It was nice.
So, I assume that's the headmistress equivalent for St. Gabriel's?
Not just any headmistress, but a High Inquisitor of the Church of the Sacred Star. Her name is Camille Farr.
Oh, it's been a long time since I've encountered the church.
Bad experiences?
Yeah, you could say that.
I'm not surprised, considering their xenophobic rhetoric. Magebloods are barely tolerated. Though from the way you're insinuating, you may have had it worse than most of us.
A small smile crept across her face, and her voice fell to an even softer whisper.
You're not a mageblood, are you?
Tell me you're not involved with that pool too.
I bet on the fact that you were a mageblood. But I have a sinking feeling I lost. So, did I?
Noah just rolled his eyes. The players for the Essence Ball team for Arceados Academy had already lined up on the gym floor, in front of the crowd of their fans, peers, and families. On the far side of the gym, the St. Gabriel's Essence Ball team took their place. Like many of the others, the students on the team stared forward, with a silent sort of zealousness.
So, why are we playing them again? A bunch of the other teachers say that St. Gabriel's stands for everything that our school doesn't.
Isa just shrugged.
They're in our division.
Well, that was as good a reason as any, Noah supposed. Headmistress Darbo brought up the mic to her face, and she spoke.
Good evening. For those who do not know me, my name is Headmistress Emily Darbo, and I am the head administrator for Arceados Academy.
A thunderous cheer rivaling a dragon's roar erupted from the Arceados Academy's side of the gym. But silence saturated the other side. When the applause and excitement died down, Headmistress Darbo turned to face the students, parents, and the team belonging to St. Gabriel's.
I would like to extend a warm welcome to you, St. Gabriel's, as I do every year. Though our ideologies on many matters violently oppose one another, I certainly hope that tonight we can come together in the bonds of spirited and friendly competition.
Her attention locked with High Inquisitor Farr's.
After all, we are here to have fun.
A brief moment of silence filled the gym, and then Headmistress Darbo handed the mic to the High Inquisitor. High Inquisitor Farr gently took the mic and then beamed a sickeningly sweet smirk at the headmistress. It only lasted for a moment, and then the High Inquisitor turned her back to her school. She swept her gaze over the demons, devils, magebloods, and more.
Good evening, Arceados Academy. It is a pleasure to return here after we defeated your team last year.
A slight groan rippled through the Arceados Academy side of the gym.
Yes, we will keep things friendly, but rest assured we will win. The holy and divine light of our students, our faith and our dominance will never falter to the likes of you.
The headmistress's voice barely drifted into the mic, but it was heard by all.
Camille, I swear on your goddess if you even think to threaten my...
The High Inquisitor laughed a little, and the sound of her delight twisted Noah's spine in small circles.
Oh, Emily.
Despite the fact that the High Inquisitor held the mic away from her face, everyone still heard her, too.
I'm not here to threaten you or the abominations you decide to teach. Tonight we are here to play a game. But don't you for a moment forget what my order exists to do.
And don't you forget that if you or your angel cultists do anything to harm my students ever, I'll ravage your bodies and burn your church to the ground.
High Inquisitor Far's smile grew more hungry, and her voice softened so much that no one else could hear it. Noah, on the other hand, did. His magic flowed into his ears.
A reckoning is coming, my old rival. You will see the fury of my church and those whom we represent.
The headmistress's voice also quieted to a barely audible tone.
You underestimate the lengths I will go to protect my school at your own peril.
And you underestimate the lengths I'll go to purge the...
Demi reached up and snatched the mic from the High Inquisitor's hand, which earned Demi a righteous glare. Demi screamed into the mic.
Who's ready for some Essence Ball?
Once more, the Arceados Academy's side of the gym roared with excitement, and this time, the St. Gabriel's side clapped. Issa nudged Noah.
Are you okay? You look a little pale.
I'm fine.
Noah clapped along with the crowd, urging the sickness welling up in his stomach to dissipate. What did High Inquisitor Far mean? An undesirable answer whispered in the back of his mind. But surely that wasn't the case, right? Miss Miyoshi's voice rose above all others.
Kick their asses, Arceados! Show those holier-than-thou pricks what we can do!
Noah peered over at Miss Mihoshi, who jumped up and down in place. A righteous snarl covered her face, and she pumped her arms in excited fashion. The air around her slightly warped, and tinges of demonic magic filtered into the air, in the form of an aura of passion.
Kazuna has always been really into Essence Ball.
I can tell. It's kind of funny.
Just don't let her catch you staring at her, or she'll probably rip your heart out with her razor tongue.
The game got underway, and the varsity team for Arceados Academy moved into the center of the gym, across from the team from St. Gabriel's. One of the youngest players for Arceados Academy wore an unmistakable bright blue hijab. As soon as both teams collected in the middle, the referee stood between them and wove a spell to summon the playing field. A bright flash engulfed the entire gym, and once it ended, a massive terrain filled the gym floor. Several large orbs floated toward the ceiling of the gym, and each orb displayed a different vantage point of the players, the field, and the other areas within the terrain. A thin, blue, transparent sheet of energy surrounded the playing field, and of course, everything within the energy field had been miniaturized. Each of the individual teams had been placed on opposite sides of the terrain. Two glowing gates stood at either end of the field. The terrain itself had taken the form of ancient ruins in the middle of a thick, dense jungle. Trees were everywhere, which made directly viewing the players from the stands difficult. The orbs, however, showed the details that could not normally be perceived. As the images flashed across the orbs, Kachina came into view. Kachina had a temporary wince on her face and her eyes darted around to the larger, older, and more experienced players. Though the players spoke to one another, no one outside the field could hear them. The referee blew a whistle, which could be heard normally, and suddenly, both teams were off. A small orb twinkled for those in the stands to see, but the teams engaged in play were most likely unaware of it. Without looking at the actual orbs, the smaller versions of the team moved impossibly fast throughout the playing field. Noah watched the field and turned his attention to the orbs.
Is there a time delay or something? This wasn't like the practices at all.
Oh yeah. I suppose this is your first actual Essence Ball game, huh? Time flows differently within the playing field than it does out here.
Wow. Use of time magic is pretty advanced. It's quite impressive to say the least.
Don't forget that Essence Ball has been around for a long time. And Magebloods, demons, devils, and even a few other people out of the St. Gabriel's camp collaborated together to make many magical improvements.
The orb followed a small collection of Arceados Academy students as they maneuvered into a small area of stone ruins. The ruins resembled the architecture of the Jaguarosti tribes of the distant jungle nation. Noah had once walked those ruins and among the people. He smiled as brief memories flashed across his mind's eye. Kachina was among the group, and the group of four constantly scanned the area around them. They couldn't see that the orb was within the area of the ruins, but the crowd did. One side of the gym howled in excitement, while the other side screamed in protest. Suddenly, a trio of St. Gabriel's athletes jumped out into the clearing. Two of the students rushed where the four Arceados Academy players stood, and they conjured blast spheres. The third student hung back though, and he didn't summon a blast sphere like his comrades. He simply stood where they emerged, and his eyes narrowed critically. When the pair of St. Gabriel's students lobbed their blast spheres arced widely and missed. That only seemed to encourage the Arceados Academy team, and they created and lobbed their own blast spheres. Though their projectiles also missed, they came closer to hitting the St. Gabriel's students, rather than being hit themselves. The St. Gabriel player who had lingered behind ran away and yelled toward his comrades, and in turn, the pair who had attacked followed him. A viewing orb shifted and revealed three more St. Gabriel's students, crouching down behind a pair of rocks in the direction of the fleeing St. Gabriel's trio. The three concealed players had blast spheres hovering above their hands. Noah's stomach sank, and he couldn't look away. Three of the four Arceados Academy students gave chase, while Kachina yelled something at them. She stayed behind, and both she and the crowd watched as the ambush unleashed. The trio of fleeing St. Gabriel's students whirled around and created blast spheres, while those who were hiding jumped out and lobbed their blast spheres. While the three Arceados Academy students dodged the first volley, they were not so lucky the second go-around. Two of them were struck, and thus they exploded. The last remaining player tried to run, but he was struck a second later. And just like that, 6 St. Gabriel's players moved into the small ruins, with only Kachina in sight. She had conjured a blast sphere, but she hadn't thrown it yet. The 6 St. Gabriel's players said something to one another, and they charged Kachina with blast spheres in hand. They threw them at her, but she shifted around, danced about, and closed the distance with stunning footwork. Kachina flipped through the air and then landed beside one of the enemy players. The female St. Gabriel's player could only watch as Kachina rammed her blast sphere right into her face. The St. Gabriel's player exploded within a few seconds. Her comrades created more blast spheres, but Kachina stepped up closer within their ranks. She punched, kicked, and rammed her shoulder into them. They tried to throw their spheres at her or hit her with it like she had done, but Kachina moved with expert grace. One of the St. Gabriel's players hit another one of his friends, and that friend exploded. Kachina summoned another blast sphere, and she pushed it into another player's chest. She twirled closer to another one, grabbed him by the shirt, and then twisted him around. At the last moment, one of the blast spheres from one of the other St. Gabriel's players hit him in the back. 2 more explosions happened in succession. The last 2 St. Gabriel's students cursed and swore, although what they said was lost. They conjured blast spheres, but they missed Kachina by a wide margin. Kachina, on the other hand, took one out, and then the other without much trouble.
Holy hello, she's good. Like, really good.
Yeah, it really is.
The dust settled, and Kachina stood alone in the ruins. She started searching around, and then she found the essence ball. To Noah's dismay, right before she grabbed it, a blast sphere struck her from behind. Kachina exploded, and a pair of St. Gabriel's students claimed the essence ball. St. Gabriel's team scored the first goal, but Arceados Academy scored the next 2. In fact, Kachina had been the one to score the last one. Miss Miyoshi had become even more excited with each additional goal, and her trash-talking had grown more vulgar with each St. Gabriel gained possession of the essence ball. Noah's attention on the game snapped out of focus as the halftime whistle blew. Both teams disappeared from their field. It was to Noah's understanding that each of the teams had been teleported to 2 separate locker rooms.
Whew, wow, the game is pretty intense so far.
Yeah. St. Gabriel's is really good this year.
A wide grin creased her face, and then she glanced past Noah. In an instant, her delight crumpled in on itself. A bitter frown formed, and her eyes went unfocused.
What's wrong?
Noah glanced behind him. A strange man had his eyes locked on Issa, and he moved with purpose. The man had a broad grin on his face and a dark twinkle behind his irises. He wore a light blue suit jacket, a pair of dark-colored slacks, and the most affluent pair of scaled boots Noah had ever seen. He stopped beside Noah, but didn't even glance his way.
Good evening, Issa. I trust that you're enjoying this evening.
What do you want? I thought I made myself clear the last time. I'm going to get you the money.
But $1 million is such a large price, when all you could do is just comply with my wish, and then you'll get it.
Issa narrowed her eyes.
Is this man bothering you?
The man gave Noah a side-eyed glare.
Mind your own business, lest you wish to incur my wrath.
Oh.
Noah shifted and placed himself between the man and Issa.
Well, it's clear that your presence is upsetting Miss Montbella, so I suggest you walk away.
Or what?
Or I'll make you walk away.
The man's eyes widened, and both of his fists formed tight balls. Issa placed a hand on Noah's shoulder.
Please don't, Mr. Cruz. This is Tegan Caputain. He's someone I really don't want to piss off.
Why? Oh. He's the one, huh?
Issa just nodded. Tegan Caputain smirked and poked Noah in the chest.
That's right, you worm. Don't, or Miss Montbella might not ever get the feather.
Issa winced and averted her eyes for a moment.
Feather? You're doing all of this for a feather?
Not just any feather, an angel feather.
A glacier crystallized and expanded within him, and Noah clenched his jaw tightly for a moment.
You have an angel feather? How?
The foreboding chill spread up to his throat, and yet, in the center of all that coldness, brewed a dark rage. Angel feathers didn't just fall out like some avian creatures. They had to be forcibly plucked.
It doesn't matter how. I just do. And the only way that Issa's gonna get it is if she either A, gives me $1 million, or B, marries me.
I told you, that is never going to happen.
It will happen sooner than you raising $1 million on your salary.
Issa stepped forward and poked him in the chest.
Actually, I almost have enough to pay you the $1 million. In fact, I'm finishing up the order right now, and you'll probably have it by next month.
Tegan's eyes swirled a moment, and his grin fell away.
Oh, that soon?
That's right. That feather's gonna be mine.
Well, then I'm changing the price to $10 million.
What?
$10 million. Or you can't have the feather.
That's not fair. I've worked so hard.
Well, life isn't fair, is it? But you'll either raise the money or marry me, or you'll never get that feather. You want your sister cured from the curse, right?
What's the point? You'll just raise the price again when I get close to 10 million.
You're not wrong. That leaves just one option.
You Caputates are the worst. I'll never marry you. Pathetic piece of shit!
Tegan snapped his fingers, and a magical glass tube with sealed ends appeared floating just above his palm. A slight magical aura surrounded the tube, and Noah knew that the tube could easily be dismissed again if he did anything. Noah studied the feather.
Well, then you'll never get this. Ever.
The feather in the tube was quite long, wide, and had a brown, almost golden hue to it. The length of the feather spanned from Noah's wrist to the top of his middle finger. A few more tears trickled down Issa's face, which only seemed to fuel Tegan's joy.
That's not an angel feather.
What?
That's not an angel feather. It's a harpy feather.
No, it's not. Shut up, you fool. What would you know about such things?
Noah's face contorted, and his jaw clenched for a moment.
I know if that is what you've been holding over Miss Montbella's head, teasing her with this dream of curing her sister, then you are the worst kind of person. You're either stupid, cruel, or both. How dare you?
Is he being serious, Tegan? That is an angel feather, isn't it?
Of course it is.
No, it isn't.
Shut up, or I'll...
All of you, shut up! Fucking hellos!
Miss Mihoshi stomped up beside the three of them. In the wake of Miss Miyoshi's roar, a great quiet wafted around them. Noah glanced around, and the entire gym was silent. Everyone watched them. Even those on the side where the St. Gabriel's students, family, and faculty sat. Noah shrank down a little, and he lowered his gaze in absolute mortification.
Now what the fuck are you all arguing about?
This bastard seems to think he could tell me that this isn't an angel feather.
Miss Miyoshi locked gazes with Noah, but then studied the feather a moment later.
It's not an angel feather.
In that moment, Tegan snarled and balled both fists. Rather than focus on Noah, he glared right at Miss Miyoshi. He opened his mouth to say something, but then his eyes opened wide, and all of his frustration fell away. A violent swirling of black and red energy flickered off of Miss Miyoshi's body, as if she were a bonfire of pure shadow. Her eyes glowed brightly.
Give me a reason to tear your fucking soul from your body.
I recognize you. You're the...
She's our head demon counselor and demon herself. If anyone could confirm your lie, it's her. You son of a bitch!
I can also attest to the fact that it's not an angel feather.
The High Inquisitor Far stood several feet away, and her hands were clasped just under her stomach.
If it were an actual angel feather, we would have to confiscate it. Such things are not meant for your cruel machinations.
Headmistress Darbo stood a few steps behind the High Inquisitor. The aura around Miss Miyoshi crackled with black lightning.
You wouldn't confiscate anything from us. Try it, and it would be an open war.
Having such a thing would mean someone had already committed such an act. Such feathers are not obtained without ill effort.
A brief silence lingered before Issa spoke again.
So you knew this whole time? I can't believe you!
Tegan snarled and used his magic to slam the feather on the gym floor.
Fine, I lied. Whatever, it doesn't really matter. We both know that you need both an angel feather and a vial of angel blood for that stupid little cure of yours. You'll never cure your sister.
A light azure glow surrounded the many shards of glass on the gym floor. The shards floated up and angled their points toward Tegan, and then they shot forth. He yelped as they all dug into his thigh. Headmistress Darbo's hand glowed in the same azure light.
Dear me, it appears you are in need of medical attention. Get out and seek it, or you might find yourself more suited to visit the morgue.
Do you have any idea what you've done? I'ma cap you, Dane.
Not only am I the headmistress of this school, but I am also a Darbo. No one threatens my teachers or my students. No one. I suggest you keep this to yourself, or you might force me to do something more drastic.
Tegan Capudane wilted, and then he hobbled away. The shards of glass still glowed with a light magical hue, and so he didn't really spill any blood on the gym floor. Headmistress Darbo walked up to Issa. The hate fire that had formed around Miss Mihoshi faded, and both she and High Inquisitor Farr gazed at Issa Montbella. Noah watched Tegan leave, and then gazed around at the crowd. Everyone still watched the spectacle, as if it were a fantastic halftime show.
I am sorry that he lied to you. I know you've worked so hard over the last few months making different artifacts.
Issa's eyes widened.
You knew.
Of course I knew. And before you ask, no, you're not in trouble.
The headmistress reached out and wiped the tears from Issa's face.
How about you head home for the rest of the evening? Tomorrow, you and I can have a meeting and discuss where you might be able to find the rare ingredients you seek.
She won't be able to find them. Such things are not casually discarded, and my order has hunted those who would even have something like that. It is fruitless.
Issa sobbed a little. Headmistress Darbo narrowed her eyes and she glared at the High Inquisitor.
Go away.
The High Inquisitor just shrugged and walked away. Headmistress Darbo wrapped an arm around Issa's shoulder.
Don't listen to her. We will find you what you seek. Come on, I'll walk you out.
As they left, Noah tried to watch them go, but Miss Mihoshi got in his face. Her voice was low. By this point, the rest of the gym had resumed its disinterest.
How did you know?
What?
Miss Mihoshi grabbed his arm in a tight grip. It didn't hurt, but it was secure.
Tell me right now. How did you know? All of the gates and portals leading to Heavenos have been closed for over 100 years, and no one has seen so much as a glimpse of one of those feathered bastards.
I don't know anything about the angels.
Fucking liar!
Seriously, I identified the feather as a harpy feather. When I was studying in Grecius, I had a few wild encounters with some of the harpy flocks. They're beautiful and deadly creatures, and I would never forget what one of their feathers looked like. They constantly molted and left them around in ruins and such.
Miss Mihoshi let out a slight huff.
I've never actually seen a harpy in real life before.
While I appreciate the experience, harpies are quite strange. They can't shapeshift like demons or devils, and so they are quite strange to behold. They don't have any arms or hands like us, but large wings and talons at the end of the wings. Of course, they have feet talons too.
Miss Mihoshi stepped away and let go of Noah's arm.
Okay. I was wrong. I'm sorry for being so aggressive with you. This game really has me wired.
Did you just apologize to me? Wow, weird.
Oh, fuck you, Mr. Cruz!
Miss Mihoshi stormed off away from him, her usual heated and angry expression plastered on her face. A few seconds later, the end of the halftime whistle blew, and the game started up again. For the first time in a long time, Arceados Academy won. Episode 8. Secret Revealed.
You're one of the dumbest motherfuckers I ever met. You just begging to be found.
Noah glanced back over his shoulder to the large fox. At the moment, Samuel lounged on his couch, and his tail flicked against the couch's arm over and over. His vulpine eyes were extra narrow and super judgy at the moment.
Your bleeding heart always gets us into trouble. Well, go on then. You've already made up your mind. However, I reserve the right to say, told you, bitch. When they show up at our door, ours, not just yours, you selfless, don't care if I inconvenience my best friend cause I'm wired to save the whole fucking world, even though it's not my job, motherfucking ass.
What would I do without you?
Bitch, caught years ago.
Samuel laid his head down, but he still locked his gaze on Noah.
We may get caught this time.
Noah rested a hand on the rectangular wooden box resting at the end of the table. It was about 2 foot by 3 foot, with a height of about 1 foot. The exterior of the box was painted purple, with the exception of the edges which were painted gold.
If they come, I'll handle it.
Yeah. Get the fuck out and go. Tell me how it goes. Go.
Right. Wish me luck.
Noah picked up the box and hefted it under his arm. The fox simply flicked his tail and closed his eyes, appearing to forget about Noah and his current bleeding heart mission. Still, despite Samuel's gruff and macho demeanor, he was one hell of a friend. Noah left the apartment, and a dark sky with the barest hint of dawn greeted him. Several of the last few brilliant stars still twinkled, where the clouds hadn't obscured their view. A slight nipping chill danced on the air. Noah took in a deep breath and then started his daily trek. The weight of the box tugged at him, but not because of its actual weight. With each step, Noah's heart thumped with tremendous force, and a storm of static nerves swirled within his veins. He licked his lips. He even laughed a little, although it didn't dislodge the awkward tension that had been building up ever since Noah had gotten home from the game the other day. His insides tugged in numerous different ways, and the storm grew more furious the further he walked. Maybe he should have eaten breakfast after all. Then again, it probably would have just spilled out past his lips due to the growing strength of his unease. Samuel had been right. This was a risk. Perhaps the biggest risk he had ever taken since he had started running. Still, the thick chords of his heart's harp hummed with desire and intention. Noah stopped right in front of Little Helos, and the wildness within him surged. Runes inscribed on the insides of the box kept the contents hidden from magical prying eyes, but even that notion did little to comfort him. In the hour before sunrise, very few of the lights in the numerous apartments were on. Noah licked his lips as he finally urged himself to move forward. Like most of Laughlin, Arceados Academy was unlit and slumbering. The gate was still open, just in case anyone needed to access the building in the wee hours of the morning. For the most part, that usually only meant janitors. However, another person came to mind. Hopefully she had not arrived yet. As Noah moved into the building, absolute silence engulfed him. His shoes clapping against the floor sent dissonant shivers throughout his body. Most of the classroom doors had been left open, but when Noah got to the teachers' offices, the door had been locked. That made sense, given the confidential material that often lay in wait within the teachers' desks. Noah pulled out his key and unlocked the door. He stepped inside. The teacher's office was quiet, dark, and empty. That was another good sign. Noah moved across to the room and came to a particular desk that wasn't his own. He drew in a deep breath and then placed the wooden box on top of the desk. Next, he pulled open a drawer, took out a sticky note, and then placed it on the surface of the box. Noah wrote, "Please open me when you get home."
I hope this helps you.
Suddenly, the light in the teacher's offices flickered on, and brightness slapped Noah right in the eyes. He squinted and looked to the door, where a single person stood in the doorway. As his vision grew more focused, great dread roared to life in Noah's heart.
Noah? What are you doing here in the dark?
She stepped into the office.
And what are you doing by my desk?
Noah stepped back away from the desk.
I just wanted to come early and...
Issa rounded the corner and her attention fell to the wooden box.
What's that?
Issa moved rapidly down the aisle. Her eyes were locked on the sticky note that was placed on the wooden box's top. Noah dared not move back any further, so he stood as still as he could. His mouth dried up, and his stomach transformed into goo.
Please open me when you get home?
Issa locked gazes with him.
What is this? Did you leave this here?
Noah opened his mouth to retort.
You did, didn't you?
Issa bumped Noah out of the way with her shoulder, and she smiled.
Is this a gift or something? You didn't have to get me something. I realize I've been pretty gloomy lately, but I'm starting to feel better.
Issa opened the box. Dread clutched Noah's throat, and its grip became even more dominating when the delight fell away from Issa's face. Her eyes widened, and she tilted her head ever so slightly, perhaps trying to process what she was seeing. The insides of the box was lined with a velvet cushioning, and resting in the center were two items. A single glass vial of dark silver liquid, and a long, white feather. The feather was so white that a slight luminescence extended off of it. For a moment, Issa just stood there, looking at the two items. She didn't say anything, and so Noah remained silent as well. A sudden flicker of orange light started filtering into the room, coming from one of the windows.
Is this supposed to mean some kind of joke?
What? A joke? No, of course not.
Issa just kept staring at the items.
You mean to tell me that you just happened to find two incredibly rare components I needed days after hearing about them from that Caputin troll? Two nearly impossible items.
I wouldn't play a joke on you. Not with something like this.
Issa finally turned to face him, and her eyes were drenched in tears.
And how do I know they're real? How do I know you were sure? The other components all are hard to find as well, and if I waste them on a feather and a vial that aren't what they're supposed to be, then it'll even be more of a setback. Doma will never be cured.
I promise you, they are the real deal.
But how? How do you know? How? Can you prove it beyond the shadow of a doubt? Because if I give Doma the potion with the wrong ingredients, I could make things worse. It could kill her.
By all that was holy, the pain in Issa's eyes drove hot spikes into every inch of Noah's soul. There she stood, with a hand clutched to the spot above her heart, and the other hand resting on the top of the box's lid. She needed more than a promise. Nothing Noah could say would make her believe 100%, especially after what that Caputin bastard led her on to believe for so long. Words could not help this situation, but perhaps an act could. Noah winced and stepped back away from Issa, and moved to the center of the aisle. Issa watched him, but she didn't say anything. The urgency in her eyes swelled, though. Noah held up his hand and indicated to the ring on his hand.
This ring is very special. It does two things that help me immensely. First of all, it hides me from anyone who might recognize what I am.
No! You can't be serious.
Noah averted his eyes, and his insides clenched wildly. Hellos. The universe clenched wildly in anticipation for a long, unspoken truth.
The second thing is that it suppresses my true nature as well. For all intents and purposes, mage blood with this ring on. However, when I slip it off, the real me comes out. Doesn't stop me from doing my magic, but with this ring on, I'm severely hampered. If you promise to keep it a secret, I'll slip the ring off for just a couple of seconds. Do we have a deal?
Issa simply nodded, but she covered her mouth with one of her hands. Her hand still clutched the top of the box. Noah gently slid the silver ring off of his hand and held it in one of his palms. He closed his eyes and let the long pent-up magic flow into him from deep within himself. Every cell within his body vibrated, and it was such a joyous thing. The universe hummed back at Noah, as if welcoming him back into existence. A powerful pulse of magical energy blasted out from him. He opened his eyes, and a brilliant silvery stream of magic flowed out from them. That was not the most impressive aspect, though, and surely not what caused Issa to fall to her knees. As soon as Noah took off the ring, a brilliant, blinding light formed just behind him, flowing out from his shoulder blades. Two large white wings extended from his back, and Noah extended them full spread. The white feathers glowed and lit up the entire teacher's office. In that single moment of unblocked glory, Noah's super senses awakened. On the edges of his empowered mind, Noah felt the numerous magical auras of Hellotians many miles away. However, as sure as he could sense them and know their location, thousands of Hellotians became aware of him. They might not be able to sense where he was in the way that he could sense them, but his cover was blown. Noah slid the ring back onto his finger, and his angelic magic faded from the known world. He reached down and offered a hand to Issa, who had stared at him with awe-filled eyes.
Remember, you promised not to tell.
Issa blinked a couple of times and then really looked at Noah again. She allowed herself to be pulled up to a stand. More tears dripped off of Issa's chin.
You are a real... You're really I can save Doma!
Noah opened his mouth to speak, but Issa plunged into his chest. Her sobbings grew more intense, and she wiped her face on the front of Noah's shirt.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Noah wrapped his arms around her smaller form.
You're welcome. But again, this is of the utmost importance. You can't tell anyone.
Issa stepped away and wiped her face on her sleeve.
I won't, I promise.
Issa closed the box and gripped it to her body. It was indeed a precious treasure.
I have to go. There's so much prep that needs to be done.
Good luck. You're going to cure her.
I hope so.
Issa moved to the door, but she stopped in the doorway.
If this works, then I might be gone for a few days. I don't know. It depends on Doma's condition. When I get back, I expect to hear your story.
Noah just watched her go, his mouth slightly ajar. A profound and brooding scowl decorated Miss Miyoshi's face when she walked past the front gates of the school. It was the kind of expression that could melt thick iron beams, turning them into red-hot pools of metal. Noah averted his eyes from her, and she made no motion to acknowledge him either.
Cruz.
Gregor strode up through the gate and approached Noah. A wide, intrigued grin spread across his face.
I didn't think that you were on greeting duty this morning.
Oh, well, Miss Montebello was supposed to do it, but something came up and I'm covering her shift.
Covering her shift, huh? Trying to smooth up to her, huh? I've seen how you two have become closer.
Hey, it's not like that.
Hey man, I'm not judging or condemning you. She's smoking hot and smart as hells. You could be doing a lot worse, so good for you.
No, really, we're just friends.
Yeah, sure. See you later, bud.
Gregor moved toward the front entrance. The first sets of students came through the gates, and they spoke to one another in excited, hushed tones. Noah grinned at them, and they promptly returned the favor. Another set of students made their way closer to him, although they didn't really acknowledge him when he waved at them. Those students were Heliotians, and were 2 devils and a single demon. They clustered close together, and they whispered in hushed tones. Their eyes radiated with a palpable degree of agitation. Several more clusters of students arrived, all magebloods, and they appeared unbothered. However, each Heliotian student who came to school that day reflected the same sense of caution and dreadful quiet. Demi Votheis walked through the gate. Her eyes were downcast. A sulking frown dominated her face, and she walked with her hands held behind her back. When she noticed Noah, she gave a half-hearted wave and a grin that didn't quite match the restlessness in her eyes.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Cruz.
Though he wasn't sure, Noah had a strange inkling what might be bothering her. Still, he couldn't let it on that he had suspicions. Otherwise, it might lead to some very unnecessary questions.
Hey, are you okay? You're not usually one to be sad.
Oh, well, I'm just, sort of out of it this morning.
Oh, I hope you're not sick. I've noticed a lot of other Heliotian students seem like they're in a funk. I hope it's not some kind of weird bug. Or is it something else? Miss Miyoshi was livid when she came in. Is everything okay?
I wish I knew. Listen, I already talked to Headmistress Darbo about all this, so there's going to be an all-school assembly later on about it. Did you feel anything strange this morning?
Strange? Like what?
It might just be something that we Heliotians can feel since, well, we know it best. Every demon in Devil and Lappin felt a presence emerge this morning.
A presence from a powerful devil or demon? Did someone do something bad?
Are you sure you didn't feel anything this morning? You're acting a little off?
Maybe it's the collective discomfort I sensed from the students. Each of the Heliotians I've seen have come in disturbed today.
Disturbed is a good way to put it.
Demi glanced back at the students who walked somewhat near them. Her voice became a barely audible whisper.
We felt an angel's presence.
Noah's eyes widened, and when he opened his mouth to speak, nothing came out.
I know, crazy, right? The angels of Heavenos haven't been seen for nearly 150 years. They aren't supposed to come here. This was in the treaty.
A wild, hot panic danced in Noah's throat, and he almost vomited.
The treaty? What treaty?
Oh yeah, that's right. You're not a Heliotian. At the end of the Bright War, a treaty was signed. If any angel is caught in this realm or in Helos, then it's an act of war, and the ceasefire will end.
Oh man, that's really bad if it was an angel. Maybe you all were mistaken.
No, there's no mistaking that kind of presence, and this wasn't a normal angel either. This was an archangel.
Noah just stood there, and an acid bath conjured from pure regret splashed around in his insides. Samuel had been right. This hadn't been worth the risk. What had he done?
All of Helos is in an uproar. As soon as we felt it, King Yalgodin himself was made aware. I'm certain all of our students' families are worried sick.
King Yalgodin knows about it?
Yes, and the Devil Queen Shambine Desora does too. It's a big deal. Headmistress Darbo is going to assure everyone, especially the Halosian students, that Arceados Academy has their best interests at heart, and will protect them in the case of a Heavenos invasion.
An invasion? But Heavenos wouldn't invade.
And what would you know about Heavenos?
Well, I mean, they are a dimension of angels, right? And they can't be all that. You know what? I'm going to stop right there. Please forgive me.
Look, it's fine. Most people who aren't from Helos think that demons and devils are inherently evil, but let me ask you, have you ever met an angel?
No, I have not.
Trust me, I have. They're just like you or I. Some are nice, I'm sure. However, I've met some of the worst. They can be just as monstrous as what society makes demons and devils out to be.
You met terrible angels? How?
Demi took a single step past Noah and whispered in his ear before going inside.
Well, I fought in the Bright War against them.
Damn!
I know, right?
Noah stirred a large pot with a ladle. A thick soup bubbled within the pot, and the salivating smell of melted cheese, cooking potato, and the hint of chicken filled the entire apartment. Samuel laid on his couch and he gazed at Noah, who was in the kitchen.
You know, you might have fought her.
Probably not. If I did, she would have been dead.
Motherfucker, I didn't mean one-on-one.
Samuel flicked his tail against the couch cushion.
I meant you probably fought on the same battlefield. She probably saw you from a distance.
Oh, then yeah. Probably.
You were just supposed to leave the fucking box, man. It was supposed to be easy and quick. How did you fuck that up? I still don't get it.
I know.
Oh, you know. Fuck your attitude.
Samuel jumped to his 4 paws.
Oh, no. You don't get to have blowback with me, bitch. I told you not to give her the feather or the blood, but you just had to do it. I let that shit slide, and then you go all extra and reveal yourself. You show some chick your real form. You're jeopardizing both of us when you do dumbass shit like this. When are you gonna realize that?
I know! I'm sorry, okay?
No! It's not okay!
Samuel walked closer and stood in the mouth of the kitchen.
All of Helos is now aware there's a rogue angel in their turf. We fought some fucking crazy battles before, but nothing like the legions of Helos. Jeez!
So what? Do you want out?
Fuck you. You're my friend, and friends don't just cut out. But friends also don't take advantage of their friends by continuously placing them in danger. This kind of shit is stopping now. This is the last time you're gonna do something this reckless.
Okay.
Promise me, motherfucker.
Okay, I promise I won't be so reckless in the future.
I'm gonna hold you to it, bitch.
Samuel sat on his haunches.
It's unwise to break promise to a god.
You're not a real god. Or rather, not a major one.
I should take a human form and slap the shit out of you.
A hard series of knocks echoed throughout the apartment, coming from the front door. Noah and Samuel looked at the door and then back to one another.
Don't look at me, motherfucker. I'm not the one who just blew my cover. Go answer it, and I'll be ready to burn them alive.
Noah stepped past Samuel.
I'm sure it's not that serious. Only a few people know where we live.
Despite his words, acid still pooled in the bottom of his throat. He opened the door. 2 women stood in front of his door, with bags of groceries in each arm. One of them was Issa. Noah stared at the other woman, or rather, the girl. The young girl stood up to Issa's shoulder, and her eyes twinkled with extreme delight.
Wow, you already brewed the potion? And it worked? That was really fast.
Yeah. I was surprised it worked as well as it did too. Those things you gave me were pretty potent. As soon as Doma drank the potion, her whole body shimmered in silver light. When it stopped, she was able to move around normally, as if the curse hadn't affected her. We've practiced walking all day, and so far, she's not had any issues.
Doma gave Noah a little bow, and her eyes became a little teary.
Yes, and thank you for everything you've done for me.
I hope you don't mind that I told her what you were, or are.
I suppose it couldn't have been helped. How did you know where I lived?
I called Miss Vadheis and asked for it. I told her I asked you to get some notes from my desk, and that I needed to get those notes to prepare for an upcoming test I was working on. Anyway, we're going to cook you dinner.
Issa? It smells like you already did.
Oh. Well, we're going to cook you more dinner. And while we eat, you can tell me your story.
Listen, I don't know if tonight is good.
Please? I really want to know too.
Yeah, please.
Noah gave them a long stare.
Just let him in. You were already going to. You soft-ass motherfucker.
Oh, who's that?
Doma peeked inside, and her face instantly exploded with delight.
OMG, it's so cute!
Cute? I'm not cute. I'm handsome.
That's my foul-mouthed roommate, who also happens to be a lesser fox god.
Man, if you don't stop with that lesser shit, I'm gonna beat your ass.
An angel and a fox god? Ooh, I can't wait to hear this.
She moved past Noah and went into the kitchen, and Doma followed along. Episode 9. Story Time.
Well, since you already made some yummy soup, then you're going to need the perfect dish to pair with it.
Issa moved into the kitchen.
Good thing for you, I make an amazing salmon meatloaf.
Ugh, what the fuck is salmon meatloaf? That sounds nasty as shit.
Issa poked her head out of the kitchen and glared.
Shut it, Fox, or you won't get any.
I don't give a flying fuck.
Samuel paused and then noticed the middle schooler who had knelt down beside him. She peered at him with wide, wondering eyes. He cleared his throat and then averted his eyes from Doma.
Please, forgive me for my rudeness.
That's better.
Noah moved toward the kitchen door. Issa had already searched through most of the cabinets, and an assortment of his spices lay piled beside the cutting board he had used earlier. Green peppers, celery, and asparagus had been placed in little rows. Issa brandished a cooking knife, and she began slicing the vegetables with rapid speed.
Can I help you?
Issa grinned at him from over her shoulder, all while still cutting.
No, I'm good. This won't take long. I'm just going to do some quick prep, make the meatloaf, put this baby in the oven, and then we'll settle down for your soup.
She focused back to her task.
Go on, I'll be out in a little bit.
Doma had taken a seat beside Samuel, and she still beamed at him with an
"I'm so overloaded with cuteness"
expression, which made Samuel's own reaction to it even better. Samuel's ears were tilted back, and his tail flapped from side to side. He sat with his back slightly arched away from her, and his nose pointed directly at her face, as if trying to keep her back. A weird smile creased on Samuel's face, and his eyes kept darting between her and Noah.
Mr. Fox, you look so fluffy, and I hope it's okay for me to ask, but...
She bit her lower lip, and her eyes became a little wet.
Can I hold you?
Hold me? I'm not a cat.
Doma held her hands together in pleading urgency.
I know, but it's just that I've never really held a fluffy animal before. The family curse started affecting me when I was about 4, and so I've never had the chance, and you just look so cute and fluffy, and...
She continued to ramble faster and faster. Samuel's eyes darted to Noah over and over, each time with the same sparkle of twisted helplessness. Noah just smirked at him and held up his hands in absolute neutrality.
Fine.
Samuel lowered his head. As Doma came closer and wrapped her arms around the fox's neck, Samuel flinched and braced all of his muscles. Even Noah winced a little too. Doma's hand came softly, and she raked her fingers across Samuel's fur with gentle grace. She placed Samuel's head against her chest, softly securing him with one arm. Her other hand continued to play with Samuel's fur, and every now and then, she'd pet the spot between his shoulder blades. Samuel's ears perked up a little, and his tail laid flat against the couch arms. His leg muscles relaxed a little, and he settled a little more weight into Doma's grasp.
My cousin said dogs and cats like to be scratched behind the ears. Does this feel good?
Samuel's eyes took on a sleepy shimmer, and they formed narrow slits.
That does.
Resisting the urge to curse. Wow. Never thought I'd see a day that you'd be so polite.
I'm not a monster. You ASSWIPE. I have control.
Doma giggled as she started to pet Samuel again.
I can spell, you know. To be honest, I don't care about cussing. I hear it all the time from my peers.
Oh, then fuck yeah, girl. All you had to say was the word.
Issa moved out of the kitchen.
I'd prefer if you don't pollute the air with your vulgarity. Thank you.
But she just said...
She's 13. I'm the adult, and probably the oldest... Oh, yeah. You're a fox god.
Samuel let out a loud sniff from his nostrils. He spoke with gritted teeth.
You're darn right this year. I'll be 602.
Wow, you're old, Mr. Fox.
I'm refined, child.
So then, how old are you?
Issa shifted her stance and looked at Noah. Noah rubbed the back of his head with his hand.
Well, I'm not as old as Samuel, but I am over 300 years old.
300 years old? Holy hellos! Or, I guess it would be holy heavenos. How long do angels live anyway?
You can speak normally. I created several powerful artifacts that link together to make our walls soundproof. You probably didn't know, but Samuel and I were shouting at one another.
Doma glanced at the fox.
Why are you two shouting?
'Cause he's a reckless-ass fool who keeps trying to play the hero, even though his stupid ass is on the run.
On the run? From who? Are you in trouble?
Yeah. I suppose you could say I'm in trouble.
Samuel let out a huge and long-lasting laugh.
Hold on. Let me get the soup, and then let's get into this. I'm so excited.
Issa walked back into the kitchen and returned with a tray. The tray had 4 bowls of soup, and she placed them on the coffee table between the couches. Since Doma had already secured a spot beside Samuel, Issa sat beside Noah.
The soup's a little hot, so let's start off with your story.
You sure are bossy for someone who just received the most bountiful of gifts.
I'm not bossy.
When Doma giggled into her free hand, Issa just rolled her eyes.
Whatever. I understand if you don't want to tell it.
Issa batted her eyes at Noah.
It's fine. So long as you don't tell anyone else.
Despite his verbal reassurance, his stomach quivered with malignant shakes. A slight noxious taste crawled up the back of his throat. Noah's mind hummed with a violent electricity. The truths he was about to utter, they had not been whispered into the universe in ages.
So, where should I begin?
From your beginning.
My beginning. Well, my angel parents fell in love, and then they decided that they were going to turn their love into a physical representation of their love. 2 years after a faithful night, I was born.
Wait, your mother was pregnant for 2 years?
Well, don't forget, angels are long-lived races, and so our gestation period is really long. Even though demons and devils are long-lived as well, they have much shorter periods between conception and birth.
I bet you were a cute baby. Are you born from eggs like a bird?
No, we're born similar to mage bloods, vaginally.
Do you have your wings at birth?
No, we usually magically sprout them upon puberty.
Actually, I have a question. So, you said you were in trouble, but from who? Demons? Are you hiding from Hellas itself?
Well, I suppose I am wanted in Helos too, but I'm more worried about Heavenos finding me.
Heavenos? But why?
Samuel started laughing again, which earned a moment of speculation from the Montbella sisters. Noah winced and shifted in his seat.
Because I kind of committed high treason against the Angel Nation.
You what?
Maybe I should tell you another truth that I have long kept away. My real name is not Noah Cruz.
What is it?
She brought her hand up to her face, and she stared into Noah's eyes.
My name is Marzo.
Issa's eyes opened wide, and when her hand fell to her lap, her mouth was agape. Doma's little voice broke the silence.
You're Marzo the Fallen Archangel?
Fallen Archangel. I really hate that title. It only perpetuates a false notion and makes me look like a huge traitor.
But you are. No offense, but history says that you betrayed your angel brethren because...
Yes, I know. I was supposedly seduced by a mysterious demon sorceress, and then I helped the demons of Helos lead an assault against my own kind. That story is a lie.
Really?
Yeah, I swear on everything I am, it's a falsehood.
So what really happened?
To explain that, I'm going to have to tell you about the time before the actual event that changed my life forever. Let me tell you about the time I became an archangel.
The roar of 1,000 voices soared together, infused with rage, desperation, and death. Marzo stood amidst the battlefield, his body locked in a kind of apprehensive stillness. His long black hair blew behind him as a savage gust rushed past him, and the hundreds of individuals fighting clustered around him. The stench of blood and sweat saturated the air, and it choked him a little. Regardless of which direction Marzo glanced, his people clashed against the legions of Helos. Demons and angels zoomed at one another in the air, while angels and devils swung at each other on the barren ground. Screams of passion, death throes, and the colliding of metal on metal deafened all else, and Marzo could barely think. Things were bad. Not only were they outnumbered, but his unit, among several others, had been cut off from the main Heavenos forces. Marzo clutched the shaft of his spear as he scanned the combatants close to him. Every pivot of his head spiked his terror all the more. Angels' faces were contorted in anguish and helplessness as the devil knights and foot soldiers wore them down. A particularly gargantuan devil cleaved an angel's head from their shoulders in one brutal swoop, and then turned toward him. The devil stood a good 1.5 feet taller than Marzo, and she wore midnight black steel armor with protruding spikes coming from the shoulders and the chest. Silver blood coated much of the armor's surface, just like the 5-foot-long bastard sword in her hand. A pair of obsidian-colored horns curled out from her forehead. A grim, toothy grin spread across her face as she stepped up to Marzo. Marzo held out his spear in front of him, but it shook a little. His mouth had gone dry, and his knees wobbled ever so slightly. The devil closed in on him and raised her sword high. It came down with immense speed, but Marzo stepped to the side. The tip of his spear sailed forward over and over, but the devil casually knocked the point away at the last moment. She stepped back a little, but the confidence in the devil's eyes never faltered. Marzo pushed harder and kept urging his arm to pump faster. His lungs twisted inside him the longer he kept up the effort. The devil grabbed the spear shaft and held it in one hand. She raised her bastard sword up with the other. Marzo barely dodged the 3 swipes as he desperately tried to pull his spear back.
Feed my blade more of that delicious silver blood.
She brought her sword down on the shaft of the spear, and a massive crack splintered across its surface. The second strike broke it entirely, and Marzo fell back to the ground. A smaller stick with a jagged end remained in his grasp. The devil stood over him, and she raised her blade to the side. Marzo pushed both hands forward.
Binding chains, release!
A dozen silver chains and manacles extended from the ground and gripped the devil with fierceness. They tightened as soon as the manacles closed around her neck, wrists, ankles, thighs, and waist. The devil's eyes opened wider as Marzo knelt before her. Marzo spoke again, and the magical silver glyphs floated out of his mouth in a string. He spoke in his angelic tongue, and the echo of his words resonated in his mind.
Make me a spear that is unbreakable against demon and devil weapons. Let it burn if it cuts them, and fill their veins with a fiery pain. May it pass through their armor like paper. It shall have a name that strikes fear in the names of Helosians from this day forward. It shall be named EA.
The words glowed brighter, and then swirled together to take form. Even in the roar of combat, the devil's all-inspired words found their way to Marzo's ears.
Artificer.
Yes, Marzo was indeed an artificer. Angelic artificers like him were quite rare, for very few of his people were born with the gift. The new spear, EA, felt good in Noah's hands. His previous weapon had been an unnamed simple weapon issued to him when he joined his unit. This spear would be more than a tool. It would become his partner. Marzo approached the devil, who struggled against the unyielding might of the binding chains. For a long moment, both he and the devil looked at one another, and it was understood what was about to happen. She screamed out in desperation, while Marzo screamed out in hopes to encourage him to continue. He hated this. This wanton death, this seemingly endless torment, this monumentous expectation. Marzo plunged the tip of his spear into the devil's chest. Her armor did little to hold back EA's point, and her skin burned underneath the metal. She screamed again, and then fell limp. As soon as the devil died, the chains faded away like mist. Another devil stood over one of his slain comrades, although the devil glared down at the angel with grief-stricken eyes. Nevertheless, Marzo rammed the length of his spear into the devil's back. He pulled his spear free and then glanced down to the poor, dead comrade. The angel was a female, and her eyes fluttered ever so slightly. Her face shook a little, and her fingers twitched. Marzo bent down and started to speak a spell.
Make me a ring that staves off death. Let it heal the body's wounds and allow for a resurgence of stamina for every foe the wearer kills.
The words swirled together, and then formed a magical ring in the middle of Marzo's palm. He slid it onto the dying comrade's hand. As soon as he did, her hand started to shimmer. It spread all over her body, and then her eyes opened wide.
What is happening?
Marzo leaned down and whispered into her ear.
Stay down and recover yourself for a moment. When you feel ready, fight again. The ring will grant you stamina and strength for every devil or demon you kill.
The angel looked up at him, and that's when Marzo noticed. A silver ring encircled the woman's irises, and her wings glowed brighter than what common angels' wings usually emitted. The aura of her magic saturated the air, despite the fact that she was kneeling at death's door a moment before. Her wing feathers were also larger and more intricate. She leaned up and whispered into his ears.
Are you an artificer?
I just completed my training and schooling.
My name is Christina. Please find Arcadian Artificer. He leads the ground forces, and he would benefit from your skills.
Marzo just nodded and then moved away from the Archangel. Chaos reigned around him, but he still stabbed, parried, and whirled around devil combatants. Many times, the nerve-crushing kiss of death almost overtook him. Marzo twirled his weapon around and sent his spear tip into devil after devil, constantly moving toward the one landmark he could see. When the battle started, the army of Heavenos had come upon a great barren valley. A pair of hills crested either side of the plain, and a single massive tree stood on the side where the collective demon and devil forces had positioned themselves. Arcadian, the Archangel General of all of Heavenos' forces, had made a decision to lead the attack. Ideally, the general would be closer to the center of the battle, towards the side of the tree. Combat thickened, and more angel bodies lay upon the broken dirt. Angel and demon bodies slammed into the ground from the raging battles above. More than once, an errant corpse almost silenced Marzo's life force. He glanced upward, to the sides and ahead of him, all the while moving toward the tree. Faces all around him contorted in rage and terror, pleading their enemies to just die so they might return home to their families. Few of them would actually return, though. A potent magic resonated in the air, and it got even more intense the further that Marzo pressed forward. Blood-soaked mud gave way under him, and Marzo tumbled to the ground. As he pushed himself up, he gaped at the frozen face of an angel comrade. Marzo didn't know the man. The man's eyes were opened wide, and a glossy hue had overtaken his irises. His lower jaw was missing, and the front of the angel's silver armor had been dyed black. A devil stood over the pair of them, but a mortal wound had been inflicted upon her. Black blood poured out from her chest like a waterfall. The devil's knees buckled, and she fell to them. Their gazes locked. Her eyes watered, and she mouthed words to Marzo. Too bad he didn't really speak fluent Devilic. It almost sounded like she said,
"I'm scared. I don't want to die here."
But it could have meant anything, really. Marzo got to his feet. Louder clangings resonated over the din roars and lesser metal on metal. Marzo had heard those sounds before, and perhaps that is why they pierced the veil of thunderous distractions. In his schooling, Marzo had often observed when two artifacts, often weapons, clashed against one another. Marzo's cells vibrated as the invisible force walloped into him. It had not been an overwhelming force by any sense, and to be honest, most angels probably didn't even notice. However, artificers were different. Their very souls resonated at a different magical frequency than those who could not speak things into creation. Marzo got back on his feet and he trudged through the mud again. He dodged more desperate attacks from devils. When it was applicable, he jammed his spear into their bodies. When it was not, he spun away and ducked past the combatants. Dying angels looked up at him as he moved, and their eyes begged him for relief. Were they asking for healing, or for death? In this chaotic storm, which of the two would have been more merciful? Even a few devils and demons reached out to him, perhaps for some ounce of the same courtesy. The source of the air-shattering vibrations came from the middle of an open circle amidst the battle. Bodies from both sides lay within the area, forgotten by the countless, nearly faceless soldiers who fought for their lives on the outer perimeter of the open area. Two warriors danced in the middle of the opening, an archdevil and an archangel. The archdevil was broad-chested, wore black and red-colored full-plate armor, and wielded a greatsword that held a darkness that rivaled a moonless night. He had a thick black beard that fell in front of him, a pair of the most exquisite black horns jutting from his head, and a crown curling around his forehead. Marzo's chest grew colder. This had to be none other than the Devil Prince Quarksy. His opponent had a pair of brilliantly glowing silver wings, and armor that had been polished to accentuate the brilliance of his wings. Arcadian wore a helmet with a slender Y-shaped slit in the front for breathing and vision. The Archangel also wielded a sword, although a large crack crept up the center of the weapon. Light bled from the crack. Once more, Marzo's insides became icy. No one else noticed him, for they were engaged in their own affairs. For most, it would be their last affairs. Marzo stabbed his spear into the ground, cleared his mind, and spoke.
Make me a bastard sword that will never break so long as it is in the hands of Arcadian the Mighty. May it empower him with the strength and resilience of a dozen angels. When clashing against a foe from Hellos, may its blade be bathed in white-hot light magic and channel his inner magic.
The words that trailed his mouth swirled together and a brilliant shape started to form. Just as the blade had appeared whole, a thunderous boom slapped into him. Marzo stepped back and gazed at the pair. In fact, so did the hundreds of angels and devils who had been fighting. Arcadian stepped back away from a smiling Quarksy with a broken weapon. The sword in the Archangel's hands no longer shimmered with the same level of arcane might. Quarksy brought his sword back and stepped in for a savage continuance, but stopped once Marzo landed in front of him. 100 tornadoes whirled in his stomach, and Marzo gazed up at the Devil Prince, who stood at least 2 feet taller than he did. The new sword Marzo had just created hung from his back, tied by a cord he had fashioned, with words in seconds.
Out of the way, worm.
The Devil Prince growled and raised his sword high. Just as Marzo raised his spear shaft to block, he screamed out,
"The sword, my general!"
The might of Quarksy's blow rattled every bone in Marzo's body, but the shaft did not break. His momentary sense of pride vanished as the Devil Prince slammed his cloven hoof right in Marzo's stomach. Marzo hunched over reflexively, and the prince backhanded him away toward the perimeter of the opening. Absolute pain radiated every nerve ending, and yet he was not dead. Marzo tumbled and rolled to the ground, and when he came to a stop, a mean-looking devil lorded over him with a raised spear.
Die!
An angel comrade rammed a sword through the devil's chest, but another devil's axe removed the angel's head from his shoulders. In an instant, the other combatants awoke from their stupor, and the raging battle renewed with even more panicked desperation. Groggily, Marzo got to his feet and re-entered the opening. He reached back for the sword hilt, but his fingers grazed only air. A slight tremor of concern bubbled up, but it popped once Marzo saw Arcadian. The Archangel General swung his new sword with incredible speed and skill, and Quarksy's face had been reduced to a confused snarl. Marzo glanced about, but his spear was nowhere in sight. While his weapon did not stand out, one grim thing did. All around him, his dying angel brethren lay crumpled, but still alive. Most of them were perhaps gazing into death's face, preparing to cross over into the great mysterious beyond. A few of his brethren and sisterin noticed him. They reached out to him, begging for something, anything. One of the angels lay within touching distance, and her guts lay over her lap like a blanket. Her lips moved softly.
Please, help.
Marzo cleared his mind and spoke.
Make me a holy lantern, and when held up, cast off magical light and energy. May the energy hold off the finality of death and rapidly heal those born from Heavenos. May angels start to heal and repair, and may the mortal wounds undo themselves. Please save my people from defeat and oblivion.
His words came out as a prayer of desperation more than anything else. Still, the dying angel's eyes widened as she watched the flow of magical words spin together. When the glow of the new creation faded, a lantern hung in the air, dormant and unlit. Marzo grabbed the handle's ring at its top. An intense white fire exploded within the confines of the lantern, and a bright holy aura spread out from Marzo and the new artifact. In fact, the diameter of its touch far exceeded Marzo's expectations. Every single angel, both in the air and on the ground, shimmered with the same hue of light emitting from the lantern. Everyone around him stopped, including Arcadian and Quarksy. All eyes fell upon him. As all eyes fell upon him, Marzo's intestines became animated, and they tried to escape his body. Suddenly, angels who were dying on the ground screamed out with renewed vitality. More than a few of the surrounding individuals stared at the angel whose guts were spilled. The guts slowly slithered back into her, and the woman's wounds closed up. A panicked devil slammed an axe into her head, but when he pulled it back, the angel woman merely looked up at him. The wounds closed like the others.
What have I just created?
Quarksy pointed toward Marzo.
Kill the lantern carrier, now!
Arcadian launched himself at the Devil Prince as he yelled,
Protect the lantern carrier!
Marzo stepped back as terror gripped him. More than 36 devils advanced on him, with weapons held at the ready. They rushed towards him like a violent river. And yet, a dam formed from angels blocked their path. Each of them screamed out,
Protect the lantern carrier,
over and over as they raised shields, parried weapons, and swung their own. Angels fell to the ground over what should have been mortal wounds, but they rose back up moments later, fully healed. And the angels who had been at death's doorstep rose up too, as if untouched by the ferocity of battle. His comrades clustered around him, fencing him in behind a collective cage of white feathers and silver armor. He couldn't even see what was going on, but the light and power of the artifact that he had just created still extended. A triumphant howl rocked the air, followed by a combined cheer from his comrades.
What happened?
One of his comrades, someone Marzo had never met, smiled at him.
The Devil Prince is dead. Arcadian is victorious.
Push forward. Keep the lantern carrier with you. Drive them back.
The angels started pushing ahead, and dozens stayed right behind Marzo, directing him where to go. All he could do was follow, with the lantern clutched tightly in his hands. Minutes melted away, as did hours, and for the rest of the battle, Marzo only heard the sounds of bitter combat. He saw the flurry of the angels' front lines, but his rear guard urged him to stay towards the back. Other angels dragged their nearly dead comrades into the light, while spearing or stabbing fallen devils or demons. Marzo's honor guard finally left him at the base of the great tree. Most of the Heliotian forces had been scattered, and the angel forces had been collected around the tree. Or perhaps the light of the lantern. The sky had been cleared out as well, and only the white wings of his people dominated the air. Arcadian landed beside him, and he removed his helmet. Thick brown hair flowed out as a gust blasted past the pair of them. Arcadian had piercing brown eyes, with a silver outline along the edges of his irises.
Are you the man who offered me this sword?
He held up the magnificent blade beside him.
Yes, sir.
Where did you get it? It is exceptionally powerful.
I made it, sir.
Made it?
Arcadian glanced once more at the weapon.
Are you meaning to tell me you are an artificer?
A female archangel landed beside Marzo, and she rested a hand on his shoulder. It took a moment for him to recognize her, for it was none other than Christina.
Thank the light you are both all right. I had heard of your victory over Quarksy and felt immense joy.
She paused and glanced down at the lantern. Her eyes widened.
Is the source of healing coming from this?
Arcadian closed the distance and lifted the bottom of the lantern up so he could review it. It still remained in Marzo's hand, and he trembled a little for uncertainty of whether or not he should let it go.
Did you make this as well?
Yes, sir.
Christina giggled, and her hand on his shoulder gingerly squeezed affectionately. She held up her other hand and waggled the ring on her finger.
This brave man saved me from death's sweet kiss. He fashioned a ring that kept me alive.
Arcadian reached out and pinched the ring in his forefinger and thumb. He locked gazes with Marzo.
What is your name, artificer?
My name is Marzo, sir. I'm with Unit 4.
Arcadian waved a hand at him.
I didn't ask about your unit. And actually, that does not matter anymore. Once we get back to the Edina, you're going to be elevated.
He turned away from both Christina and Marzo, flapped his wings, and then took off into the air. As he soared away, he yelled back,
"Watch over him, Christina!"
Christina just giggled.
Elevated? Surely he can't mean...
Christina wrapped an arm around his shoulder.
Of course that's what he means. Not only did you save hundreds, if not thousands of our people, but you won us the battle. You're going to be one of us.
One of us?
Yes. Let's fight for the victory of Heavenos, shall we?
Yes, ma'am. For the victory of Heavenos.
Episode 10. A Stand Against Evil.
Wow. I've read history books and secondhand accounts about the Bright War, but I've never really heard an actual story from someone who lived through it.
What about Miss Vaughtice?
What about her?
Well, according to her, she also fought in the Bright War.
At first, Issa just gaped at Noah with a flat expression. But then her eyes opened wide. Her mouth fell ajar.
No way. Miss Vaughtice? I can't believe it. I mean, I know she's a devil and a great fighter, but she's the sweetest person I've ever met.
Sometimes the people who smile the biggest are the ones who know the greatest pain and sorrow.
I have a question.
Doma was still scratching Samuel behind the right ear. The fox's lips curled upward and his eyes fluttered between delightful unconsciousness and pre-awakening. Doma waved her free hand as if she were in a class. Noah grinned widely. So did Issa.
Yes? What is it?
What is the difference between an archangel and a normal one?
Well, archangels have silver-colored magical rings around their irises, brighter wings, and they have greater magic potency.
Then how come you don't have a ring around your eyes right now?
Noah held up his hand and gestured to the silver ring on his right hand.
Well, because of this. I developed this little artifact to conceal me from anyone sensing or seeing my true nature.
Doma waved her hand again.
Excuse me.
Yes.
That's not what I meant by difference. I'm sorry, I should have been more clear. How do the archangels differ in terms of societal hierarchy than normal angels? Are they like a part of the nobility? Or some kind of ruling class? And is there anything above archangels?
Noah let out a nervous chuckle, which was trailed by a riotous bout of laughter coming from the fox on Doma's lap.
I like you, kid. You're all right.
Aww.
Doma began scratching the back of Samuel's neck with both hands, and the fox sank into absolute bliss. Samuel's tail flicked wildly against the couch, which only encouraged Doma to maintain her effort.
She's the top of her class and loves learning. She gets it from me.
It's actually pretty impressive. Well, archangels aren't really like nobles, as they are more like the elite and most powerful of the Heavenos forces. To be accepted into the Archangel Legion is a great honor, and only the most skilled and honorable angels are selected. Normally, candidates have to be selected by the Radiant Council, but for me, Arcadian's endorsement was all that was required. The Radiant Council was the governing body for all of Heavenos, by the way.
So there's only a limited number of archangels?
Granted, I can't tell you what it looks like now, but when I was in Heavenos, there were maybe around 10,000 of us.
10,000? That's such a high number. How big is Heavenos anyway?
Well, it is its own dimension, like Helos is. I'd say when I lived there, there were 340 million angels living in the many cities. The archangels lived in the capital, though, in order to protect the Edina and train with the Legion.
What's the Edina?
Yeah, I remember you mentioned that in your story, and I was super curious about it too.
Well, the Edina is the grand cathedral where the Radiant Council existed. For angels, there is no site more holy or hallowed. At least, it was supposed to be holy and hallowed.
A great quiet filled the room, and only Samuel had the nerve to break it.
Clench your butt cheeks, ladies. This is where the story gets dark.
Dark?
Yes. Let me tell you about my last day in Heavenos, the day that evil had tainted the Edina.
The very atmosphere within the Edina was different than normal. Whenever Marzo beheld the grand cathedral, a great sense of awe blossomed within him. It ignited a living flame within the depths of his soul. Today, however, Marzo's insides dripped with a terrible and sticky acid. The intricate marble floors of the cathedral seemed to expand into infinity, and Marzo's body buzzed as if he floated in a void of geometric shapes and lines. The golden columns stretched upward like stone trees, and they held up the mosaic-covered ceilings high above. Images of great and benevolent angel and archangel beings stared down at Marzo and the hundreds of others who had gathered within the Edina for this event. Where were those benevolent beings now? Surely not within the glowing orb that housed the Radiant Council, for no holy being would ever condone this. Marzo stood alongside dozens of other archangels inside the main chamber of the Edina, where the glowing orb rested on a massive white stone altar. The orb itself sat within a golden and silver apparatus that locked the sphere in place. Intense swirling light that reflected all colors of creation danced within the orb, and hues from the many lights stretched across the marble floors. Sometime in the establishment of Heavenos, the greatest artificers had gathered together to make the most powerful, most impressive artifact that would ever be. It was said that the orb contained every single angel's soul who had ever existed, and stored them in a sort of pocket dimension. Arcadian stood before the Radiant Council, a proud smirk creasing his face. A demon bound by silver chains, chains that Marzo himself had constructed, knelt beside the Archangel General. It wasn't just any demon, though. The demon was gargantuan by dimensions, and surely weighed 500 or 600 pounds, all muscle and power to be sure. His skin held an orange-reddish hue, and it contrasted well with his long, jet-black hair. A pair of powerful eyes stared at the floor, unwilling to gaze into the spiral of the Radiant Council. The demon's wings were also shackled and chained, and each of the demon's binds were pulled tight so he couldn't move. Marzo licked his lips, and his stomach imploded in on itself. Even though they were enemies, to see King Yaogodin in such a defeated state sent violent shivers throughout him. As terrible a sight as it was, it paled in comparison to the smaller creature bound just behind the Demon King. A little demon girl, perhaps no more than 5 or 6, sat in a similar locked position as that of her father. She had garnet-colored skin. Streams of tears trailed down the little demon's face, and her long black hair fell to the ground around her. The little demon girl didn't even have wings yet. A small bit of relief appeared on the barest edges of Marzo's consciousness, for he had not been on the covert mission to sneak into Helos and kidnap the little princess. He didn't even know about it. And had he known? Well, Marzo was not sure what he would have done. Long wooden pews lined most of the chamber, and they formed rows before the great altar. Marzo sat in the front row, right beside the Archangel Cassina. The remainder of the pews behind Marzo were completely filled. Despite the grimness of what was explained, Cassina smiled wildly, and she beamed hate-filled stares at the little girl and the great king. Her hand rested on Marzo's thigh, and she kept caressing it and squeezing it tenderly. That small gesture between lovers did nothing to alleviate the tension within Marzo's heart. All he was told was that King Yagodin and his youngest daughter would be presented before the Radiant Council. There were dark whispers, of course, of what might happen, but Marzo rejected such notions. Surely the grim talk was just that, talk. A million voices spoke together in unison, and it chilled Marzo to hear the combined consciousness of angel kind long gone, but never forgotten.
You have done well. With the capture of King Yagodin, the Bright War will end soon.
Marzo's heart pumped harder as the crowd cheered. King Yagodin remained silent and refused to look up. The demon child whimpered, but no one paid her any mind. Arcadian held up his hand, and at once the cheering died down. Heavy silence pressed down upon them, and everyone waited to hear what the most powerful Archangel would say. He smiled at the Radiant Council, and then whirled to address the congregation.
It is true that the Bright War will be ending soon, and none more than I will be happy to see an end to the conflict. However, there is one important thing we must do before we let this bitter conflict cease. We must send a message to the vile devils who still wage war against us. A swift and severe message of what is to come.
Once more, the angels and archangels cheered, but Marzo didn't. Instead, he studied the Demon King, who finally peered up at Arcadian from the barest corner of his eye. The acid that appeared inside Marzo earlier bubbled, and his skin crawled.
What kind of message did you have in mind?
Arcadian pointed to the little girl.
We must show the depth of our conviction.
No one cheered, and King Yagodin now looked directly at the Archangel General, his face a mask of unsettling denial. Marzo shared that same mask. Surely he couldn't mean...
Helos is a scarred blight on creation itself, and we must purge it before it can be cleansed. Every one of those twisted, malformed vermin must be exterminated.
Arcadian smiled, and it was the kind of smile Marzo had never seen on his commanding officer. It dripped with a darkness far more horrifying than anything he had ever seen on the battlefield.
Yes. Let this little one be first.
King Yagodin roared loudly, and he struggled against the chains. His fiery passions had returned, and a desperate sense of urgency saturated the air. Despite the king's efforts, the chains would never break. They were a special artifact designed to resist demonic effort. The chains only unclenched when the subject died, or through the use of a special command that only Marzo and Arcadian knew. The little girl stared up at Arcadian as he took a step forward. All of the angels and archangels watched in utter silence, and none dared even breathe. The gravity of the silence became deadly as even the Radiant Council refused to speak or protest. Arcadian stretched out his hand, and a silver light began to extend from his palm. In mere seconds, the blade that Marzo had created for him over 20 years before glimmered in the interior light of the Adina. The little girl screamed and tried to wiggle away, to no avail. Like the chains that bound the Demon King, hers would never break either. Arcadian's smile grew wider and more wicked as he took another step.
No!
The silence of the Adina had been shattered, and Marzo's skin shivered in the wake of the scream. 1,000 ghostly fingers kept rubbing the surface of his soul, for he was the one standing, and the scream passed through his lips. Arcadian glared at him.
What do you mean, no?
Marzo leapt into the air and landed before the little girl. His bones quaked within him, and the desire to vomit on the beautiful floors of the Adina nearly dominated his will. Unfortunately for him, Marzo couldn't stop now. He had already taken the first steps down a destiny he had not intended on pursuing, and yet, what other option did he have? Marzo extended his hands to block the Archangel General. The little girl wailed loudly. King Yagodin howled as he exerted his voice, and both sounds were quite crisp and clear as they echoed throughout the otherwise silent Adina.
We cannot do this. You cannot do this.
Arcadian narrowed his eyes and gripped the sword handle with both hands.
Get out of the way! The denizens of Hellos are abominations who need to be wiped out!
The continued silence of the Radiant Council chilled Marzo's soul.
No, we are beings of light, not evil monsters! To do this, you would have to be far worse than the enemies we face. She's just a little girl.
They are not like us! They are vile!
Arcadian pointed toward the Radiant Council.
They have plagued us for far too long. Heavenos must consume Hellos and expand. Only by killing every last demon and devil can the angels be safe to thrive.
Marzo's soul withered as the Radiant Council finally replied.
Yes. Perhaps Hellos should be wiped out.
No, I won't let you kill her!
Once more, only the sounds of the king and his daughter filled the expanse of the Adina. Arcadian's words eventually came out.
You would dare stand against us! With them!
Marzo looked to the crowd, especially at Casina.
We are angels and we are the holiest creatures in existence! Aren't we? War is one thing, but what you are proposing is genocide! That goes against everything that we stand for.
You are either with Heavenos or Hellos. There is no in-between.
Make your choice, Archangel Marzo.
No one said anything. No one else stood up, and they all watched him with grim fascination.
Is it truly the will of the Radiant Council to allow this little girl's death?
An uncomfortable silence lingered before the Radiant Council answered.
Yes.
A tear trailed down Marzo's cheek.
Then I have no choice.
Marzo channeled his magical power and activated his most powerful artifact. The belt buckle that sat at the center of his waist started to sparkle. It flashed with silver light, and then 4 glowing orbs burst from it. The orbs swirled around Marzo and the little girl continuously, and Arcadian stepped back a few paces. The Archangel General's eyes narrowed, and he snarled. After several revolutions, the orbs slowed, and then landed on the ground around Marzo and the little girl. They glowed brighter and began to alter in shape, and then they took the forms of 4 angelic creatures. The 4 angelic-like golems were made from the hardest metal, had large wings, were carved in the likeness of the archangels, and were armed with unique weapons: a great sword, an axe, a bow with unlimited arrows, and a sword and shield, respectively.
You summoned us, Father.
Marzo tightened his jaw, and the entirety of the Adina waited in silence to hear what his response would be. Even King Yagodin halted for a moment. The little girl sobbed softly, but she stared at the 4 giant golems with petrified awe.
Protect the little girl from any angel or archangel who comes near her.
Are you referring to the demon girl?
Marzo moved past the golems and stood before Arcadian.
Yes. Be extra wary of Arcadian. He may kill me, but fight until you are destroyed. Thank you for everything you've done for me. I'm sorry it has to end this way.
We will do what you say, Father, until we are destroyed.
The 4 golems held their weapons at the ready and took defensive stances around the little girl. Marzo summoned his spear Ie and pointed it at Arcadian.
Traitor!
Christina leapt over the pew and summoned her own weapon, but Arcadian held up his hand.
Leave this wretch to me. Take out his golems, but leave the girl alive. I want to end her personally.
Marzo activated his greaves of speed, his bracers of strength, and his circlet of clarity, and still his nerves rattled. This would be his last battle. Arcadian was on him in an instant, and the Archangel's greatsword curved through the air, as if it were made of wind itself. Marzo spun around, twirled his spear, and jabbed when he could. Though the spear tip came close many times, Arcadian knocked it away at the last moment. What was his endgame? Marzo's mind buzzed, and yet he dismissed such an unhelpful question. He couldn't make a mistake, for even a single one would be the end. A wild madness danced in Arcadian's eyes as he kept swinging, stepping, and thrusting. A dozen archangels had descended upon the little girl, but the last 3 remaining golems kept them at bay. One of them lay carved open and broken on the Adena floor. Christina's face contorted in rage as she drove her sword against one of the other golems, where a grievous crack had formed. A large chunk of the golem's face splintered off. It died a few moments later.
Your efforts were in vain, traitor. Before you die, I will make you watch as I carve that little girl apart. You cannot beat me.
You're right. I can't.
Marzo hopped back and reached forward with his hand.
Artifacts shatter!
A green orb appeared in Marzo's hand, and it sailed toward Arcadian. At the last moment, Arcadian sidestepped out of the way. The orb sailed an inch away from the edge of the sacred blade that Marzo had made long ago. Nevertheless, Marzo still smiled.
Why are you smiling? You missed.
Marzo grinned wider, although it was the kind of smile that preceded a desperate death.
I wasn't aiming for you.
Arcadian's eyes widened, and he quickly whirled about. King Yagodin stood unbound, and his eyes burned with a black and red fire. He took a deep breath, and then his hands glimmered in the most intense aura of magic. Seconds later, 3 swirling arcane portals opened beside him. Within seconds, demons poured into the Adena. That had never happened before. Not in the entire history of Heavenos itself.
To arms! Protect the Radiant Council!
King Yagodin leapt toward his daughter, and an obsidian-colored great axe had formed in his grip. Its blade burned with an onyx and ruby fire. More and more demons stepped through the portal. No, wait. Not demons. These were archdemons. Christina clashed swords with a particularly nasty fellow, and Arcadian twirled between 2 archdemons wielding barbed whips. The Radiant Council screamed loudly, which made Marzo wince. He glanced over, and the remains of his golems lay beside the broken bodies of archangels. The little girl clung to her father, who hugged her tightly. Marzo couldn't hear the words, but he recognized the gesture. King Yagodin pointed toward the Radiant Council orb, and more than a dozen archdemons sprinted. What was he supposed to do? Fight? He was already a traitor, but his transgressions had been compounded to an even greater scale. Not only did he oppose his commanding officer, not only did he free a demon king in captivity, but he allowed for the Adena to become invaded. At the moment, no one paid him any attention, but that would soon change, no doubt.
Make me a one-time use magical bead that will take me far from here. Once used, may it shatter and erase my magical trajectory. Take me to where I can be safe.
Moments later, a small white bead rested in Marzo's hands. He held it close, and then activated its magic. Everything became bathed in white, and he caught one final glimpse of Heavenos. Right as the glowing orb containing the Radiant Council shattered. Episode 11. Foxtail. For a long moment, Noah just sat on the couch. A wild sense of hollowness drifted in him, and he shivered ever so slightly. Noah had only told one other creature, that being Samuel, about the events that led to his exile and abandonment of his home. Issa and Doma watched him with rapt attention, and neither of them broke the silence that lingered about. Noah stopped his story. Samuel averted his gaze, but he flicked his tail against the couch with a slight, uneasy excitement.
So, what happened to the Radiant Council?
I don't know for sure. The last things I saw were the glass breaking and the contents inside spilling out like luminescent milk.
Issa crossed her arms over her chest.
No wonder you went into hiding. Not only did you betray your people, albeit for a good reason, but you might have single-handedly devastated the Heavenos civilization.
Yeah.
He gently reached for the key hanging around his neck and caressed it between his shirt and fingers.
I'm not certain if Heavenos is still looking for me, but it's important that they don't find me. Aside from being a traitor, there are other reasons for which they might still be searching. I'd rather not go into those details, though. I hope you two understand.
Sure.
So where did the bead take you?
Well, I appeared on an island in the middle of a great sea. There were all of these great ruins on the island, and there were also these local farmers there too. They thought I was one of their long-lost, forgotten gods. And they honored me with a place to stay and plenty of information.
Which island?
Shreet. I'm not sure if you're familiar with the surrounding culture or not.
Issa flourished her hands through her hair.
Yes. Our family originated from there, actually. The Montebello ancestral home is close to the island of Shreet.
Ah, what a small world this is. Anyway, after I learned the local languages of the area, I started out traveling all over your world. I must have done that for, maybe about 80 years?
80 years? Wow, that's a long time. How long is the average angel lifespan anyway?
I think the average lifespan for my people are around 400 to 500 years. Archangels live twice as long since we're infused with even more potent magical power.
Wow. So you're kind of an old man.
Yeah, kind of. Over my many travels, I've encountered and learned about so many different cultures and learned so many languages. Still, it was a lonely journey.
Don't you only speak like 14 languages or so? I think that's what Ms. Vadhai said.
14. Maybe like 1,400. This guy can communicate with anyone. Hell, this motherfucker even speaks Click.
Issa's eyes sparkled with a hint of dark rage, but Doma giggled.
To be fair, I have magical spells in place to help me learn and remember most of them.
Noah gestured to a small golden stud that was in his lower left earlobe.
The 14 I'm most proficient in were the ones that I mentioned in my application, so it wasn't really a lie.
So, I have another question. How did you meet Samuel?
The fox grinned, stood up on Doma's lap, and stretched for a moment.
I was wondering when we'd get to this part. Rest your gums, feather boy. I'll take it from here. I hate when you tell the story of how we met. You always make me sound like a punk-ass bitch.
Noah opened his mouth to retort, but a laugh trickled out. He merely crossed his arms over his chest, nodded toward the now more spry fox, and then sat back in his seat. Samuel eyed them all, and then grinned. It was a clear-ass night, the kind of night where a man could really feel alive. Samuel took in a deep breath as he stepped into the clearing, past the thick cluster of trees and bushes. The crisp moonlight bathed the entire clearing in soft light, and Samuel cast a quick glance over himself. Damn, he was sexy. He stood over 6 feet tall, had dark chocolate-colored skin, and the best, sharpest attire that any man—
Excuse me, I have a question. Is the Samuel from the story you? Or another Samuel? 'Cause it sounds like you're talking about a person, and you're, a fox.
Samuel gave her a flat look that only lasted a brief moment.
Kitsune are shapeshifters. We can take human form. Now, where was I?
He stood over 6 feet tall, had dark chocolate-colored skin, and the best, sharpest attire that any man in the land could have. In fact, most people were incredibly jealous of how stylish he was. All of the ladies threw themselves at him, and all the men wanted to be him. Yeah, Samuel was a sexy, sexy motherfucker. On this particular night, he wore a vibrant purple silk robe that had several bright yellow butterflies flapping their happy way on his back. His head was shaved bald, and his smooth skin shimmered in the moonlight. A well-groomed handlebar mustache outlined the shape of his large, full lips. Samuel's brown eyes sparkled with intention, and yet the object of his desire still remained concealed from him.
Where are you, you delicious little vixen?
The irony tickled his senses, but human women liked being called cutesy animal pet names and shit. He didn't quite understand it, but if it secured another warm body in his bed tonight, Samuel would tell a woman the secrets of the moon itself.
Over here, you sexy-ass fox.
That should have been a warning, but Samuel was too drunk on his own badassness to notice. In addition to the exceptional and well-deserved sense of confidence, a savage lust roared within him. The air tingled with a kind of primal anticipation, and Samuel smelled the pheromones wafting off of the hidden woman. Oh yeah, she wanted it. She hungered for his massive Samuel paused for a moment. Doma's eyes were quite large, and she pressed her lips together in a kind of shocked wonder. Issa, on the other hand, had lava-like irises, a tight frown under her nose, and a barely noticeable aura of energy tingling around her. Massive compassion, as Samuel always treated his women with the utmost respect. A voluptuous woman stepped out from behind a tree. She had a full body with a round face, scintillating curves, and a plunging neckline that made Samuel's blood boil. However, when he got within 60 feet of the woman, a sudden spark flared in his mind. Samuel stopped, and his smile fell away, leaving only a stone-cold seriousness that usually unsettled even gods.
I didn't know this was gonna be a group thing.
He took a slight step back and then planted himself comfortably in the tall grass. The wind blew all around him, and the pungent odor of greed and malice filled his nostrils. Still, the woman, whose name was Gaiaji, grinned all the more. She stepped out into the open, as did her 20 associates.
Wait, 20? When you told me this story before, there were only 10.
Motherfucker, did I interrupt you when you were talking? Obviously you misheard me, because there were 20.
Obviously I did.
Now shut the fuck up, will you? No respect.
20 men with brooding, haggard faces gave hungry stares at Samuel. But Samuel's eyes were locked on Gaiaji.
I'm not into men. Your friends are gonna have to go.
Oh, but they're just as interested in you as I am, my dear Samuel. After all, it's not often that we have a kitsune in our midst.
A what?
Samuel's smile didn't reflect the twisted seriousness enveloping his insides. It wasn't fear, because Samuel didn't fear any motherfucker, aside from his mama.
Look, I have no idea what you're talking about.
Gaiaji's eyes became even more crazy, like an addict who could smell the object of their self-imposed insanity.
Oh, but you do. I know what you are. And there's an old lady who will pay top gold for you. My friends are gonna make sure you come along with me, one way or another.
Samuel's hands burst into blue flames, and the illumination from the fire sent dancing slivers in his eyes. Doma raised her hand, but Samuel said,
Kitsune can also summon blue fire from our souls.
The young girl grinned widely and then started scratching Samuel behind the ears again. For a brief moment, the 20 goons just sat in amazement, probably because they were a bunch of slack-jawed, never been outside of their village before, eating rat meat kind of motherfuckers. And magic, real magic, was something these bitches only dreamed about in the depths of the night. Their stupor didn't last long as Samuel pointed his palm at 2 of the dumbass henchmen. Up till that point, aside from the muted sounds of their chatter, the night had been pretty quiet. All that changed once a pair of people became living azure torches. The grass caught flame too as the unfortunate thugs ran away, waving their arms about as if that would actually help. To be honest, their skin didn't burn. They only thought it did. Samuel grinned to himself, for the blue fire that he had conjured hadn't been real, but it was a part of another magical gift afforded to fine-ass foxes like himself. That particular gift was illusion magic. The illusion of the blue fire had been enough to give the rest of the thugs a moment of utter shock, and that's all Samuel needed. He leapt forward and punched one of the frozen motherfuckers right in the nose. The sweet-ass feeling of the man's facial bones collapsing under Samuel's great strength caused a sweet rush of adrenaline to run through him. At that moment, the 17 remaining assholes started moving toward him, but Samuel easily danced around their weapons, hands, and feet. As he swirled around them, Samuel gave savage kicks, punches, and even threw motherfuckers into their friends. The more he owned these greedy, stupid-ass humans, the wider his smile grew. He snapped his fingers, and a trio of illusions that looked just like him appeared. They were identical to him, although he was still the sexiest of the group. Some of the thugs went after the fake versions of himself, but they continued to fail to capture their targets. One by one, each of the thugs fell to his hard blows. When the last fugly-ass motherfucker fell to the ground, Samuel stood over him and raised his clenched fist into the air.
How do you like that, motherfucker?
A savage blast of electricity slammed into his back, and Samuel's body rocked wildly. He fell to the ground on top of the very men he had pummeled. Groggily, he glanced up at Gaiaji, who had a single rubber rod in her hand. The rubber rod had an exposed metal tip, and every second a small spark of electricity zapped off of it.
The master said this would help bring you down, Samuel. Once I bring you in, she said she would give me a lifetime supply of opium. I hope you understand this isn't personal.
She pointed the rod at Samuel. He reached for her.
No!
The electricity hit him again. Everything went black. The next time he opened his eyes, everything felt off. For starters, he laid down in a fairly large cage. Hay had been scattered among the bottom. Samuel hated hay. His skin wasn't dark chocolate colored anymore, but his usual fox fur was in its place. He opened his mouth to speak, but the words refused to come out. Samuel's eyes widened, and he tried to yell out. He tried to call out for help. He tried to curse. Nothing.
Wow, I bet that was the absolute worst, huh?
You have no fucking idea.
An old woman, perhaps no taller than 4 feet tall, moved closer to the cage, and she was dressed in a dingy moth-eaten dress. Old, faded makeup had been painted on her face long ago, but it had never been removed. Her eyes reflected a pair of dark coal irises, for they were rough, dirty, and unpleasant to look at. The skin drooped from the woman's face, and it sagged in chunks. She wore a kind of headscarf that had once perhaps been colorful. Now it was faded and dull. When she smiled, her teeth were the color of swamp water. She walked with a gnarled cane. Samuel opened his mouth, but only a fox bark came out. The woman laughed.
I bet you're wondering who I am, aren't you? Child of the fox goddess.
The fox merely glared at her. and the old woman pointed a bony finger. Each of her fingernails had been sharpened to deadly points.
Look upon the face of your betrayer, little fox.
The lighting was dim, but Samuel still made out Gaiaji's shape. She was slumped in a chair. Her eyes were closed, and even in the poor illumination, Samuel knew she would never open her eyes again.
A lifetime supply indeed.
The old woman howled, and her laughter reminded Samuel of large rocks slamming together over and over. She turned back to him.
So, would you like to know who I am?
Once more, the swamp teeth greeted him.
I have existed for longer than human intellect can understand, though not so old as your mother. I have always dwelled within the confines of this.
She flourished around her. Samuel's cage sat in a large kind of tent. Junk piles surrounded him on all sides, with the exception of the chair that served as Gaiaji's grave, a small clearing just before the cage, and a small path through the mountains of stuff.
I have not had a good act for 140 years, and so I have withered. But you will change that.
Samuel barked out, although his mind said,
"Fuck you, you old bitch. I'm not doing anything."
The old woman gestured to her own neck.
You are wearing a special magic collar that blocks you from your Kusuni magic, unless I want you to do something. And it will prevent your kind, even your mother, from finding you. You are mine. And you will do as I say, or you will starve and wither just like me.
Samuel continued to glare.
Sleep well, my little fox.
The old woman started to move away.
Tomorrow we will rebuild this circus, and I will gain my beauty again.
With that, the strange woman left Samuel all alone. It was dark and quiet. Very quiet. When the fox tried to speak out again, he was once more silenced. His mind buzzed with the foulest of words, if for nothing else but to accentuate his growing terror and despair. Before that night, Samuel had been the manliest, sexiest, and toughest kitsune ever. And yet, he couldn't help but sob. His words were locked in the depths of his mind, and all he could do was produce little yips. For 100 years, that strange bitch controlled Samuel. She forced him to perform tricks, be silly, and let strangers pet him. Often, the strangers pet him too hard or dug their nails into his hide. Oh, how he wanted to curse them out, or even just bite them. But his master, who went by the name Madame Gouche, ensured that he was obedient and passive. She controlled his actions, but she couldn't dominate his mind or the fire in his eyes. With each passing year, another small needle of pain and spiritual atrophy stabbed Samuel. If he just let go, then everything he was would slip away into nothingness, and he would be a husk. Fuck that shit. Samuel never let go. Not for 100 years. Deep in his heart, he knew one day he would be free. Surely his vile captor would make a mistake eventually. That day eventually came on a fateful autumn afternoon. Like nearly every other performance, Madame Gouche opened the show with a grand speech and a flourishing series of tricks. At the beginning of his time with her, the show catered to country bumpkins who had their poverties only outweighed by their own superstitions. However, over the last century, larger and more affluent crowds had come to see the marvels of Madame Gouche's splendid circus. With the increase in praise, the vile woman became more beautiful, youthful, and powerful. Other performers had been conned or recruited into joining the show, but none of them ever interacted with Samuel. Madame Gouche never let them, and threatened immediate termination if they did. 35 years after he was captured, a pair of performers tried to free him. Well, Madame Gouche found them in the middle of the attempt. She terminated them immediately by biting off their heads. Of course, she told the rest of the circus they had just decided to leave, but Samuel knew the truth. Just like every other night, Samuel waltzed into the center ring of the circus. He glanced over the crowd, who stared in disbelief at the claim that he was a magical fox. Most nights, the people all had the same expressions: anticipation, curiosity, and excitement. It made sense, since Samuel was one pretty badass motherfucker, but still, nearly everyone who came to the show beamed delighted expressions at him. That night, however, one particular guy didn't. Samuel passed a glance over him, but then looked back when his mind registered what he saw. The man stood at the entrance of the circus beside one of the bleachers. Had the motherfucker just been standing there the entire show? The guy was about average height, short black hair, and a thick black mustache that covered the top of his upper lip. It looked kind of gangly and totally out of style compared to anyone else in the audience. His clothes were plain and unassuming, which appeared jarring against the bright colors of the rest of the locals who had come to the show. The man looked off.
Wait. Is he talking about you? You used to have a mustache? Ew!
I know, right? That was the second thing I made sure he changed once we started hanging out. You're welcome.
I think you did the world a favor.
Whatever, it wasn't even that bad. Can we just continue on with the story, please?
The man frowned at Samuel, but it wasn't the kind of aggressive sourness that comes with zealots who hate magical creatures. A soft shimmering reflected in his eyes, and the man kept wincing the longer that he and Samuel gazed at one another. What the fuck was this guy looking at with those pitiful eyes? Fuck him. Samuel didn't need that kind of shit from anyone, especially from some goofy-ass looking weirdo who didn't know how to dress, who probably was homeless and couldn't cook a decent pot of chili to save his life.
Seriously, man?
After a brief moment, Samuel moved his attention elsewhere. Before he had time to glance back at the strange fellow again, Madame Goosh commanded that he start his first dazzling trick, just as she had ordered him to do 1,000 times before. Samuel conjured several balls of blue fire in his mouth and bounced them on his tail. The crowd gasped as the balls twisted through the air and zipped around one another. Next, Samuel conjured an illusion of a purple fog, and he filled the center of the circus ring with it. He was obscured, and he took the form of a massive ox. More than a few children squealed in delight as the shadowy images of his temporary form danced within the confines of the fog. Samuel went from an ox to a horse, to a man, to a hawk, and finally a dragon. Someone screamed, but more than a few others cheered. At Madame Goosh's request, Samuel dissipated the fog and revealed his normal foxy self. At the end of the trick, he noticed the strange man was gone. The rest of the show went by without anything out of the ordinary happening. And just like the thousands and thousands of nights that came before it, Samuel found himself locked away in his cage, in the dark of his own secluded tent. Sometime after midnight, a new fragrance filled Samuel's nostrils. He immediately hopped to his feet and glared at the source. The strange man who pitied him earlier stood in front of his cage. Another sad frown creased his face. Samuel glared at him with brilliant, fiery eyes. The man smelled complex, with an assortment of sharp, sweet, and lingering odors all mixed into one. Normal humans had natural scents that related to where they lived, what they ate, and even whether or not they had magical powers. Mages had complex scents too, but no mage, not even Madame Goosh, had such uniqueness as this man did.
You poor thing. You're not here by choice, are you?
Of course he wasn't. Samuel snarled a little and whipped his tail around wildly. Whoever this guy was, he was going to die as soon as Madame Goosh realized he was trespassing. Somehow she knew about the other two, even though they were careful. Samuel gave out a few small yips, urging the man to run. Instead of running, the man bent down and gave the fox a peculiar, studious glance.
That's a nasty little artifact you have there. Would you like me to remove it for you?
Samuel's eyes widened, but before he could react, the slithering voice of the baddest bitch in the circus cut him off.
You will die before you have the chance.
Madame Goosh stood by the entrance of the tent, and the moonlight flowed in behind her. The man didn't look back at her, and he smiled at Samuel. And then his hand soared through the bars of the cage quicker than Samuel could follow. As soon as the man's fingertip touched the collar around Samuel's neck, he said,
"Artifact break."
Metal crackled, and a massive wave of arcane energy struck Samuel all at once. The blast was so powerful that he blacked out for a few long moments. His muscles ached, and then he rejoiced. Samuel's mind fizzled, and then surged forward like a candle bursting to life. Every strand of fur stood up wildly. Slowly, Samuel opened his eyes, and he slowly pushed himself up off the floor of his cage. The sound of intense combat irked him slightly, and he glanced up at the two people fighting. It wasn't like a bar fight or a simple fist fight. No, it was so much more. Madame Goosh's fingernails were long, jagged claws, and her 30-inch tongue whipped about trying to snag the throat of the man. Her eyes were black pools of nothingness, and her limbs were elongated. She screeched as she tried to rend the man. The man had a silver spear in his hand, and he whirled about, easily dodging the attacks of the horrid Madame Goosh. No matter how hard she tried, she just couldn't land a blow. The man, on the other hand, stabbed at her many times.
How dare you try and steal from me? I'll kill you and swallow your soul.
Creatures far more powerful than you have tried.
She dove at him again, but the man kept weaving away at the last moment. The spear plunged into her heart, and yet she still moved about.
Resilient? I'll give you that.
You can't kill me. My circus gives me power. It makes me immortal.
Samuel rolled his shoulders back as he moved through the bars of the cage. A savage flame ignited within him, and he opened his mouth to speak.
Motherfucking bitch.
Sweet ecstasy zapped at his senses.
Fucking stupid greedy ass.
He breathed heavy as his entire body became bathed in blue flame.
Old ass, always looking like you ate an entire roasted chicken by yourself without sharing any tight bitch.
The fire burned hotter. In truth, it had only taken a couple of years to create a plan for how he would beat the terrible and cruel Madame Goosh. Up till now, he had never had the opportunity to enact his plan. Both Madame Goosh and the man stopped and stared at Samuel.
No! What are you doing?
Samuel smiled and sent a stream of fire at the metal bars around him.
Fuck you!
The metal bars melted and Samuel pounced out.
Hey, the weird motherfucker. Keep the bitch busy while I burn this whole fucking place down.
Madame Goosh's eyes widened.
I'll skin you alive, you wretch.
A dozen silver chains plunged out of the ground and shackled her in place. She screamed out loud again. Samuel dashed outside and sprinted toward where the larger of the tents were still erected.
Listen up. Unless you want to burn to death, I suggest you motherfuckers run.
With reckless abandon, Samuel sent cones of azure fire into buildings and wagons. People ran out of some tents, wailing. Some of the performers were on fire, but Samuel couldn't find the urge to care. In the span of 100 years, only 2 other people ever tried to help him. If these motherfuckers burned, then they burned. Over the hustle and bustle of panicked circus performers and blazing fire, the roar of an enraged witch, or whatever that unnatural bitch was, thundered loudly. The performers ran off into the night, leaving only the ashes and flaming remains of what used to be. Samuel stood in the center, and he gazed at his handiwork. The strange man from before approached him, spear still in hand.
Are you all right?
Fuck yeah, I am. What happened to that spooky-ass bitch?
The man gaped at him for a moment.
Spooky-ass? Wow, you're really foul-mouthed.
If you don't like it, you can suck on my fox balls. No offense. I've not been foul-mouthed for 100 goddamn years. And I'm long overdue to let it all out. Fuck, shit, motherfucker, fuck again, damn it. It feels so good. It feels so fucking good.
Samuel laughed, and then the man laughed a little too.
So, tell me what happened to the bitch.
Oh, right. It was weird. She kind of collapsed into dust. What was she?
Fuck if I know.
A sudden foul wind cascaded around the pair of them, and a sickly-ass voice rasped all around the fox.
Damn you, Kisune. I will skin you the next time we meet, mark my words.
Samuel just looked around the air.
Damn! How do I kill your spooky ass?
You can't kill me. Once I rebuild my circus, I will find you.
Good luck with that bitch.
Samuel padded over to the stranger.
All right, listen up, fucker. Since you saved me and all, I'm gonna stick with you for a while.
The man smiled and allowed the spear to fade into nothingness.
I appreciate the sentiment, but I'm kinda on the run and thus keeping a low profile. I hate to get you mixed up in my troubles.
I don't give a shit about that. Let's get out of here and leave this spooky bitch to her embers.
As they walked away, the wind howled obscenities and threats at them, although only until the edge of the burning wreckage of the tents. Once they were far away, Samuel peered at the man.
So, what's your name, weirdo?
Weirdo?
Yeah, that mustache is so scruffy, you look like an animal. And that's saying something since I'm more animalistic than you should be. So, what's your name?
My name is Notada Chadis.
What? Nah, man, fuck that. I'm gonna call you Noah. That's a more normal name than whatever bullshit you just said.
You can't just change my name like that.
Sure I can. Second thing, shave that motherfucking creature you have under your nose. If you're trying to lay low, then you're doing it wrong. Also, you can't show up to my house with that poor groomed thing. My mother will ridicule you even more than what I'm doing now.
Your house? Your mother? What are you even talking about?
Think about it, motherfucker. It's been 100 years since I've been home. There's no way my mother's gonna believe that I've been captured for a century. So you're gonna have to back my story up. After that, we can go wherever you want to go.
I don't have a choice, do I?
Samuel just laughed.
And that's how we started palling around.
So wait, what happened when you got back to your mom's house?
Issa stood up and beamed a wily smile at her little sister. She drifted around the table and then placed a hand on her shoulder.
It's getting kinda late, and you're still getting used to being so active, so how about we save that story for another time?
But I want to know what happened when...
Samuel leaned over and nuzzled her arm.
It's cool. I'll tell you about it when you come over the next time.
You promise?
The fox simply nodded. Issa and Doma moved toward the door, and a sudden gritty silence swirled around the apartment. Needles of tension stabbed into Noah's skin, and he walked just a step behind Issa. Issa's lower lip quivered a little, and she held her hands to her chest, right in the center. When she got to the door, she stopped and whirled around to face Noah. Her eyes radiated with a strong sense of urgency.
So, listen.
Here it comes. I was actually waiting for this ever since she walked in.
A sudden hard glare covered Issa's face, and she sent the full brunt of the look toward the fox.
Waiting for what?
As you know, Doma wasn't the only one who was affected by the Montebello curse. Now that I know you're an archangel, it makes sense that the potion was so powerful. While I was making the potion, I realized something about it.
Oh?
I'm pretty sure that with some experimentation, I could synthesize a cure and immunization for my whole family. However, in order to do that experimentation...
You'd need more components. Specifically, blood and feathers.
I know it's asking for a lot, and I know you're trying to stay hidden, but... I know if I can...
Sure.
Really?
Knowing this bleeding heart motherfucker, he probably already made the decision to help if you asked. Even before he gave you the first vial and feather.
Noah just laughed without confirming or denying Samuel's comment. Issa hugged Noah in a tight embrace, and beads of moisture dripped onto his shoulder. Noah couldn't help but take in her fragrance. Issa had definitely been wearing perfume of some kind.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Issa stepped back, but then she touched his arm with her hands.
You can't know what this means to me.
A slight rosy hue had covered Issa's cheeks, and they became even more noticeable when Noah and Issa looked at Doma. Doma had a completely crimson face, and she watched the both of them with wide, excited eyes. A wide grin sat on the fox's face. Issa cleared her throat and then stopped touching Noah altogether.
Okay, so you were going to go?
She opened the door, ushered Doma out, and then closed the door behind her. Noah chuckled and then moved to open the door, but Issa opened it back. Her face was even redder.
We'll touch base about things later. Good night, Noah. Or should I call you Marzo?
Noah is fine. Good night.
Issa closed the door, leaving Noah alone with his roommate. When Noah locked eye contact with the fox, Samuel nodded vigorously.
Oh, yeah! Tap that ass!
Shut up.
Noah grinned as he moved to his bedroom and closed the door behind him.
I better not hear that goddamn bed squeaking.
Dude, shut the fuck up!
Samuel howled with laughter. Episode 12. A Dance of Fools and Fugitives.
No, Mr. Cruz, higher! You have to hang your side higher!
Noah scoffed a little as he stepped another couple of steps up the old metal ladder. A pair of students held the base of the ladder, but as the current task required someone to climb over 10 feet, he had been selected. Or rather, he had been involuntarily volunteered. And by a student, no less. Still, Noah just nodded, smiled, and complied with whatever the students around him asked. He glanced down at the student, a third-year Mageblood student named Gina something or other.
Like this?
Gina bit her lower lip, closed an eye, and reviewed the bright blue banner that Noah and another teacher held up. After a moment, Gina nodded.
Yes, that looks fine, Mr. Cruz. Just stick it on the wall, and then we can move on to the next task.
Noah reached to the back of the banner and pulled off the plastic covering of the sticky adhesive circle. He pressed the banner against the wall and then looked down at the students.
You're sure it's straight, right?
6 students stopped and looked over at the banner.
It's still a little crooked.
No, it's not. Are you blind?
Actually, it is. Look, there's a slight tilt. You can't see it because you're cross-eyed.
Fuck you!
For a few moments, the students argued until Gina left to fetch a measuring tape. Just as the male student had said, it had been slightly too high on Noah's side. Noah fixed it and then slowly and carefully got off of the ladder.
Great job, Mr. Cruz. Now follow me. We can use your man strength to get some of the tables from the storage closet.
Noah gave one last look at the banner before following the gaggle of students out of the gym. In glittery golden letters, the banner read,
51st Annual Wizard Moon Dance.
A golden image of a glowing gibbous moon was painted after the word dance. Several groups of students worked together throughout the gym. Some of them worked on the stage where a band would be playing. Others hung blue and golden streamers from the walls and various standing poles. And a few of the students worked on setting down large cardboard boxes in piles to be distributed later. Noah worked with some of the more physically fit students to lift and carry dozens of large round tables and chairs from a supply closet in the hallway. Once the tables were all set up, Gina directed Noah to start helping with setting up the chairs. It wasn't as if Gina wasn't helping, because she worked right alongside Noah and the other people she gave delegation to.
You look busy.
Noah glanced over his shoulder to see Demi standing right behind him. Her dreadlocks had been tied into 2 pigtails that flowed off the back of her head. She had bright lime green nail polish on today, and it looked really good against her darker skin.
Yeah. I don't want to get in trouble with my supervisor, so I'm going to have to get back to work before she catches me.
Gina stopped what she was doing, turned around, and then chuckled a little.
Mr. Cruz, you can take a 5-minute break if you want.
Demi barked out a laugh and then gestured for Noah to follow.
Oh, that's really sweet of you, Miss Devenrow. I just need to ask Mr. Cruz some questions about tomorrow night's dance.
For some reason, a few of the girls, including Gina Devenrow, started laughing to themselves and nudging each other. Noah only paid them another moment's notice before he focused on following Demi out into the hallway. When they got out into the hall, Demi placed her back to the wall and held her hands behind her back. Her smile was as wide as Noah had ever seen it.
Miss Devenrow is quite a taskmaster, huh?
Yeah, she is. It's all good, though. I'm more than happy to help, and she's doing a great job with maintaining her peers' focus.
Yeah. She's going to be very successful if she keeps her grades up and her dreams alive.
Demi averted her eyes for a moment.
You are coming tomorrow night, right? As a chaperone?
Yeah. Headmistress Darbo asked me if I would consider participating. Gregor was supposed to, but he had some family business that came up.
Yeah, I heard about that. It's unfortunate that his niece got tangled up with that mess. Mage gang warfare is never a good thing. I hope Gregor can set her straight.
Oh, wow. I didn't know that was the issue. I didn't even know there were mage blood gangs, much less actual warfare.
Mage bloods are just as susceptible to that sort of thing as any other race. You'd know that if you were a mage blood.
A sudden bubble of warbling anxiousness fluttered at the base of Noah's throat, and he giggled in response. Not a cute little girl giggle, but it was still just as awkward.
So, about tomorrow night. What do I need to do for it?
Well, as a chaperone, you're going to walk around, observe the students, and make sure they aren't getting too nasty on the dance floor in any empty classroom somewhere. Also, you're going to be there in case anything, unexpected happens. With the recent attacks, both the headmistress and I are on high alert.
I'll do my best.
Hey, I know you will. You've really stepped up and helped a lot around the school. You developed a reputation for being reliable,
I try.
So, what are you doing after the dance?
After? You mean after the students leave?
Yeah, it's a Friday today, so there's no school or work tomorrow. Do you have any plans?
To be honest, I was just probably going to go back home and crash.
Oh.
Why? What's up?
A strange kind of awkward smile planted itself on Demi's face, which seemed off. Normally, Demi reverberated with unparalleled brightness and confidence.
Oh, nothing. There was just this new late-night sushi bar that opened up last month. They play live music and have an open mic night on the weekends, and I've just been dying to check it out. I just didn't want to go alone.
A sushi bar with an open mic night? That does sound interesting.
Oh? Would you maybe want to go after the dance and get a couple of drinks?
Sure. Why not? That sounds better than going back home to my roommate Samuel.
You have a roommate? What's he like?
Oh, he's a foul-mouthed magical fox. If you ask him, he'll tell you he's a god. And I guess it's true since his mother is a fox goddess.
Oh, he sounds interesting. Think I'll have to meet this Samuel someday.
She started to walk away toward the main offices.
I have to complete some more paperwork. We got the shipment of lanterns from the decorations company, even though we didn't order them, and they said the lanterns are complimentary. But I want to double check the paperwork to make sure they didn't secretly charge us. See you later.
A wide smile covered Demi's face as she moved away. When Noah walked back into the gym, a large group of the students who had been working stared at him as he walked in. Gina and her small cluster of friends all snickered with one another as Noah walked up to them.
Did someone tell a funny joke?
Gina bit back another laugh, but it squeaked out in her words.
No. Hey, Mr. Cruz, could you help us organize the boxes over there? We got some cool-looking lanterns, and we're trying to plan how best to use them.
Sure thing.
He moved over to the large cluster of cardboard boxes and started helping some of the second-year students with sorting the boxes according to their labels. The boxes had various labels on them. Streamers, tablecloths, plates, bulk orders of balloons, lanterns. Noah opened one of the boxes and pulled out one of the lanterns. A sudden tinge of energy slipped into his skin as soon as he touched the lantern. The circular lantern was made from a combination of gold-painted metal and light blue paper fabric. A series of golden moons stretched across the lantern's outer face, and each little glyph depicted a different phase of the moon. There were slightly darkened lines barely visible on the outside of the fabric, and they only really became noticeable when Noah held up the lantern to the light.
I would be careful with that, otherwise that student Gina is going to snap on you. Huh, those are pretty.
Issa had walked up to Noah as he was examining the lantern. Noah turned the lantern over in his hands.
Yeah, they are. I think they are magical, too.
Well, of course they are. After all, this is the Wizard Moon Festival. I'm sure they light up without flames or do something cool.
So I've never been to one of these, obviously. What are they like?
Issa took the lantern in her own hands, examined it for a moment, and then placed it back with the others in the box.
When I went here, we actually got to have the dance at a community center in the city. It was actually pretty cool, I suppose. My date was kind of an asshole, though.
Oh. How so?
He got drunk before picking me up, and he was kind of handsy the entire night. He and I had only been out on a couple of dates before that, and I wasn't totally feeling him at that point either. But I didn't want to go to the dance alone. He ended up hooking up with some other girl who was 2 years above me. Whatever. Didn't really have the best judgment on men back then.
So what made the dance cool? I assume it's just a bunch of dancing.
Of course you'd think that. Men. Dances are ways for people to show off their senses of style, sexiness, and sophistication. It's more than just a dance.
So Demi wasn't kidding when she mentioned I had to be on watch for nastiness.
A wide grin covered Issa's face, and then she let out a riveting guffaw.
She actually said that?
Tears filled her eyes, and she wiped the moisture away with her fingers.
Yeah, that part is true. But can you blame our students? They're so hyped up on hormones and urgency that it's only natural that they use this event to that end.
Oh man, I really hope I don't have to break up any.
Not going to lie, I hope you do. Imagine you having to step in. That would be freaking funny.
Issa chuckled a little more, although the prospect of happening on two children engaging in an intimate act was not at all amusing. In fact, to be honest, it was more frightening than facing the wrath of Heavenos itself. Suddenly, Issa's mirth faded away. She winced ever so slightly, and her voice dropped a little lower to a whisper.
So, I have a question.
What's up?
You're chaperoning too, right? I am too. Since it's a Saturday, I was wondering, about going to this little cafe for lunch. They have this awesome French bread basket that goes with their wine, and, well, since you did so much for me, I wanted to know if I could treat you to lunch.
Sure. Are you sure we can't just go halvesies?
No.
She curled some of her hair behind her ear.
It's on me.
She started to backstep away.
I better get out of here before that Gina kid ropes me into some work.
Noah watched her go, and as he returned his attention to the boxes, he noticed the same group of girls watching him again. Just like before, they giggled into their hands and spoke in clandestine murmurs. Young women were so weird. Noah went back to organizing the boxes.
Whoa. You clean up very nice.
The sun had already started to set, and a tapestry of oranges and purples had covered the sky behind the rise of the taller buildings. Noah stood out in front of the school, dressed in a gray suit, a light blue buttoned-up shirt, and a magenta-colored paisley tie. When he had met Issa up for lunch earlier, he had worn casual clothes, which surprised Issa just as much as she appeared surprised now. Issa wore a long red dress that fell to her mid-calf, a pair of modest black heels, and a shiny black belt that appeared more for fashion than function. Her dress was sleeveless, and the front of her dress went all the way up to the collar. Black earrings and bracelets matched with her shoes and belt. Noah's eyes opened a little wider, and a sudden blush fluttered in his cheeks.
Oh, thank you. You look really nice tonight, too.
Meh. I look okay. No sense in wasting my really good stuff on the dance for students, you know?
Yeah, well, it was either the suit or my usual school attire.
To be honest, a bunch of the chaperones are probably just wearing their school attire. I like to dress differently to give the students the illusion that they're not still being under our watchful eye and they can relax a little. Dances are supposed to be fun.
She paused for a moment and then crossed the distance between her and Noah. She grabbed his tie, gently adjusted it, and then smiled.
There. It looks straight now.
Issa stared directly into Noah's eyes. Up this close, Issa's irises sparkled a little more radiantly than they normally did. Or maybe Noah just never noticed them like this before. It was just the pair of them, but even still, Issa kept her voice low.
Do they have dances like this in Heavenos?
After glancing to his sides, Noah let out a small sigh of relief.
No, and to be honest, we don't really have schools like this either. A lot of the primary schooling is done at home, and then once we pass all of our tests, we apply to gain entry into the academies. The academies are very similar to your concept of universities, actually.
So you don't get to socialize as kids? Wow, your people were really missing out on some excellent development.
Maybe. As soon as I heard about the way your world educates young people, I began to wonder how mine would interact with such a system.
It's too bad things weren't different.
Issa moved toward the front door, and Noah trailed her steps.
If they were, then maybe we could have them as students here, and then you wouldn't have to hide.
Enough about that. I waited for you to check in. I wonder what part of the gym they are going to have me stand in.
Ugh, I cannot wait until this is over. So, what are you doing after the dance?
Oh, Demi asked me to go to some sushi bar with her.
Issa's mouth formed a small line under her nose for just a moment.
Oh. Demi asked you to a bar, huh?
Yeah, a sushi bar. I guess there's live music on the weekends, and she didn't want to go alone, so she asked me to come with her. New places are better with friends, right? By the way, the cafe was awesome. You were right about the bread basket.
Yeah, it was.
Issa remained quiet until they got to the gym. The lights had not been turned down yet, and so the various lights and spinning disco balls had a muted effect. They still looked quite cool, though, and a wave of delight and anticipation flowed through Noah's veins. There were tables set out on the far side of the gym with chairs set around each one. Baby blue tablecloths covered each of the tables. Some of the lanterns were used as centerpieces for the tables, but most were strung on the walls of the gym. They each gave off warm, blue light, which had a diminished effect with the gym lights still on. A wide dance floor had been set before the stage. Both Headmistress Darbo and Demi were on stage, discussing something. At the base of the stairs to the stage waited a small group of musicians. They huddled around black cases, no doubt containing their instruments. Sudden familiarity struck Noah between the eyes as he looked at the people, who were obviously students.
I recognized two of them.
Oh?
Do you remember that big fight between purest mage bloods and the demons?
You mean the fight that you used magic on the students? Yeah, why?
Two of the students, the male with the short hair and the woman with the ponytail, were among the purists.
Ah.
For a moment, there was a heavy silence that fell between them. She broke it when she said,
I hope they can play better than they can fight.
She nudged Noah in the side with her elbow.
Yeah, I hope so.
They approached the stage, and as they got closer, both Headmistress Darbo and Demi glanced their way. The Headmistress wore a conservative dark purple skirt, a matching jacket, and a white blouse underneath the jacket. Her heels matched the color of the skirt and the jacket. Demi wore a brilliant blue sequined dress that stopped just above her knee. She wore flats, and her nails and eyeshadow had been painted to match the dress.
Hey, you two.
Thank you so much for coming. The headmistress and I had been talking about the chaperone assignments, and we have the perfect spots for you.
Yes, Miss Montpella. You shall be in here to keep an eye on the students. Mr. Cruz, I would like you patrolling the hallways.
Patrolling the hallways, ma'am?
Yes. Over the last few months, you have proven to be quite adept at spotting trouble. So rather than waste your keen perception on a darkened gym filled with explosive hormones, I want you silently prowling the hallways.
Okay, so remember when I told you sometimes the students get nasty? Well, it will be your job to make sure the classrooms aren't where such things are being done. But also, you're stronger than you look, and in case something happens, we want you to be out and about to hopefully cut them off before it gets to the students. Okay?
Do you think something like that might happen tonight? I mean, it's the night of the wizard's moon, and it's kinda sacred to us magebloods.
The attack on King Yaogodin's life could have simply been because of his presence at our school and not an attack on the school itself. Still, I would rather err on the side of caution.
Demi bent down so she was eye level with Noah and Issa.
Okay, so, Noah, we're going to have you go to the west side of the school and just start making your rounds. I know it's not the most exciting responsibility, but...
It's fine. It needs to be done, and I'm happy to help. Should I go now?
Yes, please.
As Noah moved toward the entrance to the gym, Issa called out after him.
Hey, if you find some students, don't use your chain spell. It might make the situation worse.
Noah's cheeks grew hot, but they exploded into lava-filled boils as the headmistress herself laughed out loud. The last bits of daylight pulled back from the world, as softly and gently as a sheet being pulled off of a bed. A deep but comforting quiet had filled the western half of the school. It was kind of nice, although Noah couldn't rightly explain why. Aside from Samuel, he had spent much of the last century in isolation, away from the dangers of forming intimate relationships with others. Had Samuel not prodded at trying to settle down and have some more permanent roots, Noah would have probably kept that life going on forever. A muted voice blaring over the microphone rumbled through the halls like distant thunder. Someone was making a long speech of some kind, although Noah couldn't exactly determine who it was. At the end of the speech, a loud, triumphant roar of excitement resonated through the walls and the hallways like the early rumbles of an avalanche. Noah smiled. He walked through the hallways with his hands clasped behind his back, and his eyes danced between the stillness of the corridor and the metal gates outside surrounding the school. Every 10 feet or so, one of the lanterns that the school had received in bulk had been hung on the metal gates. Their light blue auras of illumination gave the darkened streets and surrounding buildings an otherworldly glow. Tonight was a special night, after all. Noah peered into the now darker sky, and the small gibbous moon hung like a prized jewel. It radiated brightly. According to his research, when the wizard moon was highest in the sky, the magebloods of the land would be granted arcane powers spikes. A sudden grim tugging started prodding at Noah's mind. He took a deep breath and gazed out through the windows again. No one was in sight, not that he could see. Surely Headmistress Darbo had spells set in place, and at the very least, in the western side of the school, she placed him there. Noah moved through the hallways, and he slid the doors to each of the classrooms open. Casually, he made his laps back and forth and around in circles. He didn't speak out loud, well, mostly because there was no one there to speak to. He didn't think about his life, students, his upcoming tests and assignments, or about what kind of place the sushi bar would be. Noah emptied his mind of all thoughts and just kept wandering, peeking into classrooms, and then moving again. Music, or whatever these young students called it, rippled through the stone and wood. It wasn't all that unpleasant, although it wasn't his choice. Noah kept walking, and the hallways got very dark. Rather than flip on any of the lights, he just wandered in the shadows. Unlike his mage-blood colleagues, Noah's eyes were unaffected by the darkness, although he saw things in shades of gray when the lights were off. His steps remained quiet, and he just kept moving. It was only when he came to a closed classroom door that he paused his movements. His stomach dropped a little into his waist, and he conjured a little magic into his hands. Not too much, but enough to summon his spear if need be. What lurked within the confines of the now closed classroom? Was it a monster? An ill-mannered villain? Or perhaps something even worse? A pair of half-naked students proceeding to get fully amorous. Noah prayed for one of the previous two. He gently placed his hand on the sliding classroom door and took a sudden intake of breath. In his mind, he counted. 1, 2, 3. On 3, he slid the door open and stepped inside. His eyes focused on 3 pairs of people, all at different corners of the room. He roared. Yes, roared. But not like a man in anger. No. Noah roared like a lion monster, and he waved his arms about. 2 of the young men screamed out, but the others remained wide-eyed and close-mouthed. Of the 6, 2 were still fully clothed, although not paired together, and the rest were in various forms of unzipping and unfastening. Noah's cheeks blushed, and he flipped on the lights. The students immediately scrambled to right their attires.
Please, don't turn us in.
I knew this was a bad idea. We should have gone into separate classrooms.
Noah took a deep breath and then gave the students a hard look.
Listen, why don't you all go back to the
The majority of the student body let out a loud, collective scream. Even through the walls of the school, the sense of terror and alarm could be well understood. Seconds later, a strange and deeply resounding noise thundered out, as if a giant god had let out the most intense fart ever. An opaque purple wave of magic passed through the walls, expanding in all directions. It rushed over Noah and the students. Even though the wave hit him, Noah didn't feel anything out of the ordinary. Nevertheless, dread soaked his stomach. Many of the voices that once cried out were silenced, while others continued to scream.
Faye? Faye! What's wrong?
Noah studied the students within the room. 4 of the students, all magebloods, were paralyzed in strange, contorted poses. Anguish danced in their eyes, and they gazed all around frantically. The other 2 students were a female devil and a male wind spirit, and they kneeled by their dates and friends. Noah moved over to one of the students and grabbed their arm to support them. When he squeezed, an unusual feeling greeted his senses. The student's arm was hard, almost like lacquered wood. The student's eyes locked with Noah's, and his lips were barely parted. Strange words flowed out through his mouth.
What's going on? I can't move.
Acid pooled in the bottom of Noah's stomach, and he turned to the non-mageblood students.
Help me ease them down to the ground, and then I want you to close that door when I leave.
He really looked at them for a moment, and then he winced. Both the devil female and the wind spirit male looked paler, washed out, and their eyes were a little glassy.
Are you two okay?
The devil girl held her head with her hand.
I feel funny. Like I'm kind of exhausted, but not tired. I can't explain it.
Me too. I feel sluggish.
Noah stopped. The school was eerily silent, with only the faintest sounds coming from somewhere. After each of the students were lowered to the ground, Noah closed the classroom door and then sprinted through the halls. Something was wrong, and so as he ran, he summoned his spear. His magic flowed outward into a visible shape, and then became his longtime battle companion EA. It didn't take long for him to make it to the gym. From just in the hall, a cruel-sounding voice yelled out,
"Does anyone else want to try and stop me?"
Noah ran inside the gym, his right hand holding the spear behind him, with the shaft crossing between his shoulder blades. A macabre scene stretched out before him. Hundreds of frozen, contorted figures lay on the ground. For the most part, the dance floor had been cleared, aside from the 4 large-sized creatures standing at the base of the stage. The creatures had brown flesh that looked like the side of a canyon wall, complete with lines depicting different layers. Upward arching horns curved off of their heads, and they smiled with jagged teeth. Bulbous eyes jutted from their oblong skulls. Any student who wasn't a mageblood huddled around their friends who were frozen, or they stood against the walls of the gym. Headmistress Darbo lay petrified on the stage. Demi wasn't in sight. A tall man, a devil man to be exact, stood on the stage. He wasn't in human form, but was in his natural Hellos visage. The devil had a pair of obsidian horns, and thick white hair that flowed off of the devil's head. He wore dark purple robes with dark gray embroidery along the bottom edges and the sleeves of the robe. The devil smiled widely.
"Looks like this one is armed. Too bad the last one didn't have a weapon like that."
Everyone who had the ability to do so looked toward him, and a series of small gasps started popping up everywhere.
"Mr. Cruz?"
Seto emerged from the crowd of those who could still move, and Kachina was a step behind him. Other students started to congregate around Noah, and they all gazed at him with the same sort of pleading eyes.
"What's going on here? Where's Miss Vodheis?"
A female voice, a little older than the students, spoke up. Miss Miyoshi moved over to Noah as well.
"We have her resting over there. When this motherfucker showed up, Miss Vathice tried to distract them long enough for us to run. The bastard said if we left the gym, then everyone would die, especially because he claimed to put a hex on the school that prevents any of us from leaving."
Her eyes went wide for a moment, and then they stared at Noah with growing wonder.
"Where did you get that spear?"
Whoa. Does her magic still work, Mr. Cruz?
Well, yeah. Are you saying yours doesn't?
"Don't let this fool lie to you. You all know that your magic is cut off. Each and every one of you is powerless."
Noah peered at Miss Miyoshi.
Is he being serious? You're without magic. Demi tried to fight those creatures without magic?
"Yeah, we're all fucked. I'm a little curious why you think you're immune to this counter curse when everyone else is affected."
A small bit of amusement almost trickled up through Noah's throat, but he suppressed it. Fate could be so wicked and cruel sometimes. He swirled the magic within his soul and mind, and sure enough, it was easily touchable.
Can you give me a quick overview of who this guy is?
"Sure. He's a former classmate of the headmistress from back in the day. Let's just say he had a real thing for her, but she didn't feel the same. Well, now he's a super powerful devil archmage who's got an axe to grind with her and us. His name is Carlos, by the way. Carlos the incel, needle-dicked coward."
"I heard that. I'll make sure that my little pets take their time with you."
How badly hurt is Demi?
"She's probably going to bleed out. So pretty fucking terrible."
The slight discomfort that Noah had felt before exploded into a massive dragon-sized storm. He wanted to flee, or puke while fleeing. Everything that he had been so desperately trying to avoid for the last 100 years was finally due to be shattered. Noah chuckled a little, for nothing save abandoning these poor souls could save him from what lay ahead.
"Are you fucking serious? You find something funny?"
Sort of. Not this situation, but just something related to me. Hey! You! Carlos, I'm gonna fight you and your pets next! But I just need a moment to take care of some things. You mind giving me a few?
Carlos laughed loudly, and then he wiped tears from his eyes.
Sure, why not? As the moon gets higher, the more powerful my curse becomes. Soon all the mages will slowly be choked to death with their own magic. So yes, take all the time you want.
Noah shook his head. It was time. No more running. Noah drew in a deep breath and started whispering in his native tongue. As soon as the words floated in the air, Miss Miyoshi's eyes widened as far as they could go. Many of the surrounding Heliotian students, including Seto, shrank back a little, and they watched him in complete disbelief. Could they recognize his language? Or was it due to the power within his words? Even Carlos stopped laughing, and he gaped at Noah in horror. Silver words flowed out through his parted lips, and they began to swirl together to form a small shape. The shape glowed brightly, and when it faded, a single ring lay in Noah's hand. Once more, dozens of gasps filled the entirety of the gym.
Kachina, I need your help.
Yes?
He handed her the ring and said,
Slip this on Miss Vodheis's finger right now. This will stop her from dying. Go!
Kachina ran off to where Demi supposedly lay. Miss Miyoshi's voice stabbed into his ears, but they sounded shaky and hollow.
How did you fucking do that? Magic is cut off.
Miss Miyoshi mentioned a counter curse. I assume you connected the curses to these little lanterns we have everywhere?
So what? You're a clever one. Big deal. That doesn't explain how you did what you did. I inscribed every single race that attends or works in this school within the rune scripts of the curses.
Yeah, you got every single race. Except for mine.
Heavy silence filled the room, and the sheer amount of anticipation started to crush Noah's soul. Kachina returned a moment later.
Miss Vodheis's wounds are healing.
No way. What are you?
You're about to find out firsthand. And first, a couple of things.
He pointed towards Seto and Kachina.
I need you two to summon the weapons I gave you.
Weapons? So that was you? Oh man, you and I are gonna have a serious talk after we get through this.
I'm sure we will.
But Mr. Cruz, our magic is cut off.
Yours may be, but mine isn't. Please summon your weapons for me.
Seto and Kachina just shrugged, and then they held out their hands. They called their weapons names, and just as Noah expected, silver energy flowed out through the students' hands. Energy took shape, and they became angelic steel and wood, respectively. The student body, those not paralyzed, gasped loudly, and Carlos narrowed his eyes.
Whoa, it worked.
Noah took a reassuring deep breath, for there was no going back now.
I figured it would work. So here's the thing. I want you to protect everyone while I defeat Carlos and his little minions. Act only if something tries to hurt your peers.
The devil howled with laughter.
You're going to fight me and my pets alone? You're insane. I am the most powerful devil archmage Helos has ever known.
You may be powerful, but you're not an archdevil.
Carlos's mirth faded for a moment, and he beamed a dark glare at Noah.
He's right. You can't take him on alone. You're only one person.
Oh, but I can. I'm a little bit rusty, but I'll be okay.
He reached for the silver ring on his right hand, and then he started to pull it off. A series of slurred words filtered out, but they had great effort behind them.
No! Don't!
Noah turned and found the source of the slurred words. Isa leaned against the wall of the gym, and her eyes locked with his. They weren't filled with fear, at least not for herself anyway. A wide, warm grin covered Noah's face.
Don't worry. We're all going to be fine. I'm going to take care of everything.
Tears lined the bottom of Issa's eyes. Noah turned back to Carlos and steeled every inch of his will and his grit.
Are you ready to be dealt with?
Carlos just crossed his arms over his chest, and the 4 monsters crouched down in preparation.
You will die, and then I'll have my pets eat your students for your insolence.
Noah smiled and slipped off the silver ring. An invisible burst of energy flowed out from Noah's body, and this time, the Heliotian students, teachers, and Carlos felt exactly what he was.
No! It can't be! That's impossible!
The air rippled with latent energy, and yet it was nothing compared to what Noah was capable of. His magic built up in his chest. It collected in his back, and then it stretched out through his shoulder blades. 2 thick streams of silver energy cascaded out behind him, and the entire gym became visibly brighter. In truth, it wasn't just Noah that was glowing, but the very molecules in the air were being filled with pure, archangel magic. Flashes sparked all around him. When his wings were finally formed, Noah stretched them out and pointed his spear at Carlos. Noah's voice boomed with power.
These students and this school are under my protection. Your evil and malice are not welcome here. Be gone, or you will die.
Why is an angel here?
Noah opened his mouth to speak, but Miss Miyoshi cut him off before he could utter a word.
Not an angel. An archangel. And not just any archangel. You're fucking Marzo the Angel Artificer. The fallen archangel himself.
I won't deny that I was once Marzo. It was in the past, and it doesn't matter in this moment. What matters now is that I am a teacher at this school, and as such, I am your opponent.
I don't believe it.
Carlos pointed toward the paralyzed students.
Kill as many as you can!
Noah pointed an empty palm at the monsters and spoke in his angelic tongue.
Binding chains!
A dozen silver chains and shackles burst from the ground and locked the monsters in place. Despite their best efforts, they couldn't move. They roared out helplessly, and Carlos peered down at them, momentarily stunned by their failed attempt to move. Noah leapt into the air and then descended upon each of them in turn, stabbing them in the head with his spear. As the spear pierced the flesh, the monster's skin hissed. The creatures howled, and then they collapsed into piles of dust. When the last creature died, Noah stood before Carlos with a vengeful stare.
It looks like I will have to deal with you myself. But how can you fight me fully when I do this?
Carlos's body glowed with black fire for a minute, and several portals opened wide and all around Noah. Horrific, devilic abominations stepped through the portals, and they had grotesque features, sunken faces, oozing eye leakage, multiple arms and clawed hands. They also had sickly skin and mauls of brown, jagged teeth. The monsters surrounded Noah, and the portals remained open. Carlos continued to glow black, and he laughed. Just as one of the monsters reached for Noah, a magical arrow pierced it in the face. Kachina knocked back another arrow, and Seto charged in and started dueling with one of the monsters. Some non-Mage Blood students dragged the paralyzed students away, while others stepped between them and the monsters. Demi and Miss Miyoshi ran up closer.
Is there any chance you could make us something?
Noah ducked under a monster's clawed hands, and he began to speak words of power. His spear shot forth and sliced open flesh, but he couldn't gain a killing blow. He hopped into the air and then whirled about as monsters reached up for him. When he landed, he had to parry several swift claw swipes. The magic of his words created a warhammer, and then it created a rapier. They dropped beside him when they finished, but otherworldly creatures gathered around it. When they tried to grab his weapons, their hands burned, and they screamed out. Demi dove in first and grabbed the rapier. Rather than keep it, she tossed it to Miss Miyoshi. A monster nearly cleaved Demi's head open, but she slammed her shoulder into the monster's chest. As they stepped apart, Noah drove his spear into the monster's back. Rather than say thanks or acknowledge him, Demi merely dove for the warhammer. As soon as she held it, she delivered a solid strike to a monster's shin. More portals opened up, and monsters climbed through the old and new rifts. Carlos had taken a step back, though.
Just how long do you think you can keep this up?
Noah whirled his spear around him in wide arcs, making sure to keep an eye out for where his allies were. His spearhead cut open creatures on their faces, their bodies, and their limbs. Every time they did, the wounds would fester, and the monsters would be distracted long enough for one of the others to deliver a killing blow. Whenever Noah got too close, Carlos would breathe in and then blast out onyx fire through his mouth. Noah hopped back into the air to avoid it, but the flames still covered the dance floor for the moment.
How the hellos can you do magic if you've affected devils too?
Carlos flourished his arms in a wide fashion.
I'm stealing the power of the moon! At this point, I have unlimited power. Let me demonstrate.
Carlos whirled his hands and created a single sphere of black energy. He let it float in the air for a moment, and it began pulsating. The portals all pulsated at the same frequency as the sphere. Carlos spoke some dark speech, and he became engulfed in a faint black aura. Moments later, he flew up toward Noah with rapid speed.
You may be a powerful archangel, but your power stems from speech. I just need to keep you busy while your students die.
Carlos conjured a green sphere in his hands, and then beams of energy blasted out from the sphere. Noah whipped out in the air and whirled around the beams, but Carlos chased him. Demonic bats and winged monstrosities appeared as the devil waved his hands about. As Noah zoomed around the air above the students below, he twirled his spear around. Flying minions died, but more kept appearing. Just below, more creatures had poured out, and Demi, Kachina, Seto, and Miss Miyoshi were starting to get overwhelmed. Carlos laughed as he chased Noah.
Just die already. The power of the wizard moon grants me unparalleled power. You are nothing.
From the corner of his eye, Noah noticed the moon peeking in through one of the skylights. A spark of an idea flowed within his mind. But for it to work, Noah would have to take an immense risk. He allowed his spear to fade away, and he began to speak words of power. Carlos blasted more beams at him at more frequent intervals, and more creatures collected closer to him. Rather than focus on defense, Noah split his attention between speed and on the artifact that he created. His magical words flowed out, and they took shape. In moments, he held a queen-like tiara in his hands. It was made from silver metal, and had several large diamonds embedded in the top of it.
Oh my!
Carlos laughed as he sent a barrage of magical projectiles at Noah.
That will look good on your corpse!
One of the little missiles struck Noah in the back thigh. Pain radiated throughout his senses, and silver blood started to flow out from his new wound. Noah pushed through the pain and dove toward the stage. At the last moment, he banked to the side and right overhead Mistress Darbo's body. As he sailed past her, he slid the tiara on her head. Noah looped up and around, and he continued to dodge and swirl the best he could. More portals opened in the sky, and suddenly, massive green tentacles slithered out. Noah dodged the first three, but the last one snapped around his injured leg. The other slimy appendages wrapped around him moments later. Carlos floated in front of him as Noah was restrained in the air.
I got you! I certainly hope whatever you put on dear, sweet Emily's head was worth it.
Despite his predicament, Noah grinned from ear to ear. His sudden delight stole Carlos's enjoyment of the situation, for the devil snarled back at him.
What's so damn amusing? I'm about to tear you apart.
All of the little monsters stopped, and they watched Noah with grim hunger. Likewise, all of the Arceados Academy students, faculty, and staff gazed up at Noah.
You said you're stealing the power of the moon, right?
Yes. What of it?
And you also said the curse you put on the Magebloods is working against them, choking them to death since the moon is making their power overwhelming?
Carlos snapped his fingers, and the tentacles started to pull at Noah. He winced, but he wasn't being torn apart. Yet.
Get to the point.
That tiara I placed on Headmistress Darbo's head makes her immune to your curse. And it also amplifies her power tenfold.
All of the anger and smugness fell away from Carlos's face.
What?
You've tried to harm her students and her school. I've not worked here long enough, but even I know that's a very bad thing to do.
Suddenly, the portals, the monsters on the ground and in the air, and the tentacles holding Noah's limbs, exploded into clouds of thick blue smoke. Noah almost dropped a foot before he managed to flap his wings to float again. At first, Carlos just gaped at Noah, wide-eyed, but he glanced over his shoulder when Noah pointed behind the empowered devil. Headmistress Darbo floated 3 feet behind him, bathed in a thick and angry aura of blue and purple arcane might. Her eyes were completely obscured behind blinding light. Carlos inhaled to speak, but a solid azure sphere covered both him and Headmistress Darbo. The sphere turned dark, and then it spiraled with swirling patterns of energy. Noah landed on the ground right beside Miss Miyoshi and Demi. They both looked up at the sphere rather than Noah.
Did you really amplify Headmistress Darbo's magical power 10 times during a wizard moon?
Yes? What?
You turned her into a goddess. That dude is totally fucked!
Noah stared into the center of the sphere.
I suppose we're still going to have that serious talk after this is over, huh?
You bet your feathered ass we are.
The sphere opened up and disappeared in on itself. Only Headmistress Darbo remained. Slowly, she floated down toward Noah, and she still resonated with deity-worthy power. She flicked her hand, and all of the lanterns popped. Mageblood students became unfrozen, and they slumped against one another. She gestured with her left hand, and the wound in Noah's leg closed up as if it were never there. A second later, a wide blue arc pulsated from Headmistress Darbo, and it zapped into all of the students.
Whoa! What just happened?
I have taken the knowledge about what you are from the minds of the students, but have left it within the minds of the teachers. The students are all going to regain full mental awareness within 5 minutes. At that time, we will continue the dance as normal. You, however, Mr. Cruz, will go home now. We will address this situation tomorrow morning. You will report promptly. Do not make me have to find you.
Hold on just a moment. He just saved all of our lives.
No, it's all right.
He drew the wings back into himself, and then he slid his ring back on his finger. His angelic aura rescinded back behind the veil of the ring.
I didn't tell her who or what I am. And that places the Helosian students and staff in considerable danger. Me being here brings considerable risk.
It does indeed. Then again, you did save us from absolute destruction. As I said, you will report here tomorrow. Are we clear?
Yes, ma'am.
Then leave.
Noah grimaced, nodded, and then turned around to leave. Issa started to follow him, but Headmistress Darbo said,
Ms. Montbella, I have not given you permission to leave. You still have a responsibility as a chaperone.
Issa stopped, averted her eyes, and then moved back to the wall where she once stood. Demi and Miss Miyoshi, in addition to many of the other teachers and staff, just watched Noah go.